Greetings, family. This is Cassandra. Oh, you know what? Let me get some water. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I just got off this phone call, so I am a little disheveled. Hold on. Let's see that. Okay, I can X out of that. All right, let me grab some water really quick, and I'll be right back. Oh, you know what? I think I have one in my little. Where's my little bag? Oh, I have one right here. Look at that. All right, greetings, family. How y'all doing? So I'm gonna get right to it. There's a lot going on. There's a lot that I have going on. There's a lot happening in the world, and today has to be essentially a smash and grab for me. I've got to get out in the world and figure out how to make some money, other than because the last, since about the third week in July, the flow has been slow. So I am now at 9 days. What is it? 9 days? 8 days. As soon as I get on the call, somebody should want to go off. But anyway, I'm at 8 days before my birthday, and I got to pull a smash and grab. So I'm gonna do a little housekeeping, which is going to include some ways that you can participate in this little, pre-birthday fundraiser, if you will. So first is the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence's email address, which is evoemetemp@gmail.com. You can use that email address, which I will type now in the comment section. evoemetemp@gmail. Actually, you know what? Let me turn on my my IG too. So you can participate in this. You can use that email address to either send a Zelle. Zelle's preferable because I need to earn right away money right away. So Zelle is preferable, but you can still use all the things. But Zelle and PayPal, you will use that email address, evoemetemp@gmail.com. And then if you want to do Cashapp, which, Zelle's preferable. But if you want to use Cashapp, that is $ Daughter of the Fates, FATES. If you want to use Venmo, it is Cassandra, CASSANDRA -FLOYD, Floyd, right? Those are the 4 ways that you can make a direct contribution. Also, you can make purchases. I'm actually going to be, as soon as we get off this live, I'm going to be uploading a gang of shit to my Etsy store. So you will be able to support in that way by going to DaughterOfTheFates, FATES.etsy.com. Daughter of the Fates. Let me type that too. Daughter of the Fates.etsy. I'm going to show you guys some of the things I'm uploading today. .etsy.com. Okay, so that's another way. And let me just go ahead and do that now. So the things that I'm going to be uploading today, and I'm also making an announcement. I don't see her on here yet, but I've been having a go. I'll be honest, fulfilling every obligation. Okay, and so y'all are just gonna have to forgive me. This is me asking for forgiveness. Y'all are gonna have to forgive me because this is not my norm. This is not my typical. But when I tell you, this summer handed me my ass. I'll just be honest. I think it handed everybody their ass, but it handed me my ass, and so I am in a perpetual state of trying to play catch up on people's, I have some, consult results that I have to type. That's a today project. I have, finally, my jewelry orders are finished. So that is a big relief because that was taking forever. So I have, I'm still, whatever. I got 10 million tasks. And since we hit September, I've been like in a perpetual state of like trying to chop down the mountain. You feel me? Trying to chop down the mountain bit by bit so I wasn't perpetually overwhelmed. Plus, I'm planning a birthday party in 8 days. So I'm like, okay, you feel me? Anyway, so one of the things that I'm going to show you is one of the orders that I have to send out on Monday. I wanted to try to wait to see if she'd come up on here. But anyway, I'm going to be taking pictures of it anyway, because I'm going to be posting it as an example of some of the stuff that I sell. And then I'm going to show you some finished pieces. These are finished pieces that I'm shipping out. So those of you who I still owe pieces to, this your shit, this your stuff. I'm going to be taking pictures of today, uploading on my Etsy store. And then Monday morning, I'll be shipping your stuff out. Thank you so much, Ken. Ken's color box, right? So actually, let me log on to my IG really quick so they can see what I got up on here while I'm showing it to y'all. Let's see her. Let's see. I know it came in here like a bull in the china shop, but I got a lot that I want to talk to you about today because I've been MIA since Monday, and we got a blood moon coming up on Monday. And so, and then I haven't done an official, I've done lives, but I haven't done like an official temple service in a minute. So this is covering all the bases. Okay, so those of you who are on IG, again, this is Cassandra-Floyd, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, and this is our official first temple service of the Virgo season. Here you go. So now, those of you who are talking to earlier about, so the items that I'm going to show you are some of the items among, I think I have like 500 unique pieces on my Etsy store. I think I have like 500 unique pieces on my Etsy store. But in filling the rest of these jewelry orders from my Etsy store, I was researching something specific and realized Etsy has changed so much since I got up on here. There were things I didn't even realize you could actually like sell on Etsy. So I'm about to upload a gang of shit because I didn't realize that you can, like I just did my first digital file with you guys when we did the conspiracy to right all wrongs, right? That was my first time ever, doing a digital file. Awesome, right? So there's all types of digital files that you can upload. People are selling all types of shit digitally. So I was like, I'm about to be up on game 2. You feel me? And I saw this dude sells what he calls a what did he call it? He called it a Merkaba activation ritual. A Merkaba activation ritual. Okay, cool, fine, whatever your bag is. But the thing that was interesting when I went to read the details, because I thought it was just like a PDF digital file telling you how to, quote, do this ritual. Greetings, Tanya Pettis and Carrie Zulu, people who are tuning in on IG, and those of you tuning in via YouTube, Ken's Color Box, Petty Gang, Java Watson, and that's it for right now. Okay, so anyway. So I click on it and thinking that it's going to be like a PDF, quote, digital thing. And it was listen, child, it was a 10 second video file, a 10 seconds, a 10-second video file that you, quote, play on loop, you play on repeat, and then he sends you a PDF of the instructions. So you use the instructions, which has like a meditation, unique wisdom bush. Thank you for joining. You use these instructions that he sends via PDF, and then you put the, quote, 10-second video file on loop while you go through these meditations and the exercises and the this and this and this and this. And the chap and people was buying it because on each item that you click on, you can see how many people purchased that actual item and the reviews for that item. And he was charging $333 for a 10-second video file with a ritual written out called the Merkaba activation ritual. And it was like 200 people bought the shit. I was like, listen, you better get your coins. You little did I know I was out here playing games. You feel me? Get your coins. So I have been up. Listen, I ain't been to sleep in 2 days. I haven't been to sleep in 2 days because as soon as I saw that shit, my mind was just like, I probably done taken 58 pages of notes in the last 48 hours. I've been up in here plotting and scheming. You feel me? So anyway, and finishing this jewelry order that has taken way too long. You feel me? But anyway, thank you for the reminder, Java Watson. I love that. The majesty in the minute. So anyway, so I'm going to show you these things, but I went into that whole diatribe just to encourage you to go onto my Etsy, but give me a couple hours. As soon as I finish this, I'm going to finish uploading all this new stuff on my Etsy store, and then you can go there. There is going to be a new conspiracy that I've been working on for about 3 days. So I'm going to be posting a new conspiracy on the Etsy store today. There is going, and it's very purposeful, like from May to August. Keep this conspiracy that you still have, work it how you work it. You feel me? But we spent all that time, using our sharpened blade, if you will. We spent that May to August. We spent that conspiracy using our very well sharpened blade. You feel me? But now, especially since we're in Virgo season, the conspiracy that I have been working on is now that this is certain. This work that we did in November of last year, this work that we continued with starting in May of this year through August, that's certain. The work is done. It's certain. And so moving with the certainty that that is done, the next stage of this really year-long ceremony that we've been in is to now call back our abundance, call back our wealth, call back the fruits of our labor, and thus and such and such. So the conspiracy that I will be posting today up on my Etsy store is about the collective calling back of our abundance. Because again, somebody sent me a video the other day, and this sister on TikTok was listing the names and the corporations that they owned or were CEOs of, but the names of, quote, all the billionaires that have died since January 1st. And there was a whole laundry list of them. But it's not enough for some person to just, quote, pass away. And then we haven't done any work to strategically, deliberately call back the redistribution, call for the distribution of that wealth that they had stolen, accumulated through theft, to be redistributed among those who created and generated that wealth. Do you see what I'm saying? To be just as specific in these ceremonies that we did on November 19th and the subsequent one that we did on May 20th through August 25th, we were very specific. Very specific. We called names. We wrote names in candles, threw names in pots. We did all that shit. It's not enough to be specific. It's not enough to be specific on one end of justice and not to be equally specific on the other end of justice. The other end of justice is the first end of justice is to remove all the obstacles that have gotten in the way of us possessing what is ours, us possessing what is our divine right. You feel what I'm saying? Something has gotten in the way. Something has interrupted. Something has gotten in the way of our abundance. You feel me? And it's not a lack of abundance rituals that has gotten in the way of our abundance. It's not. Billionaires don't do abundance rituals, bitch. That I can guarantee. Millionaires don't do abundance rituals. I promise you they ain't. And so those of us who make up the pedestal that all of that opulent wealth rests right the fuck up on top, they sit comfortably on the pedestals that we make up. We down here doing, quote, abundance rituals without context. We're saying, remove all blocks and obstacles to my abundance while I light my green candle under the light of the full moon, without internalizing. You don't even have to say it out your mouth necessarily, but without internalizing the context with which these obstacles exist in the first place. I promise you, it's something that I have struggled with for so long, man. So long. Because I talked to y'all about this at length. The fact that I have a Capricorn moon, and I had really internalized for a long time, listening to others talk through the global lens of Greco-Roman astrology about the big, bad, evil Capricorn Saturn entity that's going to always fuck with your money. You feel me? And so I'm a Capricorn moon, and I'm like, damn, why Capricorn always be handling me all fucked up with my money and shit? You feel me? No. Capricorn is not your problem. Saturn is not your problem. Your inability to balance your checkbook is not your problem. This word that I didn't even intend to give. Your inability to balance your checkbook, the fact that you have not, quote, saved enough money to make stealthy investments is not your problem. That's not your problem. That's not your problem. And if we understood how to bridge these gaps, how to bridge these gaps by creating a healthy, observable web of connection, then we would see all the ways that these obstacles have been deliberately and purposefully generated and constructed, while at the same time creating a narrative that would have you turn in on yourself as somehow inherently flawed, inherently irresponsible with money, inherently inherently wild. You go out too much to the club, whatever narrative has been superimposed on your skull and on your consciousness about the reason why, because in our mind, A plus B equals C, and that's it. That's all. As if this phenomenon, A plus B equals C, does not have a trillion other factors that contribute to how that shit look in real time at the moment. You don't see the connection between the greatest theft of Black and Mexican wealth in 2008 under the subprime mortgage scandal and the housing crisis is directly impacting your motherfucking existence right at this very moment. And all of these subsequent things that have happened as a consequence to deepen this very subtle, just below the surface, deliberately deepening crisis between you and what belongs to you. Meanwhile, in that same period of time, in the year 2008, at the subprime mortgage scandal, you feel me? There was only 125 billionaires in 2008, bitch. There wasn't but 125 billionaires in the United States of America. You understand? In 2019, just before COVID, there was 295 billionaires in this country. 5 years later, today, there are 909 billionaires just in this country. Let me break it down more. In February of this year, the year ain't even over yet. In February of this year, there were 635 billionaires. From February to today, y'all motherfuckers done gave birth to, do that math, 909 from 635, some 300 billionaires done popped the fuck up out the goddamn ground like daisies, and you convinced that it's your bad spending habits that is the cause of your money blocks. I'm not saying don't do abundance rituals and money rituals. I'm saying as you are doing your abundance rituals and your money rituals, on top of that, going into that I deserve what's mine. What's mine? Every motherfucking thing. Yep. I was guaranteed at birth to be an abundant participant on the planet Earth, to be able to abundantly enjoy the gifts of my mother. So what do I deserve? Every fucking thing. What does every poor, oppressed, underpaid slave on earth deserve? Everything they see. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, we do. And that the only reason that what is ours, what we produced, what we worked for, what our mama and them worked for, what our daddy and them worked for, what our grandparents and them worked for, what our great-grandparents and them worked for, what our great-great-parents and them worked for and didn't get paid. And even as they ain't paying us our value of our labor, we collectivizing our efforts. We building prosperous towns. We building prosperous cities. We doing our thing. We becoming doctors. We becoming lawyers. We doing our thing. And every time we generate wealth, these motherfuckers find a new and more insidious way to steal what we have produced. So, you know, a lot of people have been talking about reparations. I promise I'm gonna get to what I was talking about. But this money thing is important. 2 days before this blood moon that is on the lips of everybody about getting your money. Everybody talking about grabbing your opportunities that are specific to this blood moon right here, because this blood moon right here is gonna set shit off in your life for the next 6 months. If you can bypass the noise that is being deliberately imposed on you to keep you from your shit. That's what the noise is about. That's what the noise is about. This applies to everybody on earth. This applies to everybody on the planet. And so, see, she's saying here that from June, when I did the last statistics on the goddamn billionaires, there's been another 235 billionaires done sprung up out the motherfucking ground like daisies from June to today. Don't you know that every billionaire born, and I'm talking about full-grown adults born billionaires, the moment that every billionaire, and we have to start crunching these actual numbers instead of speaking in ambiguities. We have to start crunching these numbers. How many bodies, how many lives, how many hours of stolen labor is attached to every billionaire? Crunch their numbers. What's that motherfucker worth? What they say he worth. And that worth attached to him is how much he's stolen, how many bodies, how many homes, how many lost lives, how many fucking shortened lives, how many premature, how many babies done died before their first birthday, how many mamas done died in child labor, how many people, listen. Because for every billionaire, I would bank there's probably 100,000 lives lost in some way. Even if that loss of life isn't death, even if that loss of life is the perpetual day in, day out struggle just for bare essential survival. For every billionaire on earth, there's 150,000 motherfuckers who cannot live because they exist. We have to start crunching them numbers. Anybody on here a statistician? No, a statistician? We need a statistician on the staff of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. We need a statistician. They say the collective wealth of American billionaires is $68 trillion. $68 trillion motherfucking dollars. Do you understand? So while you're doing your abundance rituals, whatever they are, if you writing your abundance check, you feel me? If you lighting your green candles, if you writing your ambitions on your bay leaf, you feel me? If you taking an abundance bath with sacred abundance herbs up in it, if you calling out the names of the yayas who are specifically responsible for abundance in your life, who are they? In my tradition, Ifa, it is all three of the evoemetemp. It's all three of them. It is Yemaya. It is Oshun. It is Oya. All three of them. We most associate, quote, abundance and wealth with Oshun. But damn, we right here in a Pluto in Aquarius, and Pluto is Oya, owner of the underworld. Owner of the marketplace. She who wants Black women to be wealthy. So there must be, because Oya loves us. Oshun loves us. Yemaya governs the boundless, inconceivable abundance that is the ocean, and she loves us. So why we ain't rich? Stop blaming spirit, bitch. Spirit ain't the reason you ain't rich. Stop praying, stop blaming your goddamn, what you perceive are the fallacies and the weaknesses of your prayer and ritual life. That's not why. That's not why. And the EIME is saying, y'all got to move these motherfuckers out the way. You already rich. I keep telling y'all that. There ain't no such thing as a poor person. There ain't no such invention. There ain't no such creation as a poor person. Ain't no such a lie. What you looking at is the impact of the globally robbed. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at the impact of the globally robbed. And so if you robbed, what are you robbed of? You robbed of wealth. And if you have been robbed, then the so-called justice system recognizes that the wealth is still yours. They just got to go find it. They just got to go liberate it. They just got to go find the motherfuckers who stole your wealth. They don't say as soon as your wealth has been stolen, say somebody break into your house, stage a goddamn B&E on your shit. You feel me? And you got a safe. Them motherfuckers take the whole safe up out your house. Do the police come to your house to take, some information about what happened, and then say, well, these poor people, because they poor now, because these people that just did this smash and grab and ran up out the house with all their shit. Do the police say, well, now you poor? Do they do that? Do they identify them that way? Your ass been robbed. Every baby has been robbed. Every mother has been robbed. Every so-called marginalized person, the mother's children, have been robbed. You've been robbed. And inherent in this, us accepting that we are already wealthy, and that now we have, with that information, when we go into our magical practices, that being in the front of our head, confidently and certainly, that I can't be at war within myself to believe on one side of my brain that the mothers, the EIME, the EIMEIJ, the Hecate, the triple-faced, and whoever the face of the goddess is for you in your culture, that all of these stories and all these mythologies tell us how not only do they love us so much that they would give us anything that we desire, because that's what your mama did when she had you actually on this planet. Then not only will they give you everything that your heart desires and revel in your joy of it, but let somebody look at you sideways, and that same loving, joyful mama will pull a blade out of nowhere, out of titties, and commits to slaying anybody that threatens their children's happiness. So you can't believe these stories about the ways that our mother shows up for us, the ways that she promises us abundance in every last one of these mythologies, and then be like, why I always got to struggle? Why I always got to learn these lessons? Why can't my money be right? If Oya is the goddess of abundance, why is it that every witch is struggling? Why is it that every priest and priestess who are the the custodians of these ancestral traditions and these ancient traditions and this ancient knowledge, why they struggling? Why, even as they've been practicing, they've been priests, they've been priestesses, they've been shamans, they've been babalaos, they've been all this shit, and they still got to go to some fucking white boy job and work at least 30 hours a week to keep themselves afloat? Why every healer that's done changed your life in some way fighting for the bare necessity. Why am I up on this motherfucker saying today has got to be a fundraiser? Because yet again, that's the way it is. That in the white world, brilliance equals wealth. Brilliance is synonymous with billionaires. And don't nobody question that shit. Even as you looking at this motherfucker in real time and you say, damn, this motherfucker is stupid as shit. Like, why they clapping? Do they not hear the same thing I just heard? When Bill Gates spoke and he sounded like an absolute moron. Like an absolute moron. And everybody's golf clapping. Oh my God. Because the presumption is the only way that you can be a billionaire is that you have to be brilliant. They created that world where their mediocrity would never be challenged when they possess billions of dollars, and nobody would ever question. They have a right to be a billionaire because they brilliant. That's the line they fed your ass. Meanwhile, you see black-skinned, brown-skinned, red-skinned, yellow-skinned people all over the world inventing. 12, 13, 14 years old, inventing amazing shit. You can't even turn on social media without finding some poor child from Africa who just had the opportunity to go to school just long enough to assume the brilliance that this 13-year-old done created this thing, that now all these corporations around the world are trying to get at her to find out the intricacies of her creation and shit. Her ass ain't a billionaire though. But I guarantee you what will, let me not put that out in the universe, but what the historical tendency of colored brilliance, colored genius has been, you hear about them, and a month later, 6 months later, all of a sudden they died in a tragic car accident. They died in a random shooting where some white boy done went into a grocery store, supposedly on a random killing spree to kill up everybody in the store. And one of the people he killed happened to be a brother that was on CNN 3 weeks prior about how he had perfected, after all these years, how to turn his regular ass pickup truck from no longer needing petroleum, and now you can use actual water to fuel your electrical engine and drive your truck. And 3 weeks later, he just happened to be at the random grocery store that some random white weirdo went up in on some bullshit, you feel me, and shot up everybody up in there, and he just happened to be one of the ones that got shot. That's a matter of fact, what's that boy name? His last name is Wilcox. David Wilcox, I think. He one of them ancient alien enthusiasts and shit. But he wrote a book when I was in my first years in college, like maybe 2005, 7, something like that. And this book was literally a compilation. I can't remember the name of the book to save my life, but it was a compilation from 1800 to the current day of all the inventions and their inventors, where the inventions are today, where the inventors are today. And this tendency of all these inventors mysteriously dying or disappearing after, quote, coming public with this invention that now has made some motherfucker a billionaire. You understand? Over and over and over and over and over again. We get all warm and fuzzy inside every time. I got several little books that I just bought because it was Black August, and I too was feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. I must have put them somewhere else. About here they are. I was feeling all warm and fuzzy inside, like we do once or twice a year, about how brilliant Black folks is, and this is the evidence. Look at all these wonderful historical Black inventors in the United States of America, and look at all their great inventions, and we get all warm and fuzzy inside. And then that's the motherfucking stopping point, is getting warm and fuzzy inside about what our people have invented, about what our people have, quote, contributed to America. We contributed to America. You feel me? And that's the stopping point, is to feel warm and fuzzy inside about this Black so-and-so and that Black so-and-so and this Black person and that Black person who invented this great thing. But the reason that you didn't know that they invented this thing is because some white person that owned their ass or outright stole from their ass, you understand, holds the patent on the shit. So they have unending, unbroken, uninterrupted, quote, generational wealth as a consequence of their theft. and the descendants of the inventor have inherited generational, quote, poverty as a consequence of the theft of their wealth. So all that wealth that that white person or that white family got in their possession right now actually in real time fully belongs to all the descendants of this black inventor. But people look at us sideways when we talk about reparations. I ain't talking about reparations. I ain't talking about reparations. I ain't talking about reparations. Just like the natives are right, the indigenous peoples of North America and South America collectively in one voice, they demands are clear, simple and clear, bitch. We ain't trying to complicate shit. Land back. Land the fuck back. Land back. That's the starting point for them. And they are unwavering in that position. Land back. Land back. The rest of us who have been, and I too was hardcore participant in the reparations movement. Today is not the day for reparations, bitch. You cannot give what you do not own. You cannot give what you do not own. You can't give what you don't own. You can't give what you don't own. You understand? And at the end of the day, it ain't just about, you know what? I can still say reparations. Because for me, reparations, first of all, ain't about no check. All you simpletons, all you simple Negroes being the mouthpiece for white nationalism, please don't talk. If you ain't never read a book in your adult life, please keep your mouth shut. If you have not read the Constitution of the United States of America from the perspective of the people whose backs it was built on top of, please don't talk. Don't talk in public spaces. As a matter of fact, it should be a goddamn demand that if you haven't read very specific books, studied very specific historians, master teachers, if you have not done a mentorship under this person for a minimum of X period of time, you feel me? If you have not read your enemy's documents, studied them inside and out, please don't talk in public. Don't speak in, as a matter of fact, shut your shit down. Shut your goddamn YouTube, your motherfucking TikTok. Shut all that down. We have to create a globally collective consciousness. And if we want to start right here in the United States of America as black skinned people, I'm okay with that too. If that's the thing that we have to start with, I'm okay with that. Because I recognize our experience in the world is peculiar to us. And then we can, that shit can reverberate out from here. But as black people, I don't give a fuck who you is, where you from, what your social status is. I don't give how many degrees you got. If you ain't got no degrees, from the poorest to the richest, we have to agree on a collective consciousness that's not just this what we believe. These are the consequences for its violation. That's the thing. These are the collectively agreed upon consequences for violators of the idea. There ain't been no consequences. So people be real slick out the mouth. People be real foul out the mouth. People be deliberately playing the Sambo, be deliberately playing the coon on some step and fetch shit in 2025 to always put themselves forward as the willing participant in the maintenance of even their own suffering. And ain't nobody, they can just walk around the world, just chill. Ain't got to worry about shit. That ain't anybody that's over the age of 40 know what I'm talking about when I say that ain't always been the case. That ain't always been the case, man. I grew up in the South. And when that shit started popping off in the Northeast, in New York in particular, but that shit was spreading like wildfire through the Northeast. That whole snitches get stitches. And that shit was like real ingrained in the collective culture of the Northeast. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck who it is. You don't talk to the police. You don't tattle. None of that shit. Snitches get stitches. And there was an actual real-time consequence for opening your mouth to who everybody agreed was the common enemy. No matter their background, no matter where they grew up, no matter their educational level. Everybody could agree This was the motherfucking enemy. And if you caught talking to the enemy for any reason whatsoever, you ain't gonna want to come back home. You ain't gonna want to come back home, because the consequence of the community was going to be light years worse than what the police could have handed down. But the other thing was true too on this collectively accepted culture in the Black community, that if you do keep your tongue, if you do keep your mouth shut, even if you got to go down, even if you got to do a little stint, even if you got to do a little bit, your ass gonna live like a king up in the bed. Everybody is gonna be sending you money, making sure your commissary straight, making sure you got a place to go, to actually live, not some halfway house, not homeless and no shit. You gonna actually be set the fuck up as soon as you walk up out the penitentiary. That shit is gone. That's what they did. That's what they did. You feel me? You know, we have to revisit those periods. We have to revisit. I mean, there's a lot of bad that we did. There's a lot of bad that Black people did on some survival shit. You feel me? But if you can get past, I'm talking about just in study, those things that were always put forward as the worst things that Black people did. There was a lot culturally and socially that's always evidence of burgeoning Black genius. Black genius is always adaptable. It's always burgeoning. It's always looking for an escape valve, because our genius is literally always just, if it was free, if it was uninhibited, it would constantly be overflowing our genius. But because it's been inhibited, because it's been chopped off, you feel me? Because it's been suppressed, you got this, this like what they call that shit, like a pressure cooker, you feel me? And every now and again, the motherfucker who done kept the lid on tight, well, he'll slip, something will happen, he'll slip, he'll miss something, you feel me? And the genius will just spill out. He slipped just a little bit, and so there's just a little escape, a little bit of a escape route to like let the pressure off. But up under there, even if you can't see nothing happen, it's always boiling. It's always boiling. It's always looking for a method to express itself, our genius. You understand? Always. And every time, historically, every time, at least since we've been in a direct relationship with the white world, every time Black genius burgeons, Black genius gets a little bit of a relief of the pressure, and that steam pours out of that little kink. Guess what happens? Our brilliance spills all over the fucking place, and everybody benefits but us. Every single solitary identifiable expression of our natural genius, always wanting to express itself, and always wanting to express itself for what? Black genius is always wanting to express itself with this kind of global consciousness and understanding that if I do this thing, if I create this thing, if I do this thing, everybody's going to benefit. This is going to make shit better for everybody. Meanwhile, white genius always translates to the increased and deepening of the despair of the whole world. Every single time. Every time. Brilliance attached to some white boy name, genius attached to some white boy name, automatically translates to how this quote genius, how this quote brilliance is going to deepen and sharpen the goddamn suffering of the whole world. And here we are today. Here we are today. And I'll be hard pressed. When I tell you I'll be hard pressed to name a white boy in the last 200 years who is not guilty, even as we think they may be heroes. He is guilty. Huh? Name a white boy. And I will tell you how he's guilty. And you're like, but what about Dr. So-and-so? Well, what about Professor so-and-so? Or what about the one y'all love so much? Because he said one good thing about Black people one time in his whole life. Einstein, have me tell it, mediocre motherfucker that he was, And y'all see the evidence of Einstein's mediocrity all the time, and you still say he was a genius. Every time he gets exposed, you still turn around and default he a genius. What do I mean by his mediocrity is being exposed all the time? Every time you turn around, they just found some indigenous girl. I think she was in Belize, not Belize. I think she was in Brazil. This little 14-year-old indigenous girl, and they have just discovered that this girl's goddamn IQ is 30 points higher than Einstein. I have heard that in the last 5 years, at least 20 times. Some black-skinned child, 13, some 8-year-old child already in college, already more brilliant than Einstein. Every time you turn around. And that's, let me just say, this is not what I intended, but the spirit mother has something to say today, because this shit that I'm talking about is not separate from the reactionary bullshit happening in the United States of America today. Want to know how this shit is related to this bullshit that Trump is doing in the United States of America today in his administration, his willfully participatory administration? Because it's not just his administration. He ain't up in that motherfucker by himself. Trump is not up in the White House by himself. He is not on the Senate floor by himself. He is not, speaking before the House of Representatives by himself. He is not, quote, just blindly and dictatorially imposing his will on the goddamn Supreme Court of the United States. Every last one of them motherfuckers are complicit, at least, at bare minimum, complicit. And I will guarantee you that the great majority of them, yes, even those ones you swear are aggressive, the great majority of them are willfully and eagerly participatory in this bullshit that you are experiencing. And all they have to do is make a little public declaration, do a little public fake fight, a little public, what we call it in the hood, pump faking. You feel me? To pacify the ignorant masses. Did y'all hear what Gavin Newsom said about Trump at that press release? Meanwhile, every time Trump come to California, get off the motherfucking plane, and Newsom is there to welcome him, and we done caught video footage of him high-fiving him or fucking fist bumping. I'm telling you shit I've seen with my own eyes. While they play fight in your face. Yeah, Gavin Newsom really giving Trump a hard time. No, the fuck he's not. No, the fuck he's not. And because y'all don't live in California, y'all don't remember that just 4 years ago, Gavin Newsom's head was on the motherfucking chopping block to the extent that his legitimacy as the governor was being challenged, and they did a whole revote, not recount, a whole revote in the state of California off the bullshit that follows behind the trail of Gavin Newsom. So stop. There is no progressive and the other thing is y'all don't understand basic what you call it what do we call it civil education. I ain't taken civil education since I was in the fucking 5th grade or some shit. But I study enough now today, and have been a black activist for 20 years of my adult life, where we were constantly in the party being forced to take civil education classes as adults within the context of the party. So y'all still think democracy is a real thing. Y'all still think democracy is a real thing. You feel me? Y'all still think that democracy is about you. Y'all do. You understand? And it's because you don't study. You don't study the difference between a republic and a democracy or a democratic society. You don't understand how neither of the two have ever benefited anyone who did not, quote, have the right to participate in the process. Yes, there was a democracy up here while that democracy rested on a goddamn foundation of slavery. You understand? Y'all don't study. And the people that you do study, these great thinkers like what was his name? Like Rousseau and all these motherfuckers. Rousseau, who was an aristocrat. He was wealthy. And because he was one of the few in France who could go to college because he was rich. started learning these ideas about freedom and sovereignty and the upliftment of poor people. And so y'all give y'all today, child, will accredit the victorious French Revolution with a bourgeois, wealthy cracker who went to school and learned about freedom in books. And it was because he got on a pulpit outside of goddamn factories where 5-year-old children was losing limbs and shit and goddamn machinery, and he's making he's proselytizing in the streets about freedom and shit. That up until that point, poor working Europeans did not know that they needed freedom. For real? That's what you really think? That up until this bourgeois, wealthy white boy developed an epiphany in the four walls of a classroom, and in his safety, in his whiteness, in his safety, in his aristocracy, he obviously dressed different. In his safety, in the way that he spoke and lived in the world, he knew that he could get out on a soapbox in the middle of the goddamn street, in the middle of the poorest people in the goddamn country, and make these beautiful fucking speeches, and the police wouldn't fuck with him because they recognized who he was, and the poor people wouldn't fuck with him because they recognized we may not know who this nigga is, but he obviously rich and educated and wealthy, and we dare not touch him, we dare not rob him, we dare not jump his ass to get his loot because the police gonna come and get us. If the police ain't fucking with him, it must mean we can't fuck with him neither. And so he can go down into the poorest areas of the most suffering and make these beautiful speeches and shit. And all of a sudden, this is what made the poor people conscious. And so to this day, when those people galvanize the courage to start storming these motherfucking castles, to start kicking open the doors of the aristocracy and dragging these motherfuckers out in the street and taking the goddamn guillotine, and for a change, the guillotine wasn't for the poor. For a change, the guillotine was not for the poor. For a change, the guillotine was not for the so-called heretic. The guillotine wasn't for the so-called witch. For a change, now we control the goddamn guillotine, and we going right to who we recognize. We need no wealthy white boy to tell us who the fucking problem was. We just needed a moment. We needed to see a kink in the goddamn armor that we could exploit. Thank you, white boy, for creating the kink in the armor, bitch. Because we crystal clear about who the fuck we need to go drag up out them goddamn castles and place their goddamn head on the motherfucking guillotine. They was crystal clear. These white poor people are brutalized by the aristocracy and the church in France. And to this day, almost 250 years later, you still give credit to a few, 2, 3, 4 intellectual white boys who never suffered a day in their life credit for the victory of the French Revolution. To this day. To this day. Not that it was the immediate collectivizing of the consciousness of the poor that spilled out among the conscious like a goddamn rapidly spreading virus instantaneously. All of a sudden, they had courage where they had not had any. But the courage wasn't individualism, baby. The courage was infectious. The courage was infectious. All they needed to see was one stand up against the face of power. And one was like, damn, they did that shit. And guess what? The one became two, just like a rapidly dividing new cell trying to become. The single cell becomes the two becomes the four becomes the 16, and so on, and so on, and so on, so on, so on, until their revolutionary goddamn ambitions were realized. And y'all still give credit to some white boy. You feel me? Not the babies in them factories picking up instruments from the factories and running out the gates with their mom and them I told somebody the other day they needed to rewatch. I need to, as a matter of fact, I haven't seen it in years, but I needed to rewatch the movie adaptation of Les Miserables. And they were like, I hated that damn movie. I was like, you got to watch it with fresh eyes because the shit was actually the jam. It's actually what we're talking about right now. It's actually so much to glean from it that we are witnessing in real time and unfamiliar with because we don't study. You understand? Now, the reason I'm saying that is because the reactionary, this thing that happened in France, you feel me? White poor people rising up against wealthy white people. It's called Les Miserables. It's spelled L-E-S and then M-I-S-E-R-A-B-L-E-S. It's French, Les Miserables. Right? It's starring Liam Neeson, the movie adaptation of it, which was good. I thought it was. You feel me? But anyway, the reason I went on that diatribe in the first place is because here we just have an example of the white world. This is white poor people versus white wealthy people. That's it. You feel me? The French Revolution, right? And the reason I had to use this as an example, there are many, many more that I could point to, but this one I feel like is most poignant right now because the reactionary response, because these white people, I want y'all to hear me. I be tap dancing around this shit all the time because I recognize I have to be real strategic about how I articulate these type specific things. But white people are in the world. White people live in the world. White people are of the world. You feel me? In all of their sicknesses, in all their peculiarities, in all the ways they exist, they continue to exist, they will continue to exist unless the environment deems otherwise. They will continue to exist. And the reason I have to preface that way is when I am talking specifically about this contest between white poor people, and I mean poor and oppressed in the worst kind of ways. Poor white people in France rising up against the nobility, the aristocracy, and the church during the French Revolution. It's why France coins itself an atheist country today, the French Revolution, right? And the reason I wanted to use this at least as the jumpstart for how we can superimpose this on the America of today is because when I started talking about Black genius and how our genius is always bourgeoning, is always looking for a way to spill out on the earth. Because when we, the oppressed, we, the Black skinned, and so on and so forth, spill out our genius, it's usually for the benefit of the earth and those inhabitants of the earth. Usually it's for the benefit, right? You see a way to make things better. That's the evolutionary spirit that we naturally embody. We naturally that we naturally inhabit, right? And I will be honest, there are moments well hidden, strategically well hidden. There are moments that every now and again will jump to our collective consciousness that tell us that yes, even among European people, right? There are moments when their genius too, I'm talking about the beneficial genius. I'm talking about the genius that was embodied with an understanding of the mother as God. There are moments where white nationalism and patriarchal white nationalism has solidified itself, even in Europe. There are moments in European history where that inherent burgeoning genius that's been successfully beaten down attempts and sees a kink in the armor and spills all over the place. And from the moment it spills, it's instantly infectious. It's instantly contagious. If we study the French Revolution not from the perspective of the quote victors, through the worldview of the quote aristocracy, who a great majority of them were able to escape persecution and come right over here to the United States. Oh, I bet you didn't know that a great many of the aristocracy that lived in France during the revolution, seeing their homies get pounced on, were able to make an escape and seek refuge here in the United States. You understand? But those white people, that's the only story that we hear. But the only story that we hear is from the victors of Europe, not of France, of the victors. That, you know, it was terrible, and they were beheading innocent people, and they were storming people's homes and shit. You feel me? You know, whatever. They was putting people's heads in the guillotine and shit. The way they always tell, the way they always perpetually to this day tell history, that they are both victor and victim. That no matter what atrocity they commit, they are absolved because they were victims. They feared for their lives. They feared the poor because they were so savage and uneducated, and they probably would have eaten us. Everywhere you go, the story isn't just told by the victor. It is told by the victor with him placing himself forward as justified in every atrocity he has committed because he was the victim first. That's why they always tell their stories like they are the great underdog of the world. Every story that patriarchy tells feeds it to you in the movie, in the story, where you rooting for his ass because he was the perpetual underdog who just happened to emerge victorious. You understand? And so meanwhile, the two faces of the victors, the Rousseaus, the intellectuals, and all of that shit, as you know, these were the progenitors of Marxist-Leninist theory, that we wouldn't have socialism without them, the scientific method of revolution. And Marx was an intellectual. Marx was rich. Marx was the descendant of the aristocracy. Yes, he was. He was a descendant of the Rothschilds and the Rothschilds and the Medici family, I think. Wait a minute. Yeah, the Rothschilds and the Medicis, bitch. That's your Marx. So I don't give a fuck. I be watching all these young people be talking that hardcore Marxist-Leninist theory, and I know, baby, first of all, you can't out-talk me because I know the line. I know the line up and down, inside and out. Who was it? Engels and his theory on dialectical materialism. You can't teach me, bitch. I'm just saying, there ain't too many people who can school me on Marxist-Leninist theory, on the science of revolution coming from the Soviet Union. You can't teach me shit that I didn't spend 15 fucking years reading every day like the goddamn Bible up in the party. And so when I say fuck that, and that's that bullshit, that socialism is not the way forward for us, I mean that shit. And even when I knew that shit, but could not reconcile, because I wasn't doing the walk with the goddess yet. And the goddess will always reveal the weaknesses in this shit that you have drank down and taken up into yourself like holy writ. Like holy writ. The goddamn little red book by Mao Zedong becomes the goddamn substitute for the Holy Bible and shit. No. And it wasn't until I got on this walk with the goddess that she started to reveal the weaknesses and all this shit. I don't give a fuck who it is, where it came from, how much I believe in it. It's weak. If it doesn't center the mother, and I mean that shit scientifically. I mean that shit scientifically. I mean that shit politically. I mean that shit historically. I mean that shit culturally. I mean that shit spiritually. If it does not center the mother, it is flawed. It is doomed to fail. It is doomed to fail. And so if you a man and you claim to be a revolutionary, you claim to be some forward thinker that is interested in the restoration of humanity and the earth and all of that shit, if you are a man and you are sure that you are progressive and you are a self-proclaimed feminist and you are a, what y'all call them, animal rights activist or a goddamn, what y'all call that shit, climate change enthusiast or whatever, and your ideology does not center the mother. What do I mean by the mother? What do I mean by the mother? I can be more specific than politically, culturally, economically, socially, historically, goddamn, what's the other one? Spiritually, whatever. I can be more specific. If you saving the whales, that's your bag. That's your only bag. Is you on some Greenpeace shit and you just want to save the whales. If you want to save the whales, and in your off days from saving the whales, your ass live in the upper middle class white community. And in order to get to the whales, you have to step over and step beside and turn a blind eye to the suffering of black skin and red skin and brown skin women that make up the majority of the poor people on earth. The great majority of poor people on earth are women and their children. Everywhere on earth. Like 83% of people who, quote, live off $10 a day or less, they are women and their babies. So that's all you men too. So don't be getting an attitude when I say center women. Bitch, that includes you too. Every man on earth is included in that because your ass got a mama who suffered. Listen, and we see it so much in the black community, that this child was able to make a break from his terrible, impoverished conditions and shit. You feel me? And look at him today. He is a millionaire, or he is a this and that and this and that, or he built himself up by the ghettos into this and that, and here he is today. And the white world loves these niggas because they will put them forward, and that's men or women, so I have no shade. Put them forward as the example, one, of what you can do too, because you live in America, the land of the free and the home of the brave and equal opportunity. You feel me? And they also put them forward to shame you, to deflect from their perpetual and unending theft, and to fucking gaslight the fuck out of you. That somehow your real lived experience does not match what you perpetually see on TV with all these rich colored folks. And so you automatically turn in on yourself and your inherent weakness. And that inherent weakness being steeped in your actual black ass skin, brown ass skin, red ass skin. That your weaknesses are tied to your beingness. You understand? And so your default in internalizing that it is your blackness that is the origin of your weakness, what your ass going to do? You make up your mind that the only way to bypass that, to get around that, is to place yourself in absolute proximity to the white world, to white people, where you will perpetually be used as a tool, as an instrument of oppression, and at the same time herald and hold up the white world for its embracing of you. And they prime you from childhood to do that. It's not because a lot of these folks, I don't even think they are deliberate, quote, race traders. We are all primed from day one to revere whiteness and to hate blackness. There was a black psychologist, Dr. Naeem Akbar. And I was 19 years old, majoring in African American studies when I heard him do this presentation. And he said a lot of stuff. I could do a whole presentation on the presentation because I remember it in my mind's eye like I saw it yesterday, and I was 19. And he said, but the thing that I kept for the longest, because he was teaching at Florida State University at the time, and he had previously taught at HBCUs. And somebody in the audience asked him, why he no longer taught at HBCUs. And he said that contrary to what you believe, to what you think, that that white supremacy is more prevalent on the campuses of America's HBCUs than in the school I'm teaching in right now. He said, in the absence of white people in the space on the campus, that white supremacy was alive and well, that he found that Black students in Florida State University had more freedom, more liberty, more flexibility than they had in HBCUs. Internalized white nationalism, internalized white supremacy on a campus full of Black-skinned people. The other thing he said is that this is the basis of this is that from the moment we are born in a world that is both patriarchal and Eurocentric, patriarchal and white supremacist, from the moment we are born, we are being taught that system. From the moment we are born, we are being taught that system. He said, and because this is the case, because it is pervasive everywhere, he said, the real miracle of today is that Black people still marry Black people. He said, whenever you see a Black person who's married to another Black person, you see a Black couple, that is a walking miracle in a world that has taught them from infancy to hate one another, to hate themselves, to hate their children if they come out too dark. It's a miracle whenever you see a Black couple. I say, God, I never forgot that shit. I never forgot that shit. That whole presentation was brilliant. But anyway, y'all are tripping in the goddamn comment section. So let me go back, because I was talking about France. I was talking about these poor white people in their contest against the wealthy white people in France during the French Revolution. You feel me? And how does it relate to today? In this conversation where I started out talking about the burgeoning Black genius that's always looking for a way to escape, always looking for a way to express itself. But if it's expressing itself within the context of a patriarchal white supremacist society, whatever they generate out of their very blood, bones, and matter automatically becomes a possession of the white father God that controls this bitch right here. That's why there's no such thing as cultural appropriation. There's no such. We have to change our language, man. We have to change all our language. There is no such a make-believe as cultural appropriation. I continued, I think I said 2 years ago, I'm convinced that if we go back and look at the origin of these phrases that we superimpose on everything to, quote, explain our condition, it's anti-Blackness, it's anti-featureism, it's texturism, it's it's what y'all call it, anti-Blackness, featureism, texturism. What's the other thing y'all got? What is it? Complexionism. What's that shit y'all call where y'all be talking about, even the shit in the complexions and shit, all that shit, all the names you got for that shit? What is the primary instrument that your opposition has used in every sphere? Not just this one, in every sphere. Medically, how have they benefited at your expense? How have the colorism? Thank you. How have they benefited at your expense medically? Using the same strategy that I'm talking about now. How have they benefited perpetually off you medically? Why y'all keep talking about the evils of Western medicine? Simplify. I'm always telling y'all to simplify. Don't be making shit complicated, because who complicates shit? What your Bible say? I'm gonna keep telling y'all this. What your Bible say? The adversary is the author of all confusion. It's your adversary that authors all confusion. It's your adversary that authors all confusion. Simplify, bitch. Simplify. Always simplify. It doesn't mean, because that's what the intellect in the white world says, is that if you don't talk too complicated, if you do not use big enough words, if you do not pontificate enough, if you do not use every single word that you know in the library, then you are not worth listening to, because you do not speak in a language that I am bound to respect. You feel me? Simplify. Because simplifying your language, you can still be deep and simplify. You see? To simplify your language is an act of rebellion, bitch. It is. It is. I know you've been taught the opposition. To simplify your language is an act of rebellion. So what is it medically that has always been the plague of your life? a strategy by your adversary, specifically used in the medical field, but that can be superimposed over every sphere, that has made it so efficient, has made it so this is what's the word I want to use, efficacious, since y'all need a big word, so efficacious for them to continue to practice in the same old way. What makes you a bank medically, what makes you an unending source of income for the only doctors on earth who can become millionaires. Did you know that American doctors are the only doctors on earth that can become millionaires? Did you know that? Did you know that? Not only can they become millionaires, that a great majority of them are millionaires. Weren't born millionaires, are millionaires as a consequence of being doctors. Do you know why that is? The strategy that I'm about to tell you about right now. The perpetual dichotomization of the human being, of the human consciousness, of the human spirit, of the human existence, and further out from that, the dichotomization of the very planet Earth. The dissection, the cutting away from oneself, the splitting apart, the piecing. That's why, as a whole human, you have to go to a different, quote, specialist for every single body part in your body. For every single body part in your body, you stump your motherfucking toe and break your toe, you got to go to a podiatrist. You feel me? But if your belly happened to ache when you go to the podiatrist, he a doctor. He went to medical school for 12 years. He can't do shit for you. Ain't that about a bitch? So all you can do is fix my toe? And I'm sitting here cramping, bent over on the table, screaming. You're like, I'm sorry, I can't help it. That ain't my specialty. That ain't my specialty. That's not my training. You feel me? And so I will write you a referral to go to a gastroenterologist. You feel me? And the gastroenterologist, you feel me? He say, oh, we don't see anything wrong. We done did all the tests. We done did endoscopy. We done did all the tests. We can't see nothing wrong with you. And you still, my stomach, right? You feel me? You just say your stomach because you don't know what your abdomen is. You don't know where the organs in your abdomen is. You feel me? And he say, maybe, because he don't know, because that's not his specialty. He don't know how the body is one, how the organs are one. So he tell you, maybe it's your liver. And that ain't my specialty. Even though the liver has a direct relationship to the gastrointestinal system. But that is not my specialty. I only deal with your actual intestines and maybe your stomach if you lucky. And so what you got to do? You got to go to another specialist. And he is a hepatologist. And so his whole world revolves around your goddamn liver and your gallbladder. And typically, their position is if it's your liver, if we think maybe kind of perhaps it's your liver, then we just gonna cut it out. It'll grow back. We will cut off a piece of your liver. We will remove your gallbladder and see if the pain ebbs. The liver will go back. So you in luck. You feel me? You have been you can't go to a regular ass, quote, MD. You go to a, quote, like your family practitioner. Now, your family practitioner is supposed to be able to kind of do a scan over the whole thing. And then if you need a specialist, he say, okay, I'm your family practitioner. I'm a general practitioner. That means I'm supposed to be able to do at least a scan, do some blood work, do a once over on you. You feel me? And tell you if you need a specialist or if this is something we can handle in-house. You feel me? But even they default is, ask me how I know raising children. They default is to do a 3-minute, if you lucky, stethoscope on your lungs. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Do your pulse. They don't even do your pulse. No, the doctor don't even do your pulse no more. He will have a triage nurse or intake nurse take your vitals. He don't even take your vitals no more. He probably don't even know how to do that shit no more. You understand? And then tell you, oh, you just need a prescription. I had a professor in medical school tell us once, she was gangster, but she was one of my nutrition professors. And she was trained in Western nutrition. Okay, because there's a way that a lot of y'all be really trying to reduce the significance of the fact that I have 4 fucking degrees in alternative medicine, but I also have a degree in professional health sciences, Western medicine, radiology, gynecology, obstetrics, orthopedics. I have a bachelor's degree in professional health sciences as well, because I see that shit a lot, where people, I say I'm an acupuncturist, and you see how they, even in their language, they reduce the significance of 9 years in fucking medical school. So fuck you very much. You have to train yourself to see the value in the sciences of your ancestors as dominant. Anyway, I digress, right? So anyway, the professor say, look, as a matter of fact, I remember what class it was. It was it was nutrition and aging. This was a specific nutrition class that dealt with the geriatric population, 65 and older, and all of the conditions that are, quote, typical diagnoses of the aging population and how to treat them nutritionally. Okay? What nutritional deficiencies are commonly misdiagnosed as disease, because they are many. Do I have my little chart? Let me see if I got my little chart. I really ain't trying to go on a long diatribe, but y'all know the medicine shit is my damn soapbox. Is this the one? No. I thought I had it within. Oh, here it is. So let me tell y'all something. This is the last soapbox digression I'm make, but it's still related. I'm still going back to how the white people rebelling against the nobility and the aristocracy in the French Revolution is showing itself right now today in the United States. The medical thing is just a part of it. I was talking about let me just go ahead and round that out. The colorism, the dissectionism, the same thing that I'm talking about with the medical system and how your ass has been dichotomized to the tip of your nose. You feel me? This language that we have adopted, we have internalized, have taken upon ourselves to use to express our conditions. You feel me? The condition of being black, no matter what hue, black and female, no matter what hue, black and male, red and male, red and all the different ways that our beingness is experienced in the world as it is right now, this moment. But I'm convinced a lot of this shit that we say, I'm convinced is a part of the strategy that is used in medicine that we don't even question. We don't even question why we got to go to a gastroenterologist when I'm sitting in front of a motherfucker with PhD behind their last name. You can't tell me nothing about my stomach after 12 years in medical school. And the first 8 years of the medical school, your ass ain't even specializing yet, by the way. The first 8 years, your ass ain't even special. Your ass ain't became a podiatrist until your last 4 years in goddamn medical school. So you lying, but you can't make no money off telling me something about my abdomen while you looking at my tongue. The purposeful dichotomization of the human condition from inside out, top to bottom, and from your person extended onto the material world. The psychiatry, the psychology, the sociology, our relationship, and actual palpable, observable impact on one another, and our actual, identifiable, palpable, measurable impact on one another, and that shit having its impact on the planet Earth. Feel me? Okay. Now, that's how I got on that. So this colorism shit, this texturism shit, this what you call it, light skin privilege shit, this what y'all call it? What's the other thing? The featureism shit, you feel me? All that shit. Stop dichotomizing yourself. There is a way that we have to create based on our experience, not somebody telling us how we need to identify and articulate our experience for it to be valid in the white world in a way that they can understand. Because a lot of this shit, to me, my aggression against this shit, I will say, rounding that out, the reason I mentioned those things is because of the dichotomization. We can see it when it's warfare. how these same adversaries will deliberately seed information and agents into your community to bust up the unity in your community. How gentrification was a primary weapon and strategy to do just that. The early stages of gentrification were to target specifically Black communities that had at some time in their history had staged some type of rebellion against power. Every single city, community, town that had collectivized its efforts as Black people and had staged some type of rebellion, some type of aggression, some type of defense against the face of power at that time, those became the primary targeted areas for the gentrification project in the earlier years. Gentrification was born out of a strategy to bust up, to dichotomize Black political historical unity. That's what it was for. That's what it was for. So when people be out here talking about saying, genocide, gentrification is genocide, and they don't give you a historical context, not recognizing that we have 3 generations of young people who don't know what the fuck you talking about when you say gentrification is genocide. They think it's just some white hipsters moving into the community and then raising up the property value, and then because they can't keep up, they got to move out. And so that don't seem, it's fucked up, but like, genocide, like how you gonna equate gentrification with genocide? You know how you can equate gentrification with genocide? Because it's not just the theft of homes and the forcible increase of property value. It's the loss of life that comes with it. We used to say in the party, every time a white person move into a Black community, somebody is going to die. We were crystal clear. Why? Because every time a white person moves into an all Black community, the very first thing that they do is call the police about everything. I smell my neighbor's barbecue in the backyard all the way in my house. That was a real call. That was a real call. These Black kids have a basketball goal in the middle of the street. They're playing basketball in the middle of the street. You done moved into somebody else's motherfucking neighborhood, and the first thing that you begin to do is to call the police. But is that foreign? Is that quote? That's why I be telling y'all this bullshit about Karen syndrome. Stop saying that shit. I am convinced that it was a strategic way to reduce the violent, deadly impact of white women weaponizing their white femininity. It is not Karen syndrome. And so y'all all crack up, oh, she a Karen. Oh, she completely detached from the historical seed that gave rise to this psychosis that white women collectively are experiencing because they can't articulate why they so mad when they see Black people happy, why they so mad when they see Black people at a party, why they so mad when they see Black people cooking out. They cannot articulate it either because they too do not have the historical reference for where it came from. It comes from the very real relationship that white women in particular had to power for a change that they had always been denied. And that power came only as a consequence of the enslavement of Black people and the goddamn genocide of indigenous people. All this shit has an origin, but we live in a world now where for the last, especially 3 generations, young people from millennials on have been taught these watered down, fucked up comedic versions of the gruesomeness, the unending gruesomeness of colored people's, I say colored because I can say it. You see, I can say it. Colored people's experience in this country, and that experience was forced upon them by the white aristocracy of Europe and the church. It was the white aristocracy and the church hauling all of these goddamn victimized white people, poor peasants, serfs, powerless, goddamn, you feel me? Haul all these goddamn white people over here, and for the first time, even the poor, even the degraded, even the enslaved, even the permanently in prison, even the goddamn maimed and shit, they too now experience power for the first time in their lives. And all that their aristocracy, who just kicked their ass just a half a second ago in Europe, all their aristocracy required of them was to be willing participants in the subjugation of others. That's all they required. That's all they required. And the white people didn't even say we was going to make you rich. Your ass still going to be here and be poor. Your ass, who we was just kicking your ass, across the water just a half a second ago, we still gonna be kicking your ass. But we will pay you while we kicking your ass. We will break you off some penance still, but we will break you off some. And for people who had not just a half a second been off the landlord's land where all they could do is grow enough food for them to eat, they're like, damn, just to come up over here. Just to come up over here. So white women in their internalizing of what power means to them, it's the only expression of power that they have had access to, is always in contest, is always in competition, it's always on top of, it's always at the end of a gun or a whip or some shit, in their direct antagonism toward Black people in general and Black women and children in particular. That white women's primary outlet of aggression for 400 years of captivity and enslavement, their primary target outlet was Black women and children. That shit is etched in their blood, just like enslavement and all of the pathologies that come with it is etched in our blood. And so y'all will try to soften what you're experiencing, what you are witnessing with your actual eyes, and say that it's something else. Why can you do that? Why do you do that? Because you was born under that Bible. You was born under that Quran. You was born under that Torah that told you. All three of them say the same thing in that Old Testament, though, don't they? Rely not on your own eyes. That's what your words say. Trust not your own eyes. Rely not on your own understanding. Do not, what did it say? Something to the effect of your heart is wicked, or something to that effect. Rely not on your heart. Don't trust your heart. Don't trust your eyes. Don't trust what you hear. What them things inform you of, and they teach you something. Don't even rely on your understanding. All this information that come into your senses that tell you one thing, and then your Bible say, if you don't want to bust the gates of hell wide open, you won't believe what your own brain tells you by your very real senses in its relationship to the world and environment around you. Be not concerned with the things of this world, even as you have witnessed genocide uninterrupted, not since October 7th. Genocide has been uninterrupted since day one. Since the inception of America, since the inception of the British Empire, since the inception of the Roman Catholic Church, since the inception of the pagan Roman Empire, since the inception of Greece, the so-called democratic society y'all always want to hold up, while the democracy was up the fuck here, and it was literally comfortably resting on a massive pedestal of abject, outright, goddamn enslavement, degradation, cannibalism, and all the things y'all talk about are conspiracies right now. This shit ain't conspiracies. It's since day one. Since day one. All the way back to the seeding of patriarchy itself. Genocide has been the order of, not only the order of the day, the cornerstone. What's that song Bob Marley used to sing? The name of the song is Cornerstone. The stone that the stone that the builder refused will always be the head cornerstone. Sing it, brother. But his ass believe the Bible. So who he talking about? I got to revisit every song about Bob. I love Bob, but I'm going back and listening to all this Bob Marley music, and I'm like, oh my God, this shit is diabolical. Here I'm thinking, if you want to listen to some good, feel-good music and so many of the songs based on the spiritual system that I told y'all, the cover of the album that's called, it's called, I can see it in my mind's eye. It's called, I can't even think of the name of the album, but the cover of the album is Bob Marley as a cartoon character on top of a great white stallion whose front hooves are raised in the air, victorious. He's got a spear, no, he's got a sword in his hand, raised up to the heavens, Bob Marley, with his locks flailing in the wind, and he on this big old white stallion, and his mane flailing in the wind. And underneath the hooves of this motherfucking white stallion is a great giant purple dragon. I said, oh, Confrontation. That's the name of the goddamn album. Confrontation. The sun's victory in his subduing of the great primordial. Right there. And don't you know he had to know that? Don't you know he had to know that? Because that's what your Bible teaches you in the story. That in the Revelations, when quote, Jesus is finally victorious over the Leviathan. And what do they say in the Old Testament about the Leviathan? They say that the Leviathan is like a great fish. So in the Old Testament, the Leviathan is a great fish. And in the Revelation, in the New Testament, the Leviathan is a great primordial dragon, an ocean dragon, a serpent. What does that sound like? Now that we know better, now that I done taught you better, what does that sound like? She who is both the fish and the serpent. She who is both the fish and the serpent. Is everywhere. It's everywhere. What was I saying? God damn it. Anyway. So somebody reminded me what the fuck I was saying before I got on Bob Marley. God damn it. Java wants to say I'm seeing it now on Google with my face all scrunched up. Oh my God. Yes. See, there you go. It says the Bob Marley album with a cartoon. Thank you, Ken's color box. The Bob Marley album with the cartoon cover is Confrontation, released posthumously in 1983. The cover art depicts Bob Marley as Saint George slaying a dragon that represents Babylon. Why does it represent Babylon? Because this is the first time we hear of the sun raising up against his mother, the great primordial creatrix of the universe, who is always seen as a serpent, as a great primordial dragon. And he, her ungrateful, unruly son, slays her, the goddess Tiamat. That's why Babylon. You understand? Anyway, what was I saying before I got up on that? I was talking about the dichotomization. Oh, and how, yes, I remember. So we are primed, not just in this age, right? I was talking about the Karen syndrome, right? And talking about the seed of that shit, but it was a part and parcel to this colorism, this dichotomization of the human condition. When I say the human condition, I mean everything. The dichotomization of history, what history is going to be allowed for us to peek at, what history is going to be kept behind closed doors. Like right now today, not a side note. Right now today, I just talked to my homeboy on the phone for like 4 hours the other day. And it occurred to me then, like every single period since the burgeoning of patriarchy, great transitional periods in human history where power is being where established power is being challenged. Every single solitary time in history, at least quote modern history, where the face of power, the establishment of power at that time is actually being challenged, always being challenged from the ground up. You feel me? Whenever empire or wherever power is being challenged, guess what happens every single solitary? And it didn't occur to me until just the other day. Every single time you have these great periods in history where power is being challenged and the pendulum swings in the opposite direction. Guess what corresponds with this transfer of power? Typically, that transfer of power is happening between powerful forces. It may be those on the bottom that generate generate the swell, that generate the energy, that create, like, for example, you got some slaves that raise up against their quote obvious oppressor, and in this rebellion, it creates a destabilization of the power that's being targeted, and in its weakness, in its destabilization, because it's got this quote groundswell of rebellion, the powers on the periphery is like, oh, this bitch is weak. This might be the time we need to go coast the poor people, coast the slave, coast the goddamn rebellion of the impoverished, of the enslaved. We need to coast the wave they've generated out of a real need for freedom. We can slide because we got power too, you feel me? And we can slide the fuck up on in there because they have destabilized our opposition, who we ain't had no smoke to fight, because we recognize they stronger than we are. They more consolidated than we are. So we play nice all this time. But now that they slaves, they rebels, they poor people don't raise the fuck up, they done created a kink in the armor that allows us to swoop in, ghost this motherfucker, and now they become our slaves. This has happened historically. You create the conditions to stage an actual contest, but because you have been systematically, perpetually dichotomized in your consciousness, in your understanding, in your worldview, in your relationship to others, that even if they don't look like you, y'all got the actual same lived experience, but they look like they look, and they believe what they believe, and they pray this way, and we pray this way, and so we can't fuck with them motherfuckers, you feel me? Even though out their mouth, their expressions, their sighs are of an exhaustion on suffering, because they don't look like us. We can't fuck with them. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got no friends. And so your little measly ass ain't got no political, military, strategic training of no kind. You ain't got no money in the bank. You can't fund no rebellion. You can't maintain no rebellion, because your ass, I can only do this shit for about 3 days. You feel me? And then I got to go back to work, bitch. Bitch got to eat. Meanwhile, your dichotomization and your perpetual chasms, you feel me? Those of us who make up the foundation of this pedestal that the opulent live on top of. Because you have been so successfully dichotomized in every single aspect, in every single way in your life, spiritually, physically, medically, culturally, socially, because you have been so successfully dichotomized, and this is long-standing, this is not a new phenomenon, it's just the newest presentation of an old ass phenomenon, man. Because the other thing that corresponds with this, y'all make the little rebellion, you feel me? Y'all set some shit off, you feel me? And so there's this contest, right? And now the other motherfuckers that came in, 2-3 motherfuckers who all trying to seize power, even if they got to divvy up the power of the motherfucker that's weakened because they got a slave rebellion, you feel me? They might even gang up with some opposition just to make sure, because look, he richer than both of us. If we can stage this contest, it's still a come up, even if we got to split the shit down the middle. You feel me? Cool. So this shit happening up here. And so now you have this opportunity for the pendulum of power to not settle harmoniously in the middle with those who have used their life, blood, energy, and essence to set the shit off in the first place. No, the pendulum doesn't settle in the center. It swings from one extreme to the other. And the other extreme may have a different face. The other extreme may present a different mask. The other extreme may give you bigger pieces of what you create. They may let you have a little more of the wealth that you actually produce and call it a wage. You did good. You feel me? Let me give you a 20-cent raise. You did good. They may give you a little teeny piece more. You understand? They may even grow what resembles a conscience and give you some health insurance. You're like, oh my God. In California, we got health insurance. Meanwhile, your ass is still being robbed blind. You feel me? Your ass still can barely afford to live. You feel me? The goddamn homelessness population is literally growing at light speed around you. You know that any day your ass is liable to be right up on to see your brand new furniture out on the goddamn street curb because you missed 1 month of rent. You feel me? Same thing back then. And so when the pendulum swings, instead of benefiting those who are always staging the contest, bitch, it's always your genius. It's always you. Everything. Listen, when I tell you your birth is an act of rebellion, I want you to hear me. I want you to hear me. Your birth is an act of rebellion. Every year you earn is an act of rebellion. Every breath you take, you may not see it that way, but your adversary does, bitch. Every breath you take is an act of rebellion. When I told y'all that story about the king, Naeem Akbar, and he said that every time you see a black couple, it's a walking miracle. Honey, every black couple is a fucking act of rebellion. If the dude ain't, being driven around by the white male patriarch in his head. If the white male patriarch in his head is losing the battle, what you're looking at is a miracle. Whenever you see a black couple together, you're looking at an act of rebellion. You're looking at an act of rebellion. Feel me? Every grade you complete successfully is an act of rebellion. If you graduate and decide and make the declaration that you are going to an HBCU, they act offended. You like, why? Y'all offended. That shit is bizarre. Y'all don't like us. Y'all don't like to see us. Y'all don't like us to be in your space. So wouldn't this be like a natural conclusion? It was like, you go the fuck over there where y'all people be at. No. White people in mass, especially progressives. You're going to go to an HBCU and act confused. Because even if they cannot articulate their mannerisms and their facial expressions, which are obvious, the seed of that shit is the seed that's been planted in them too. That if black people don't center us, that if black people center themselves, this is a problem for us. And so we need to have black friends. We need to marry black people. We need to have black children, because if they ever decide that they don't need a relationship with us, they understand this shit collectively. Even if they don't believe it in their conscious mind. I've heard white women say, I don't know where that came from. Why did I say that? I know exactly where it came from. And I will believe them in the moment. I really believe. They don't know where that shit came from. A lot of racists are not conscious racist. Hell, the majority of white progressives that y'all asses know are racist. Is that a stretch? We all have been born to develop split personalities disorder. That's what this shit teaches us to do. To have mixed loyalties, to have split personalities disorder, to not trust our eyes, to not trust our heart, our tongue will betray us. All this, our whole body is at odds with us, at war with us. All our body, our flesh is always seeking to send us to hell. So we can't trust none of our senses. That's what the Bible tells you. That's what the Bible tells you. You cannot trust, even though supposedly the same God that's saying this shit supposedly crafted you with his own bare hands and breathed the breath of life into you perfect, that in his stereotypical two-faced way say one thing and contradict himself over here. But did he contradict himself, or was this the strategy of weaponized incompetence? Playing both sides of the fence to make sure that you, as a soldier of the Lord, a soldier in God's army, you have to have split personalities disorder. You have to be, you have to literally see. You have to literally see a white-skinned person calling themselves a minority, and under the auspice of the blanket victimization of the so-called minority, be able to execute in real time on the air every day, sharpshooters targeting children, killing women, humiliating men, decimating churches, bombing hospitals and libraries and schools, raping human beings, breaking into people's houses, the men and the women, frothing at the mouth, and proclaim out of the same person that they are progressive. And the way that they can do that is because this strategy that ensures split personalities disorder puts them at war with themselves. That's what you're witnessing. And so we see white-skinned, European-descended people living on somebody else's shit. And there are still people black as me equating anti-Semitism with hostile, colonially imposed, or in its origin, hostility from white-skinned people against black folks and against red folks and against brown folks. And we will say that the two are the same. That anti-Semitism is just as harmful, just as bad, just as pervasive, just as prevalent as all these other colonies. I heard a rabbi on CNN the other day say that Jewish people in America are the historically most marginalized people in this country. He said it out of his mouth in an interview on CNN with a straight face. With a straight face. And so what is the origin of that? Where you will see white-skinned people commit an active aggression against non-white people, but because they are the chosen people who have, quote, historically been the victims of the whole world. Everybody on earth has victimized this poor, one isolated group of people. And because they have been the perpetual victims of the evil Gentile world, they are chronically, perpetually, historically, because this ain't the first time, historically, chronically, perpetually absolved of all obvious wrongdoing. Obvious. Everywhere. You are literally looking at, I'm talking about in actual presentation, a white person that until they tell you that they Jewish, until they tell you they real birth name, because they so victimized, they so sought after, they so oppressed in America that they have to hide their last name so nobody know they Jewish. You feel me? And you are looking at the wealthiest group of human beings in the country. Am I lying? I shared the stats with y'all. There's the last time I looked, it was 909, but apparently over a month, there have become, that went from 909 to 1,135 billionaires in the United States of America. And at the last time I checked the statistics, 54% of them were Jewish. How that math? If supposedly there ain't but 1.9 million Jews in the United States of America. How does math? There ain't but 15 million Jews. Have them tell it. There ain't but 15 million Jews on earth. That's their stats. That's what they say. That there ain't but 15 million Jews on the whole planet? For real? But every Jewish household I've worked in the 7 years I've been here, that whole go forth, be fruitful, and multiply shit, they take that shit personal. They be having gang of babies. So y'all just ain't had no babies? Y'all been here. Christopher Columbus was Jewish. He was a Spanish Jew. Christopher Columbus was Jewish. So y'all done been here since day one. And that ain't my opinion. I heard a rabbi talk about it on a goddamn interview that most people don't know. They just think, okay, he was from Spain, so he was Spanish. He was a Spanish Jew. There was Jewish people in Spain. As a matter of fact, under Elizabeth being ousted from Spain at the very time because she hated Jews. Yep. So they've been here since day one. They didn't come over here as immigrants in the 1800s, just as immigrants in the 1800s. They've been up in here since day one, taking sides, integrations, all that shit. You feel me? And so we sitting here, and supposedly that math don't math to me. Here, just in LA, there are 3.8 million people in LA. 3.8 million people. Baby, I can throw a rock out my window and hit a goddamn synagogue. Okay? I can throw a rock out of any window in my house and hit a synagogue. That ain't just about Jewish people neither, because you can throw a rock out a window and hit a mosque. You can throw a rock out a window and hit a church. This shit is densely populated with them three brothers. Who the three brothers? Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, aka Catholicism. They deep out here. They squad deep out here. And of course they would be squad deep out here, because this is the face of global propaganda that always serves all three of their interests. It does. All three of them are served. Even if for you, they fake fight in your face. The evil, bad guy, Islam, Islamic State. There's always the terrorist in all the movies. They the Hades. They're like, I'll take that shot. Long as we get paid, bitch. We'll take that shot. Y'all want to have a war? We got some minions we can sit out there on some Islamic zealotry to go and fight our little war for us. Long as we get paid, we'll be the perpetual bad guy. We'll play the underground. We'll play the underground. How else do you explain that Arab nations today are second to the United States, are minerally though the wealthiest? Well, not even minerally. They're wealthy because they too have mastered the art of thieving. Yes, they have some mineral wealth, but Africa is still the minerally wealthiest continent on earth. But the Middle East, numerically in dollars and cents, second to the United States, the wealthiest nation, the wealthiest collection of nations on earth, Arab-speaking countries. But they the perpetual bad guys in your life, in your media, in your understanding, in your social consciousness. They the perpetual bad guy. Why? Because all three of those religions are the brethren of the great Abraham, the great progenitor. You feel me? And so, do you really think that that Jews and Muslims are at odds and at war? The pawns might be. But the custodians of the strategic blueprint called Judaism, the custodians of the strategic blueprint called Islam, the custodians of the strategic blueprint called the Roman Catholic Church and his son, the Protestant religion, the Protestant breakoff. It don't matter how much blood they lay on the altar of their singular, with many faces, their singular war god. It don't matter how many. They look at all these bodies. Bitches still gonna have babies. They still. Y'all want to go to war unending? Let's go. We got a good influx. We got a good influx of cannon fodder that we can offer to this altar called war. You understand? As long as we get paid. As long as we get paid, as long as we can maintain our level of comfort, all that opulence you see in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and y'all be like, yeah, girl, I'm going to go on vacation to Abu Dhabi. You understand? You feel me? And so, this is one more thing. So we always making a contest. We always looking for the break, looking for the king. It's always us that's making this shit unsteady. I'm telling you, it's always you. It is not the benevolence of some so-called progressive. I'm telling you, every discomfort, every reaction, because what you are seeing by Trump, his administration, and all of these complicit motherfuckers, whether they red, whether they blue, whether they so-called independent, whether they the Green Party, all of them are complicit in the movings about of the state. They may be opposed philosophically, but they are not staging a contest. Therefore, they are still complicit. They are still complicit. You feel me? It is not them. It's not some benevolent great someone that you have voted into office that is going to do the right thing once he get up in there. That it's never them that has made no change, bitch. Even as you have voted and you fought for the right to vote. Voting is never what changed your lived condition for the better. I promise you. Voting has never. Not one time, not even when you thought it was like something great, like some legislation, you feel me, or some, what you call it, civil rights or some gay rights, what. It's not the legislation. It's not your vote to ensure the legislation that changed your lived experience. It is the contest that you waged. It's the contest that you waged that changed your lived condition. And I'm telling you, if you can internalize that it was your goddamn contest, the perpetual staging of a contest that has changed, that has always resulted in a better outcome for yourself, and you give credit to some Democratic president or some progressive somebody up in office or some senator so-and-so, you just turned your power, the power of your victory, over to somebody who ain't have shit to do with your victory. It's A plus B equals C. Everything else is out the equation. A plus B equals C. Your ass is oppressed. That's A. B, because you oppressed, it's a natural condition for every living organism on earth to stage an opposition to that which threatens its life. Every organism on earth. Do you know that when a tapeworm is acting like a parasite in your body, that it too has an immune system that protects it and its parasitic behavior protects it from you, from your immune system trying to expel it. Did you know that? Did you know that tapeworms and hookworms, they too have an immune system that protects them from your immune system trying to kill them? Did you know that? And so if A is your oppression, if A is the conditions that you live in that are not optimal, the conditions that you live in that are not abundant, the conditions that you live in that are completely contradictory to what your limbic brain, quote, your reptilian brain, quote, what your internal spirit tells you is, I'm supposed to be living a life of ease. I'm supposed to be living a life of luxury. And I'm not talking about through white opulent lens luxury. I'm talking about, even though Bible say, why do you worry? He got his eye on the sparrow and he love you, so why you worry? Shit gonna work out. Ain't this a slap in the face? That's some straight gaslighting ass bullshit is what it is. He said there's no point in worrying. There's no need to worry. Because if you worry, it means you do not have faith. Ain't that what the Bible teach you? That if you worry, you can't possibly have faith. And if God got his eye on the sparrow and the sparrow know every day he gonna eat, then why you worry? Because God love you, so you gonna eat. Ain't that some gaslighting ass bullshit? What it teaches you is completely against your internal innate knowing that you can literally look out in the world and see, even with all the shit that's happening in the earth, birds still gonna fly, they still gonna sing, flowers still gonna grow, trees still gonna drop fruit if these people ain't fucking with it, you feel me? Like shit, like the earth is still just doing what she do, just creating and generating, and you know what I'm saying, and surveying the terrain to see how she need to make adjustments here and there. You literally walk out your front door and see the evidence of the ongoing, uninterrupted evolutionary process, and you are outside of that. And so you are at war with yourself. That's how I got on this whole thing, was talking about y'all abundance rituals, and stop beating yourself the fuck up about why you struggling. And in your abundance ritual, you really need to remove these obstacles, and you internalize the obstacles, or you just don't know how to budget your checkbook correctly, and you do not know how to make wise investments in shit. Anyway, so we look outside and see the ease. That's why we feel so good when we go hiking. That's why we feel so lovely when we go lay out at the beach. That's why we go, whenever we go outside, see, she quiet in the madness. She a whisper in the madness. Feel me? In the YouTube and Facebook and the this and that, and you seeing people dying every day, and Trump's doing all kind of crazy malignant shit. But as soon as you go on a little hike right down the street, out in the woods, minding your own business, seeing the little bugs do their thing and the little birds do their thing, and everything around you is chilling but you. Everything around you is good but you. Every entity, every creature on earth, even in the madness imposed on it, is still out here thriving, except you. That's the A. Your flesh, your blood, your cellular memory, your limbic system is telling you, bitch, this is the life you're supposed to have. The life you're supposed to have is one of ease. The life that, contrary to what you believe, the life that you're supposed to have, the life that was guaranteed you the moment that you breathed your first breath, was a life of ease, a life of abundance, a life of care. And just to make sure you didn't forget it, I made sure that you could not take care of yourself for at least, like, without being in your mother's proximity, for at least the first 5 to 7 years. I need your mama to be a constant reminder of the abundance that you are guaranteed. And the abundance that you are guaranteed isn't just you got a place to live and she feeds you. The abundance is, especially in the first 2 years of life where you can do no wrong, all you have to do is alert your mother. All you have to do is say, and she is jolly on the spot, no grudge, no anger. As a matter of fact, she's smiling. Baby, what's the matter? Baby crying. What's the matter? All you have to, and then you learn very quickly in this response by this great giant being that you see, that you know your life depends on. And all I got to do is cry. And if I cry a certain way, she'll know why I'm crying. She know the difference between my hungry cry and my poopy cry. That all you had to do for the first 2 years of your life, and really nothing in return. Just be happy. That's all because that's all she was doing. Every move you, every call you make, she is responding to in the attempts to make you happy. That's it. She changed your diaper because she wants you to be happy. She feeds you because she wants you to be happy. Every time you laugh, she laughing. You feel me? That's our starting point. So she said, look, you're guaranteed abundance from the moment you take your first breath. But just to make sure you remember, you feel me? I'm going to give you some extended time with your mama, where her whole life, her whole existence for that period of time is centered not only around your well-being, but around your happiness. Her whole existence is centered around her role in maintaining your happiness. This is our Mother Earth. So as soon as we go hiking, we're like, damn, I didn't even know I needed that. Damn, I only walked for like 20 minutes. But it felt like I just let loose like a ton of weight. Because as soon as you outside the madness, the constructed madness, she's like, now can you see? Can you see? None of this shit that has been imposed on you is your destiny. Now in the seeing, it's unfortunate, but in the seeing, she's calling on you because she's like, I'm giving you everything you need. Everything you need, you got already. I'm just trying to remind you that once you observe and once you see and once all the little layers are pulled off and it's simplified and it's plain and you trust your eyes again and you trust your ears again and you trust your own voice again and you trust your heart again, and you trust your skin, and you trust your experience and your interpretation of the world around you, once you can see again, once you can truly see, now there is a decision that you have to make. Because I've done what I can do. I've given you everything. I've given you this beautiful orchestra in the heavens right now that has not existed for 25,000 years, bitch. I've given you a giant galactic platter of goodness that guarantees that once this pendulum swings, it's not swinging to another extreme in a different face of your oppression. That once this motherfucker finally stops, you are the beneficiary. Who are you? The whole of us. Who are you? Those who have been perpetually robbed since the advent of patriarchy. Those of you who have been perpetually robbed. No matter your complexion, no matter where you came from, no matter who your mama looked like, the majority of people on earth are suffering. The majority of people on earth are suffering. You understand? And so she said, that's what I'm talking to. And so once you know, and once you actually begin to trust yourself again. And so this again started with this whole thing that was just supposed to be an introduction about how to prepare yourself nominally for your little blood moon rituals this Monday. But this is a word that the mother had today, baby, because listen, She said, do not write your abundance check if you do not visualize in your mind's eye the great web constructed by the sun gone rogue. Who is the primary personification of the peak of the sun gone rogue in this modern age? It is fucking billionaires. They the primary target. It's not exclusive. It ain't exclusive, but they a good place to start. These 1,135 motherfuckers calling themselves billionaires on Earth, that's a good place to start. It's a good place to start. So when you doing your abundance rituals, when you taking your Oshun bath to attract abundance, when you doing your little cinnamon and sugar at your doorway and all of these, do your thing. Doing your little bay leaf and burning it under the light of the moon and all these things y'all do, capturing your moon water, you feel me? So you can power up between the next moon and shit. Instead of having in your mind, because that's what you do. Because you be saying it. You be saying, you know, I just want to do a meditation where I am removing any obstacles that are in the way of me and my money and me and my abundance. But I guarantee you 99.9% of y'all that are repeating this goddamn meditation, because I listened to a few of them last night because I wanted to have some inspiration for the meditation that I'm writing for you guys, right? And so I'm listening to Black Moon Lilith, Blood Moon meditation, Hecate, Blood Moon meditation, this and this and this and this and this. And yeah, they add a little quote dark shit in, right? A little passion, a little desire and shit like that. But child, how y'all got the goddamn dark goddesses doing meditations where I still don't believe y'all, because y'all ain't put no energy up in there that says you ain't got no ambiguous obstacles, bitch. I guess that's what I'm getting to. Your obstacles ain't ambiguous. Your obstacles ain't invisible. Your obstacles are not obtuse. You feel me? Your obstacles ain't some cosmic force that's imperceivable and imperceptible. Because that's how y'all be talking about your obstacles. Like you don't know what your obstacles are. Or you either be internalizing that the obstacle is you. Damn, I have been guilty. Even these last 2 weeks, y'all, I've only been up on here, 3 times in the last 3 weeks? I've been up in here really stressing. I'll be honest. And then I had to yank my chain. I had to deliberately rally on my behalf. I am human, living in a world that is perpetually at odds with my being, at odds with my becoming. Everything around me is teaching me that I am inherently flawed by birth. Oh, poor you. You are both black and female, bitch. Damn. That's a rough shot. That ain't a motherfucker got to say that shit for that to be what is being perpetuated. When y'all talk about colorism, are y'all talking about black men? Never. When's the last time you heard somebody use colorism within the context of a light-skinned black man and a dark-skinned black man? When the last time you seen that? You know exactly who they talk about when they talk about colorism. When they talk about texturism, are they talking about brothers? From the lightest to the dark, are they talking about brothers when they talk about texturism? Do white girls who love brothers so much, do they be giving them a hard time if they got a fro or if they got braids or if their hair is 4C? Oh no, you're really good looking and I know you're a basketball player and you're really rich, but I really cannot. I can't. I mean, your hair. Do they do that? Do they do that if they nose too big? White girls who call themselves attracted to black men. Do black men be suffering from texturism and featureism and colorism and big booty having ism or whatever ism they want to superimpose on so-called black people? It ain't black people, bitch. It ain't black people that's experiencing all these little isms, these dichotomizations that y'all have superimposed on the group. It's us. It's us. It's black women. And it's not just black women who may be the descendants of Africa. It's also black ass-skinned women in India. They at least suffer from the colorism and the featureism thing. You feel me? It's black-skinned, black as me skinned Filipino women among Filipino people who are victimized by this bullshit. You understand? So your obstacles are not obtuse. Your obstacles are not invisible. Your obstacles are not imperceivable and imperceptible. You understand? Listen, this is something I really had to walk with, because my mother is the literal diametrical opposite of me. She is a nerd about every single penny. You cannot talk to her. You cannot dial her phone while at the end of every month on a specific day with a bottle of wine and her favorite TV show playing in the background, while she takes the 3 hours that it is going to take for her to balance her checkbook for the month to make sure that what she remembers spending actually matches what the balance is in her checkbook, and that everything is above board. And that was my whole life, watching my mom in this little ritual with her money. And I promise you, that is why I am the exact opposite of my mama. Reckless. I don't keep no notes. I might look on my online banking once in a blue moon. You feel me? I'm terrible. But I even made up my mind, even as the temple. Once the temple is functioning the way that it's supposed to function, we're going to have at least 2 accountants, because you know the history of Black people hiring accountants and they be fucking up their money on purpose type of shit. We're going to have at least 2, maybe 3 accountants from different worldviews and specialities. And at the end of every month, when we got to be doing our reports, you feel me? We are going to compare what the 3 accountants bring to the table in terms of our budget, the ins and the outs. We're going to compare against the 3. Ain't nobody going to be trying to get over the fuck on what we trying to build. Ain't nobody going to have us out here falling for the okie doke or none of that shit. You feel me? But I am clear. When the temple is functioning the way that I want it to function, and I am making the money that I want to make as a consequence of being freed up by what's happening in the temple, I'm going to make $250,000 a year. Not off the temple. I am going to make $250,000 off a year off my genius, off book writing, finally, off writing music, finally, off playing concerts, bitch. I'm up in here practicing all 3 of my instruments on the regular. I'm about to shine on y'all ass. But it's the temple freeing up space, not only for myself, but for every person that becomes involved. Is when we collectivize our efforts that everybody is freed up. Not out here trying to make the fucking impossible happen by our goddamn self. And so I'm certain about what my life is going to be once we can finally consolidate the collectivizing of our efforts. And as soon as that happens, as soon as I have the money in my possession that already fucking belongs to me, you feel me? The first thing I'm doing is hiring a personal accountant. And I don't want to know shit, but what I have to spend, what do I have at my disposal to spend? You listen, I'm not going to pay a bill. I promise you. I'm not going to pay a bill. I'm not going to think about the quote science of money. I'm not going to think about the quote ins and outs of money. I am going to secure the money that I need to live as completely stress-free and guaranteed in abundance as the first few years of my life with my mama. I didn't have to worry about none of that shit. I was fed when I needed to be. I was bathed when I needed to be. My life was effortless and secured and certain. My life was the reason that children, people always be talking about babies like between the ages of 0 and 3, how they're fearless. Like, damn, that baby will just jump off of anything, whatever. As soon as they discover their legs, baby, it's on and popping. They will take the hits. They will take the falls. They will boot their head up against something, shrug it off and keep it moving. Let's do it again. Let's find something else to get up. The reason that they can have that they live that way, and it makes us uncomfortable because we're like, oh my God, my baby. And they tell you, don't be doing that. Because that's how you instill fear in the baby. The baby doesn't have any boundaries. The baby doesn't understand boundaries. Why? Because you have provided them the perfect circle of protection. They can live boundlessly because they know mama is somewhere right around the corner. That if I hurt myself, it ain't gonna last long because mama gonna kiss it and make it better. And so they aren't even afraid of getting hurt. And it wasn't until my daughter and my grandkids moved here that I really started, because I've talked to y'all about this a lot, about, the temple, and and how ecstasy is how we pray and all of this shit. It comes from someplace. It comes from this perfect circle of certainty, this perfect circle of trust that I know we live in a patriarchal world. That shit has infected every space. I get it. I get that in general, there might be some of you who did not have this specific experience. For a great majority, even people who are poor, and I talked to you a couple of weeks ago about how the reason my daughter grown ass moved back to terrible ass Florida is because I was too effective at providing this perfect circle of protection. And so she only has this beautiful, awesome, wonderful, always fun memory of Florida because I shielded her from that which would infect it. And that's what our mothers do from 0 to at least 3 before they start chastising us or spanking us or punishing us or telling us no. And then that fearlessness, that boundlessness, that ever-present enthusiasm that we have just for existing, that rests on a foundation of certainty. Children don't have a concept of fear until we teach it to them. Children do not have a concept of what they, quote, don't have a right to and do have a right to do based on their skin or based on their gender until we teach them. Little girls shouldn't do that until we teach them on default, because our programming is certain. Our programming is, whoop, and as soon as a kid gets a certain age is when our programming kicks in. They ain't as cute no more if they're over 3. Their challenge to you is not cute anymore. So you tell them, shut up, stop talking. Children should be seen and not heard. You teaching your children with this bullshit regurgitation of the seeds of your oppression, that they don't have a right to be seen. They don't have a right to be heard. That the only lovable child is one who is not seen and not heard, one who can be quiet. The only child that deserves to be loved are those that are without question willing to comply. And if that compliance means that they too must simultaneously become a smaller version of themselves, that's the only way they can get a hug. That's the only way they can get a kiss. That's the only way mama can. Now, all of a sudden, every time her baby say mama, she like, don't you know your baby see that? Don't you know that baby feel that in their body when you do that? Even if you turn your head because you don't want them to see your ugly ass face expression when you do that shit. I used to tell my daughter that shit. My daughter, man, is a wonderful human being, but she was overwhelmed and she was suffering from postpartum and she had a lot going on. And so even when I would try to gently counsel her, she would breastfeed my grandson, man. And Zane had not seen her all day. Zane was in daycare and he has been nursing for 2 years. And so she would come home and right away nurse him. But he would cry when she would come home like, Mama, he couldn't really articulate, Mama, I really missed you. I hadn't seen you all day. And I used to be, just a second ago in my little short lifetime, I used to be on you all the time, all day. Now I done gone 8 hours without seeing you, Mama. She's like, damn, can I just use the bathroom when I walk in the house? Like, do you think he understands that, Morgan? Do you think he understands that? Pick up your son and let him know that you are happy to see him. And then explain to him, baby, Mama's going to go use the bathroom really quick. And then I will sit on the couch with you and nurse you. She would nurse him with an attitude. I'm like, baby, every single expression of an emotion that you have is not just your mannerisms. It's not just your facial expression. There is a hormone, there is a chemical reaction flooding your blood with every emotional high and low you experience. And your ass is breastfeeding your son with this fluctuation in your stress hormones and your love hormones. Plus, he was born 3 weeks after lockdown. So the whole first year he was alive, he didn't see people's mouths move. And in the absence of what should have been one of the senses that was being strengthened to teach him what he needed to learn about human interaction, he was so super sensitive because all the other all the other senses had to compensate for the absence of all of these babies that were born within the first 3 months to 6 months of lockdown. And this was their introduction to the world. Their acculturation into the world was seeing every adult human being on earth in a fucking mask. I'm going to tell you now, the doctor in me has said since day one, there are going to be long-term, unidentifiable yet implications for COVID babies in particular. That first year where we were all locked down and all in masks for 2 years, there are going to be identifiable implications in less than a decade for those children that were born during the height of COVID. I'm telling you, we already see it, but our adversary has already jumped right on time, hardcore, right away with pathologizing these children. Oh, they just got ADD. They just got ADHD. They just got this and this and this and this. A lot of them will be misdiagnosed autistic. Yep. And I told Morgan when she moved to Florida, I said, I know you're taking the babies for regular checkups and all of this shit. I said, don't you let no motherfucker tell you that my grandson is autistic. Don't do it. Your son was literally born in the most terrible circumstances. These motherfuckers would not let any of us, not her husband, not me, not my mom. My daughter labored in that goddamn hospital by herself for 2 days to deliver my grandson. For 2 days. My baby labored. When I say my baby had post-traumatic stress disorder, I mean that shit. My baby was traumatized to be in that goddamn hospital in Dothan, Alabama by herself, laboring for 2 days, and they would not let anyone come and see her. Her baby was surrounded by her stress hormones in her delivery. There are going to be absolutely palpable, visible implications of COVID, particularly. We're already seeing the implications of children who are already teenagers and the sophomores, juniors, and seniors who those years that were supposed to be, quote, the best years of their lives were robbed from them. We're already seeing the implications of COVID in this particular age group with a surge. I just read it 2 weeks ago, a surge in suicides of this same age group. And nobody is equating it from this catastrophe that was COVID and every government's response to the shit. And that it was children. It was our children who bore the brunt of that shit. It's my grandchildren who, I am telling you, I know it. I can see it clearly. That by the time Zane is 10 years old, I will be able to down the line. And I don't even know if anybody's conducting any studies on this. It was like everybody came out of COVID and was just like, okay, let's just forget that happened. There are going to be long-standing, for decades, implications of this moment in history. Yes, there will. Yes, there will. Yes, there will. And because somebody benefits from you not knowing, somebody benefits from you not making a connection to this collectively, globally, collectively crisis experience, globally, collectively crisis experience that we all had, not just what happened to babies and young people in school. Those first 2 months were catastrophic. Under the guise of not knowing how serious it was, so many millions of our elders, parents, elders, aunties, husbands, wives, being told that as they lay dying in a goddamn hospital, that no one could come and comfort them, no one could come and console them, no one could come and be with them as they transitioned. By the millions, this happened. Not only was it catastrophic, it was a fucking crime against humanity is what it was. It straight up was. And people having to move through trauma rapidly. I lived with a woman who lost 5 direct close family members. Because in the early stages, the population that was most violently impacted by COVID was Mexicans. I lived with a Mexican woman who lost 5 close family members, damn near one after the other during COVID, having to attempt to move from one tragedy to the next while still so paranoid because all the news was saying like the greatest death toll so far is still disproportionately Mexican people. So no, we haven't even begun to. And so what has been happening since COVID is these motherfuckers have been manufacturing crisis after crisis after crisis, and for every crisis, their wealth growth, their wealth abortions, their wealth balloons. For every crisis, their wealth balloons. For every single one. Every single one. They still estimate that 25,000 people in the city of in greater Los Angeles, Pacific Palisades, Altadena, and all the surrounding areas, they still estimate that 25,000 people in this city are homeless, technically homeless, as a consequence of the fires that just happened a few months ago. And you'll be hard pressed to hear anybody, local news, local newspaper, anybody talk about the fires no more. 50,000 lost businesses, permanently lost businesses. They didn't even give people fucking 4 months to recover from what they said was the greatest fire in the last 100 years in LA County. Didn't even give people 4 months to recover before sending armed fucking thugs throughout this city to kidnap that same victimized population that was barely recovering from the impact of COVID on this community out here. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know how I got on that, but it was purposeful. I guess it needed to come out. But now Trump and the French Revolution, circling back. The French Revolution and what you're seeing now, everybody's calling. We have to create new language. I'm not saying that in ambiguity. We have to create. When I say stop saying colorism, texturism, featureism, no, bitch, it's because you black. Not only is it because all of these ways that you experience blackness in a white male dominated society, all these ways that you experience blackness, you don't have to give it a cute little name. Call it what it is. This, if you want to use colorism, texturism, featureism, anti-blackness, and all of that shit, frame it within the context of this symptom here, texturism, is one of the multiplicities of presentations of good old-fashioned, unending, uninterrupted colonial white nationalism. I don't say white power, and I try not to say white supremacy or white power. The power is not theirs, just like the wealth is not theirs. It's nationalism that we're experiencing, not power. It's not power. It's nationalism. It's an insanity. It's a sickness. It's not power, and it's damn sure not supremacy. Supremacy is not what we're experiencing in our relationship to white people. Okay? We have to take possession and control of goddamn language. It's white nationalism. White nationalism being a symptom of patriarchy in this moment, in this period. The seed, the root is always patriarchy, because you can't say the same thing if you go to Asia and you don't see a white person for 2 weeks, 3 months, 4 years. You won't see another white person. But your black ass is still experiencing what you know is not Chinese nationalism. It's not. It's not. Because there's a history of Chinese people having a different kind of relationship with black skinned people. Because again, patriarchy is infectious. And so all of its offspring are too infectious. You feel me? So you can say that patriarchy in this Asian country where there ain't no white people, you feel me, is the blame. And you can say what you are experiencing, especially as a black skinned person, recognizing that the way everybody on earth sees us, particularly in America, is based off white nationalism, is based off Hollywood. Everything that everybody on earth believes about black people comes right from the city I live in. Everything that everybody believes about black people, no matter where they are on earth, and if they've never seen a fucking black face, they all come to the same conclusion, because it is white nationalism. It is patriarchy in its presentation as white nationalism that informs the world about who we are. You feel me? So you can say that if you're in China and you by yourself, black, but you don't see no white people in China neither, but all the Chinese people treating you like white people would treat you, you can say two things can be true at the same time. That I am experiencing both patriarchy, and I'm experiencing patriarchy in its presentation as internalized white nationalism embodied in a bunch of Asian people. White nationalism is the peak personification, the peak face of patriarchy in this moment in human history. That doesn't mean it is the only face of patriarchy or the only presentation of patriarchy. White nationalism has made a face and a name for itself through brigandage, brute force, and global theft. That's why it's the richest. That's why they the richest and all of that shit. White supremacy is the peak personification of patriarchy in this period, though it is not the exclusive face of patriarchy. In here, there, Java Watson sent me a video. I don't know if you saw my email response to it, Java Watson, but I was waiting. Bitch might as well have a goddamn crystal ball up in here, and I don't. But when I was telling y'all that I'd been getting orders, for dog tags with Ibrahim Traore's picture on it, and I go into the black side of town, and everybody black got like t-shirts with Ibrahim Traore on it, and I'm rolling my eyes like this shit. You feel me? And I'm like, yeah, okay. So his speeches are dope. Oh, okay. So he done did some dope ass shit, like, addressing the water crisis in Burkina Faso, this and that, and this and that. And people was like, well, damn, what's your beef with Ibrahim? Like, Ibrahim look like he the man. You feel me? And I said to y'all, I was like, the fact that almost default, everybody wanted to start giving him like Messiah status. Like, well, they say that the French government tried to kill him like 70-something times. And if they want to kill him that bad, he must be doing something right. You feel me? And so y'all automatically prop him up into Messiah status. And I said from day one, from the very first mention of his name, the first thing I said was where this nigga came from. Like, how he just popped up from out under a goddamn turnip leaf somewhere, and now all of a sudden he's a global revolutionary rock star. Like, where he came from. Feel me? And somebody was like, oh yeah, he went to school, because when he was talking, I was like, this nigga sound like he from New York. I mean, he don't have an African accent at all. Like, he sound like he from New York. I said, where this nigga from? They was like, oh, he went, but he don't even have a French accent at like black people who were born and raised in France. He ain't got no French accent. When I tell you he sound like he grew up in the hood in goddamn New York somewhere, I said, oh, okay. He went. They said he went to school in France. His whole life he went to school in France. He was born in Burkina Faso, but he went to school his whole life in France. I was like, oh, okay. Y'all don't study though. Okay. Right. And then so that was my first thing. Where this nigga from? Why he sound like he from New York? Oh, he was educated in France. Okay, that's number 2. 3. I heard a lot of the speeches. I listened to them. I listened to that shit y'all fought for. That like everybody who got to be a revolutionary got to be a goddamn griot, poet, orator, speaking all rhythmically about what it is that we have to do. Why? Where they teach that at? Why every single man who is black-skinned? Because I don't ever see white men do that shit. But every single man that's black-skinned, who quote the next great Messiah or who the next great leader of this and that and such, why y'all do that? I know everybody wasn't no motherfucking what y'all call it? Damn. When y'all be like I know all these niggas wasn't slam poets. So why y'all talk like that? Y'all ain't grow up talking like that. So why y'all talk like that? Every single thing that he does is so rhythmic and like, ooh, stop doing that. And matter of fact, stop trusting anybody that does that. Stop. To me, it's a telltale sign. Your ass up to no good. If you can't even be honest in the way that you speak and present yourself to the world and be perceived based on your intelligence and still be who you are naturally in your body, if you speak like you are performing, I'm going to believe you are performing. And if you are performing, it means that you are an actor. And if you are an actor, it means you playing a character. And if you playing a character, it means you lying. You lying. You are not presenting the person that you are in real life. You lying. You lying. You lying. And that goes for everybody. Anybody black that comes out in the world doing that shit, it's an automatic no for me. I don't have to know nothing about your life. I don't have to know if you got a prison record. I don't have to know nothing about you and your mom and them. On general principle, unless your ass is actually a slam poet, it's an automatic no for me. Unless I'm at a poetry slam watching you do your thing, it's an automatic no for me. It's an automatic no for me. I've lived long enough for that to be a healthy conclusion for me to come to. You feel me? And so that was number 3. His oratorish ways. His oratorish ways. I was like, nope. It's a no for me. But all them knows, I was like, I ain't gonna say nothing on my channel because I know everybody in their heart cavity about this nigga right now. So let me just keep my opinion to myself. Because y'all know for the first 2, 3, 4 months that you couldn't break from him being in the news. People in my inbox, when you gonna talk about Ibrahim Chai? I ain't. For real, you ain't gonna. Nope. Nope. This opinion I am keeping to myself. I don't want to be the bad guy with you people who are once again falling for the okie doke. And I'm the bad guy just trying to seed discord. Because y'all was all in your heart cavities just a year ago when I was very virulently outspoken about your beloved Kamala. I was like, not on my motherfucking watch. Not on my watch. Nope. And what was I telling y'all? Either don't vote. That's what I was telling you. Either don't vote for a presidential candidate or come to the conclusion with this charade being performed in front of you, come to the conclusion that there has to be another way. That this is the peak. This is the peak personification of or the peak expression of that we can't get no justice in this bitch right here. We have to scrap this whole motherfucking shit and come up to new conclusions about how to rescue our motherfucking selves. Y'all ain't want to hear that. So instead, this woman who was they literally gave her a handwritten script for her to be the absolute point-by-point personification of strategic and weaponized incompetence, and you lapped it the fuck up. You lapped it up like it was gravy and biscuits. This bitch played in your face in her presentation as airheaded, bubble-headed, stupid, or stoned. Do you really think this bitch was stoned? Do you really think this woman, who is the Attorney General for the state of California, was doing all these interviews seemingly? They were like, damn, why she always look high? Well, she is from California, and y'all would just glance the fuck over it. No. Every single mannerism. I'm trying to tell you something about the state. I'm trying to tell you something about your adversary. There is no one that is performing as a representative for the state where every single aspect of their life is not deliberate and scripted to the detail, to the letter. I'm trying to tell you, all these people who quote get outed, I guarantee you that if they done piss somebody off that's higher than them, and this is how they conveniently get found out for some shit they did behind closed doors. Because if they had not made somebody mad, the state would do what it does, is to project perfection in the state by protecting all of those who are representatives of the state. If they out you, you are either being put forward as a goddamn Manchurian candidate or as a goddamn kamikaze or some shit like that. We need you to take one for the team. So we're going to run your name through the mud real quick, and then put you on a redemption tour and say this. And every single solitary aspect, every single solitary politician, every single solitary person that has ever been the face or the representative of the state in this country since its origin. I promise you. I promise you. And so this bullshit that she did, you know, twerking on the stage next to Meg. Meg is 25 years old. She has an excuse. She a baby. She don't know no motherfucking better. She just flattered by the acknowledgement by these motherfuckers who are supposed to represent the face of power in the world. She just flattered. And that's what they do. They take advantage of your ignorance. You feel me? But this girl, you know, line dancing with the black, you know, band. Everything she did was simultaneously to betray you black people who raised her $88 million in 48 hours. Everything she did was to, listen, everything she did was to betray y'all while at the same time playing the buffoon. All this bullshit she was doing, all this buffoonery, all this cartoonery, all this, oh, I'm acting stoned in an interview. What were you saying? Or, you know, answering so super simplistically the most important questions, you know, code switching, you know, she talking to some workers in Arkansas with slang, you feel me? And then when she go to talk to some black sorority sisters, it's like, girl, playing in your face in real time. Not just black folks, even the white people she was talking to who was poor, working, white people playing in your face because she is playing the buffoon, not for you. Not even because she necessarily believed y'all all stupid. That buffoonery she was doing was because she recognized who she was as a black woman within the context of this strategy, this play that had already been written that was going to guarantee Trump take power. She needed to act in real time as the dog whistle that triggered the fuck out of white people to have them run hightail to the polls to vote for Trump. They were talking about how even people who had not voted in years and years and years and years and years ran to the polls to vote for Trump because she put on such a performance that would guarantee the outcome that she was paid to guarantee. How was she paid to guarantee that outcome? By acting like the clown, ignorant buffoon that she performed. Because the bitch is not stupid. As a matter of fact, she's quite smart. Go and look at public speeches and shit that she has done before she became the Democratic representative for president. Very clear, very concise. You understand? She needed to act in her mind the way she thinks the ignorant, particularly ignorant black masses behave. You feel me? But y'all don't understand. You see what I'm saying? She got exactly what she was paid. The outcome was exactly what she was hired to ensure. You dog whistle just enough, dress nice, so you appeal to the black petty bourgeoisie, the black sororities, the black boule. You dress nice, feel me? Always look well presented. Make sure your hair is always nice, and you gonna act. You ain't goofing outright, but you just goofy enough. It's that dog whistle shit. It's not obvious. It's subtle, but it's there if you pay attention. You feel me? That little. Because even young black people, I saw a girl, 22, 23 years old. She was like, towards the end, when the election was coming, she was like, damn, Kamala, like, I've been really, really trying to hold out for you. You feel me? She was like, but damn, can you stop embarrassing America when you go overseas, bitch? And then she was showing all of, quote, Kamala's most embarrassing moments when interviewed overseas. White nationalism is the peak personification of patriarchy in this age. White nationalism and its view of those people for whom its power and its wealth was built at the expense of black-skinned people and indigenous people, brown and red-skinned people, are always to the greater world going to be seen as the scourge and the plague that jeopardizes this beautiful utopia called the American dream and American idealism. And they have to find a way to keep this rogue population in control. And so because the world has already developed in its mind's eye this fictitious utopian make-believe about what America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, means in real time, they also simultaneously have come to a conclusion about what is wrong with America, and it's always some black-skinned person. That's the only thing wrong with America, is some black-skinned person. And so this close enough in her proximity to blackness, this black adjacent woman traveling around the world and consolidating, confirming in real time what people around the world who may not have even met a black person believe about black people. She travels around the world and she doesn't behave like the Attorney General of the state of California. No, she behaves, moves. Some of these interviews, you know how we be talking about collective embarrassment. And you be feeling it in your spirit, like you're like, oh, I can't watch. Like it's happening to you in real time. Some of these interviews, I was like, and it's so interesting as a psychological kind of like phenomena or understanding that every woman in particular is articulating very clearly these days when it's in response to a personal relationship with a lover, a partner, or, friends or family. They can say, oh, I'm being gaslit. Well, they didn't have that information 10 years ago. Oh, I'm being breadcrumb. Well, fuck that nigga. I'm just gonna block his number. He won't play these games. Fuck him. Now you think there's something wrong with you, so you hold out for the love while he breadcrumb you. But now all these women to put your ass on game. If these things are happening to you, this is psychologically what this person is doing, and they doing it on purpose. It's not just quote the way he is, right? Y'all clear, because most men have told on themselves about what strategic and weaponized incompetence looks like in your home, where you ask your husband, babe, can you wash the dishes after dinner? I got some things I need to catch up on for work tomorrow. He's like, okay, babe. Next thing you know, he ain't been washing the dishes 2 minutes, and you hear crash. He broke that dish on purpose, so you would never ask him to do that again. Strategic and weaponized incompetence. You feel me? What is the assumption? What is the assumption that most women make, and why this strategic and weaponized incompetence has been so effective in personal relationships for so long, until somebody finally started giving an explanation to women about what they were experiencing, that it wasn't their imagination, that because what we do is we say, men are stupid. That's what we say. The default has always been that when some man does something that don't make no motherfucking sense in the real world, we say, well, men are stupid. And then we adjust for what we perceive as their stupidity, their inherent mental capacity. Meanwhile, you have absorbed the majority of the labor and the maintenance of your relationship, and this nigga coasting. And when I say nigga, I mean anybody with a Y chromosome who be doing that shit. You feel me? But now people are coming out. Why are women exhausted? Why is their life expectancy shortened? Why are black women the most likely of every single population in this country, gender-wise and color-wise, the most likely to die of undiagnosed heart disease? Because this is the real life shit that we have to deal with, and we're dealing with shit that is strategic and weaponized. It's a strategy, it's deliberate, it's thoughtful, and we take on the burden for the quote deficiency that we say is inherent in our partner because he a male, and men just stupid. I stopped saying that. I stopped saying men are stupid. Men are not stupid. Men are not stupid. Men are not stupid. Men are warriors. Why? Because most of them were raised Christian. Men in America, they're warriors. Why? Because they were raised Christian. How does that make sense? Because if they were raised Christians, they were raised inherently and subconsciously to believe that the female not only is their enemy, but is the prize of conquest. Yep. simultaneously their enemy and the loot, the booty that they get for conquering her womanness. When you conquer her womanness, meaning you use strategies of weaponized incompetence to lighten your load in the relationship and increase her load in the relationship. And once she falls into that role of assuming the majority of the load because, quote, poor Tink Tink, his mama didn't raise him right, or he just don't know no better, or he just don't know how the washing machine work, or whatever the fuck excuse we use, or he just didn't do it right, and he done watched me wash the dishes 1,000 times, and he don't know how to put the dish in the dish rack. And because we don't want to be mad at our boo, you feel me? What we do is absorb and compensate for his deficiency. He's not deficient. You are filling him up. You know how you filling him up? Because in you absorbing what is supposed to be his equal share of the maintenance of this relationship, this loving relationship, he is literally the tapeworm getting fat off your labor. You cook the food, you go shop for the food because he act like he don't know how to shop for food. You cook the food, you shop for the food, you go out and you work a job just like he work a job to make sure that y'all have enough food. So you done squeezed out some babies out your body so they need some food. You wash everybody laundry. And you can't figure out why your fucking hair is falling out. Why, even though you get a full 8 hours of sleep and you are on a very strict, meticulous vegetarian diet, and even as tired as you are, you go to the gym 3 days a week without fail, and you are so disciplined in your life, yet you never seem to have any energy. Your memory is failing you. You don't know why. It is because you have a parasite thriving off your every effort, literally benefiting from all the food that you consume. You eat the food, you buy the food, you cook the food, you work a job to buy the food, you do the shop, you cook the food, you eat the food. How is he benefiting from the food that you eat? Because all of your energy is extended to benefit him under the auspice in your head that he's stupid, that he's deficient, and he cannot do it. So you must do it yourself. So that energy that would be used to allow you to think clearly, to clear your skin, you feel me? All the nutrients are now being gobbled up in the extra effort to support this deficiency. Poor Tink Tink, my husband's stupid. And you can see it clearly now. Women, old women like myself, 50 and older, be saying, damn, I really wish I would have known this 20 years ago. Where was this information when I was in my 20s? Man, I done learned. I'm telling y'all young women out here putting us up on game. I ain't know nothing about weaponized incompetence 7 years ago. I ain't know nothing about narcissism 7 years ago. But when I came out here and started watching TikTok and watching all these girls doing these little shorts about six signs that you are being exploited through strategic and weaponized incompetence. How to know if you are being gaslit. Clear, easy, simple to understand, even if you only got a third grade education. Now, all of a sudden, all us old heads is like, that's what they talking about. All of a sudden, all these women divorcing their husbands. Married 10, 15, 20, 30 years. Old women divorcing their husbands. Like, damn, this motherfucker been playing me 50 years. I didn't know this was what I was experiencing. I thought I was just being mean. I thought it was something just wrong with me. Like I just needed therapy or something. Meanwhile, you have reduced your husband to a, quote, a mentally incapacitated, deficient, poor Tink Tink that you must treat and care for like your child because he can't do nothing for himself and he cannot even contribute equally in these things because he don't know how to do these things. And there is no incentive for his ass to learn because your ass will get mad if he don't do it the way you told him to do it, and he know that, so he deliberately do it the way you told him not to do it, so you never ask him again. And so you don't get mad at him again because you still need to go to sleep with the motherfucker every night. You say, you know what, just move out of the way. I'll do it. Don't worry about it. And hence, your life expectancy is shortened because you have an actual literal parasite deliberately, not ignorantly, deliberately in his training. It is social conditioning. Literally thriving, getting fat off every single meal you prepare and eat in your own mouth. You cannot even benefit from the nutrients you consume. Sure can't. You can see it clear now because all these young girls done put, thank God for the millennials, bitch. Thank God for Gen Z, because we'd still be out here in the dark taking shit from men that we should not be taking. Not because we don't like men, but because they too need to evolve. We would still be out here taking some bullshit and ass bullshit from men. Not because we hate men, but we recognize that the society has been culturally, strategically set up for them not to evolve. Because if they evolve, they too would not be out here being motherfucking ICE agents. It's a failure to evolve that has all these colored men out here participating in the exploitation of the most victimized people in this country, black and brown skinned people. And every time you see them getting cracked over the head or robbed out their house or being dragged out their house while their baby's screaming and hollering, holding on to their ankles, please don't take my mama and shit, there's always some colored man doing that shit. Why? Because in the tiny little penance that they get from what they perceive as masculinity, baby, patriarchy does not offer you masculinity. Patriarchy does not offer you masculinity. What you perceive as masculinity, what some people call, quote, toxic masculinity, it's not masculinity. What patriarchy gives you that you perceive as masculinity, all patriarchy has done is turned you always until love cures you, or until something happens in your mom was able to shield you just enough that you was able to escape. But what patriarchy breeds in male children, the guarantee that they hope that they can produce in all of this ever-present propaganda are a few things: a devout, convicted patriotic soldier, unquestioning, devout patriot soldier, a serial killer, a cult leader, aka mass murderer, or an abuser through sexuality, an abuser of women and children. All of these things are necessary to maintain this chasm, because we can recognize as collectively people of color, marginalized people in this split between, quote, the haves and the have-nots, right? We can recognize that clear, and that the police or in the middle class and the petty bourgeoisie, they the buffer between the opulent and the poor and stuff, and the working class and all of that shit. For those of you who love Marxism so much, we can see this dynamic that we call the pyramid, right? Where you got the foundation, the base, which is made up of slaves, poor, and virtually starving human beings who are always exploited for their absolute life force, whether that's through labor or sexual exploitation or service in the military. Because it's still the poor that's doing that, even though those people who function as the police or the military or now ICE or whatever, they ain't got no power neither. They still in the foundation, but they like right on the edge of that foundation that gives them 1 foot into what we would identify as the petty bourgeoisie, as the middle class, as that buffer between the haves and the have-nots. That space, the police, the state, the armed apparatus, they up in there too, but they still, because who do they recruit for these expressions of violence? Primarily, it's colored folks. It's colored folks. It's colored folks. It was white people at one time, white men. When's the last time you seen a white ICE agent roll the fuck up on somebody in all of these TikTok videos you've seen? When's the last time you saw one that was white? The majority of them that I've seen have been black, Mexican, or Asian. The majority, here in LA, damn near all of them is Mexican. They have betrayed they family them, they people them that's in the base, that's still in the base. They have betrayed them for this little step over the line because they don't make enough money to be a part of the buffer class. They are not educated. They are not a part of the petty bourgeoisie. They don't get the same kickbacks that the petty bourgeoisie get, but they got but in their demonstration that they are willing to betray not only themselves, but their families and everybody they ever grew up with, and everybody's got the same lived conditions as them. We willing to betray the group if you just let us step our foot over this line into the very surface bottom of what you call the petty bourgeoisie, or this buffer between those that have and those who don't have. That's clear. We can all recognize that. Those of us who call ourselves progressive or who have some access to Marxist, Leninist, socialist, communist theory, we can understand that. What we cannot easily understand, what we cannot easily identify, is that in the automatic happening automatically from birth, as soon as a baby is born male, that baby is being conditioned in all of the circumstances, all of the social circumstances and institutions are guaranteeing with mathematical precision that if that male particularly is a male of color, but not exclusively, that if that child is a male, he is going to fall into one of maybe 5 little, conveyor belt destinies, because they need mathematically precise guarantees on where these men are going to go so that the men, can protect the patriarchy. So when we're talking about the pyramid and it's the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie and the working class down here and the poor and all that shit, that's clear. What's not clear is that there are simultaneous pyramids. There's another pyramid. The patriarchy, what it gives to men, even as it steps on men and abuses men, what it gives to men, the patriarchy as a whole, that's today, white and male in its expression, not exclusively, but in its peak personification, that patriarchal peak is white and male. The buffer between patriarchy and this ever-present, bubbling kettle waiting to explode and destabilize the whole motherfucking thing is the body of the foundation of women and their children. Who falls up in there? Who falls up in this foundation? Because there's always somebody trying to stage a contest when I say this period demands that we center women. 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 This period demands that we center black ass women, not on a hierarchy, in a radiation from the center, returning to the center and radiating power distributed equitably from the center. But this is the monster that you all avoid, the monster that you all have nightmares about, the monster that you all have dreams about, the monster that's put in your face in every single solitary horror movie you have ever seen is presented to you with 10,000 faces, is your black ass mother. And every last one of these movies, you leave with your hatred of your black ass mother concretized, deepened, fortified. That's the question of the day. That's the question of the day. And the reason that I say that is in this example, pitted against, our collective understanding of the bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie as the buffer class, along with the state, mixed up in there and shit, you feel me? And then the foundation not only through which all of it rests, but the foundation that creates the wealth that all of it relies on. Ain't that about a bitch? The wealth that all these motherfuckers up on the top, the middle class and the upper class, the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie all rely on this wealth. Oh, we got to protect and defend our wealth. We got to protect and defend our wealth. And they ain't busted a goddamn grape to produce nothing of value on the market for human consumption. Everything that has value attached to it on earth, everywhere on earth, name a thing, everything on earth that has any value attached to it came from the very base that is being bruised, battered, lives stolen, lives shortened, maimed, abused, enslaved, sexually aggressed upon, everything that constitutes all the wealth on earth generated by the most brutalized. This is parasitism in real time. And it's easy to see when you have some Marx or some Engels or some Lenin explain it to you in a very strategic and intellectual, scientific way that helps to explain that you have to understand these deep philosophical scientific concepts before you can wage a successful revolutionary campaign and process where now the what they call it, oh, what did they call it? They called it the lumping. The lumping. That's what they called it. They called the people who was on the bottom. You feel me? They called it the lumping. You feel me? And once the lumping become a little bit like class conscious, then they become identified as the rank and file or the working class. And the whole idea is that the collective working class becoming collectively conscious of its material interest. This is when we are prepared to stage a successful revolutionary transformation that is defined by a changing of the hands, a changing of the control of the means of production. This can only happen through what do they call it? The shit. The fuck. The it's like this can only happen through a conscious collective working class. You feel me? That's what it is. That once this working class gets to a certain level of its class consciousness, its collective class consciousness, and ability to express its collective material interests, these become the proletariat in arms, able to stage a successful revolution. That's it. That's the whole science, right? And we're like, damn, that shit hard. That's hard. Makes sense to me. We need to be studying. You feel me? We need to be reading all the books and studying the Mao and goddamn Ho Chi Minh and shit. You feel me? We need to see how they was able to do it. But look at their countries right now. I digress. That's that shit over there. Because my opposition, I will segue into this. My opposition with this analysis that has been, drank like hot coals for the last 140 something years. You feel me? The Soviet Revolution, Engels and Marx and Stalin and Lenin and whoever, Mao, and subsequently Mao and Ho Chi Minh and Fidel Castro and goddamn Che Guevara and any number of males looking to lead a successful revolutionary struggle with the Black Panther Party. You feel me? Looking to lead a successful revolutionary struggle in this period from like the 1940s up through the 1970s, you feel me? This was the skeleton through which their revolutionary structure was made, was these educated, white, wealthy men in Europe giving the poor colonies in the world these science to teach them how to overthrow Europeans. I'm just saying. Your adherence to socialism will forever keep you short-sighted, bitch. You cannot separate the creation from the creator, bitch. You can't. And if you refuse to acknowledge that if the creator of the creation was diabolical, at minimum diabolical, and at best, which is a low best, which is a mediocre best, a college-educated, descended from the wealthiest of aristocracies, Fidel Castro is guilty, bitch. His bloodline, he wasn't some long time, far distant, goddamn descendant of the aristocracy like they tried to teach us inside revolutionary organizations. Oh, well, his bloodline was from the Spanish aristocracy. Say the same thing about Fidel Castro. Them motherfuckers was rich. Fidel Castro's family was rich in the heights of the suffering of black skin and indigenous Cubans. His family was rich. That nigga went to law school, never worked a day in his life. Fidel Castro was a doctor. He went to medical school. You feel me? The lived experience of the people they call themselves being heroes to was not their lived experience. Ever. Not once. Not ever. Never. And how y'all continue to separate the bourgeoning, the lived experience of a person from what they profess out their mouth they stand for. And then always be pouting in the mouth, looking down at your shoes, kicking rocks and shit, when that motherfucker turn around and do the inevitable, which is betray you. How can I say that? Everybody still hold up Cuba. But people don't say the quiet thing out loud. That I haven't been yet, but there ain't no shortage from any variety of life of people that I've known that have been to Cuba and be like, Cuba is beautiful. Oh my God, it's beautiful. The medical system and the this and the that, and everything is so great. But the one thing is, and they all have said it, so-called colorism is alive and well in goddamn Cuba. It's alive and with the little bit they all got. Niggas still on the bottom of the little bit they all got. Don't see black skinned people on TV. Though everything that we define as excellent Cuban culture came from black skinned, black ass, black is the day is long ass people, not only from Cuba, but from right here in the United States of America. And here is so-called the gleaming, shining example of a successful socialist revolution that's being, quote, just choked out by the United States. You don't factor in that the treatment of the most powerful people in your goddamn country for whom the revolutionary success would have been impossible are still the ones suffering at the bottom in this country that's being choked out. So while you being choked out from the white world because you are the one example of, quote, victorious socialist revolution, your ass, it's never once occurred to anybody in a position of power in so-called independent socialist Cuba that maybe we need to upraise those that everywhere else on earth suffer the most and see if this has an impact on our look, on our presentation in the world, on how people show, on how people come to defend us, on how people come to support us. But here we is. I had one sister tell me that the majority of people, because there ain't a lot of people in jail in Cuba, right? But the majority of the people that are sitting behind bars in Cuba are black-skinned, dark-skinned. This ain't just Cuba. There's all these places that we held up as the evidence, you know, of like victorious socialist revolution and shit. And I'm gonna tell you what the common denominator is. I'm gonna tell you what the common denominator is. Because no matter what happens in the European world, let me just say this. No matter what happens in the European world, baby, with all the afflictions, with all the behaviors, with all the habits that they have absorbed and internalized to make them malignant around the world, instead of doing their own work and their own challenge with their own nobility and bourgeoisie and church to fucking destabilize this bitch on behalf of everybody else, they ain't gonna do that. They gonna sit right comfortable in the oppression of others, even as their ancestors is yelling from the motherfucking graves, like, how you gonna side with these motherfuckers when this is what they did to your people now? I digress. But despite what's happening in Europe, remember the pendulum, the pendulum analogy that I used, where the pendulum is just flying one way to another, just flying from one side to another. One particular presentation of malignant dominating power control over your ass, and another dominating face or presentation of control, but for some reason it just never comes to the center where those who create and produce all the wealth that they squabble over, they ain't even created the wealth they squabble over. Everybody on the bottom created all the wealth that exists on earth, and somehow the pendulum don't ever come to center anymore, don't never come to a place of balance. The reason why is because just like this person said, oh, they slaves and raised up against them, then wobbled them a little bit, then wobble them. They wobbly on their knees. Let's pounce on them so we can take power. And so that in that analogy, you have this radical swinging. But the problem is, it'll be the problem until everybody accepts it. I'm just telling you what it is. I'm telling you what it is. The problem that will remain, whether it's black-skinned men, brown-skinned men, red-skinned men, yellow-skinned men, white-skinned men, don't matter. The common denominator for the quagmire that we currently exist in is that men are in power everywhere. And men in positions of unchallenged, unchecked, motherfucking malignant power will never produce anything but that malignancy. They'll never produce. There is nothing good that can come from one who emerged in the world a malignancy. What do I mean when I say a malignancy? If you emerge in the world and somehow the propaganda has taken root in you efficiently enough, that is you being born in the image of your father, child. And if you are born in the image of your father, he requires that you are, what does the Bible say? That you must, what does it say? Something about when a man reaches a certain age, he must, I don't want to misquote it. But it's basically, forget your mama. Forget your mama. That you can't be a man and still maintain a healthy and loving relationship with your mother, because she will always ground you. You'll be on some dumb shit out in the world by yourself, and she'll be like, baby, that ain't a good idea. And you'll feel it in your spirit. You'll be like, all right, mama, I'm going to do what you say. And so the Bible had to create a whole little tendency all throughout the shit. Your mama is just here to make sure that I can reproduce my divine seed. That's it. That's her only significance on the earth. That's why you don't know none of these niggas' mama's names. How many women names you know in the Bible? You know Abraham mama name? Do you know who? Let's see. You only know about 5 women names, and most of the women are bad. But if they like the good women, you know Sarah. You know what's her name? Jew. You know what's her name? What's the other one? In the whole Bible, in 6,000 years of biblical history, I can name 2, maybe 3. Ruth, there you go. Ruth, she was one. Who else? Everybody else was bad women. Jezebel, feel me? Who else? But remember the stories though, because it was like in Proverbs or like Psalms, when they started talking about all the daddies. And Abraham begot Jacob, and Jacob begot, and then name all the sons, and then they begot, and name all the sons. They don't even name the daughters in the begetting. Abraham begot however many sons he begot. You feel me? Oh, Esther, yeah, she won. Right? I'm like, damn. What? They just sneezed them out? Like what? Like who their mamas was? I literally went through the. I was like, damn. Their mothers' names are literally not in this book. I said, who they mama them? You feel me? Why am I saying this? Because we can talk about socialism, and that sounds like a great idea. This is what it is. This is how the proletariat in arms seizes possession of the means of production. Do-de-do, whoop-de-whoop. Sounds great. Boop-de-boop. But in this other triangle over here that we seem confused about, because we can see clearly in our personal relationships, these weapons being used against us in our so-called loving partnerships, weaponized incompetence, breadcrumbing, what's the other one? Gaslighting. There's another one. What do they call it? Where if the man get mad at you or whatever, he denies you affection. Like he'll ignore you when you're talking to him, or he'll retract affection. You feel? I forget what they call it, but that's another one. You feel me? And so you can see it crystal clear when it's your interpersonal relationship. But when you're looking at this other pyramid over here, that better explains this pyramid that we have all accepted. You feel me? Because we just say that the foundation, right? The foundation of this other pyramid over here, according to Engels and Marx and Lenin and Stalin and all of them great socialists that we love so much. You feel me? That the working class, the working class and the poor, the world's working class and the poor and the lumpen, right? That's them on the bottom. Generators of all the wealth in the world, okay? Everybody lumped together. Then you got the middle class and the petty bourgeoisie, right? The middle class is always talking about white people. I don't know if y'all knew that. The middle class is always, at least where they were concerned, from a European perspective, these European men that gave you this shit, they made a distinction between the middle class and the petty bourgeoisie. Now, at the time in Europe, the middle class and the petty bourgeoisie was all white. But once all of them started coming over to the Americas, where now they weren't oppressing each other as much, it wasn't a split between wealthy white people and poor white people. You feel me? Now it is us, all of us against them, whether we poor or whether we petty bourgeoisie, meaning shop owners, shit like that, or whether we middle class or whether we the nobles or the aristocrats or the church. Now we all together because we have a badder other than those of us who might just fall short on the social scale over here in Europe. You feel me? Now, everybody, poor white people, all the way up the chain, are placed in proximity to all these wild, savage, colored folks scattered out throughout the world. You feel me? So once this ideology comes over here, well, gains traction over here in the late 1800s, the petty bourgeoisie wasn't just, quote, the shop owner anymore. The what they call them, the parasitic, they call them a parasitic, I can't remember the name, but like essentially a parasitic entrepreneur. So if you live like in the hood in Brooklyn, and everybody that runs all the stores, all the grocery stores, all the gas stations in your, all the liquor stores in your neighborhood don't look like you, right? That's what we would call parasitic merchants. That's what they call them. Parasitic merchants. So it's typically some other that's set up so he's just above you and he's able to make his money by vamping off a community who don't have access to them same resources. That's why you don't see no black shopkeepers, no black in these same neighborhoods. Like Koreans, for the longest time, have been the, quote, petty bourgeois colored folks. They still marginalized, but the petty bourgeois in black communities with the hair care, right? Indians, whoever. They ain't the ruling class. They ain't the bourgeoisie. They become the petty bourgeoisie. In this buffer class on the pyramid, middle class still has a greater proximity to the ruling class. The petty bourgeoisie is seen as something other because typically, especially as these people started moving around the world, typically they were going to deliberately set up a petty bourgeois class as a buffer parasitic merchant class to dominate over black communities. So like with South Africa, the petty bourgeois class was the importation of Indians to be the shopkeepers, to be the parasitic merchants. They had just a little bit more power than the black people, but they was not like down there with the black people. They became the coloreds that had more social mobility, or with Haiti and Brazil deliberately bringing hundreds and hundreds of sailors for the sole purpose of breeding with black women to create a buffer class. That buffer class, the women, the black women gave birth to, these light-skinned kids that the women gave birth to, could own land, they could run shops, they could own businesses, they could not vote. They deliberately seeded a colored caste in Brazil and in Haiti in particular to function as a protective go-between the bourgeoisie and those on the bottom. Okay? So caste systems are deliberately created primarily through forced miscegenation. What's forced miscegenation? It's forced race mixing. It's rape. With the strategic end being rape for the sole purpose of breeding human beings that will protect your white interests between the darker of you. You see? So anyway, I make that distinction because the petty bourgeoisie didn't become colored until Europeans started scattering around the world. The petty bourgeoisie now becomes typically a lighter skinned, colored population of human beings set in black communities primarily to facilitate the radical transfer of wealth from the black community who have no black businesses or opportunities in their own community, but still need to spend money. They need to eat. They need to get the things they need to get. But now it's a one-directional flow of the little wealth that they have out of the community. The petty bourgeois, parasitic merchant gets his chunk, and then the rest goes back up to the ruling class, right? That's the petty bourgeoisie. That's the middle class. It's clear. These are clear class divisions. But the problem that even a lot of black people and people of color who call themselves Marxists and Leninists, the problem that you have in that community when talking to white socialists, that they express when talking to white socialists, is because white socialists' default is always the bigger issue is the class issue, and race is a part of that. And black, brown, red, and yellow people's like, that's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. And it still places it at one of the things they do when they articulate that, and I think it's deliberately, they play dumb, they play like that ain't the thing, but they do that. It is this insidious knee-jerk way to attempt to absolve themselves from any role that they play in the maintenance of the shit. And so if you can place class ahead of the race question, then now white people are at the same level with the rest of us. Feel me? Now, why did I get on that diatribe? Because y'all need to understand this shit, because socialism is dead. It is never going to win us anything. One, because of the origin of its creation. That's my personal position. You can't separate the creators of socialism from the where has socialism been successful? Where in these great places where there has been some successful socialist revolution, what do the conditions of the women in that society look like? Have they been made radically better? These are the questions. Socialism was a failed project, and if you have me tell it, it was a strategically, deliberately created project to create the illusion of opposition between those, among those who all have the same families, the same bloodlines, and distribute equally among themselves, the 1%, the wealth that they still galvanize from the base. It was a sleight of hands. That's my personal position. When you look at who the players are in socialism, in communist ideology, who the mouthpieces for these ideas, continuing to reproduce that shit in every generation is the only solution forward. It's the, what is they call it, the illusion of opposition. Well, you have capitalism, you have to have an opposite for which capitalism emerges. Why? Because socialism is evil, because they don't believe in God. They're atheists. And so capitalism, no matter how diabolical it seems, will always emerge as the great moral economic system, because our system is founded on a belief in God and patriotism in America, which has always been Christian. That's it. And they don't believe in God. Heathens. The illusion of opposition. Meanwhile, they all still eat. They all still eat well. They are unfazed by the ebbs and flows of rebellion and retreat of the ever-suffering masses. So juxtapose that, because I'm talking about the failures of the shit, but we got to break it down. Just like white people always saying, no, it's a class question first. Racism is a byproduct of class societies, right? Men do the same thing. That same pyramid where we just say everybody here on the bottom, everybody over here, everybody is just on the bottom. This the foundation. It's just everybody. We all up in this bitch together. And the way the party used to explain it, all superficially in hindsight, is that you have two Americas. You have two pedestals. You have two things happening at the same time. You have this foundation of wealth. This foundation of wealth exists because it is made up of the foundation of wealth creators, wealth generators, right? And these wealth generators are not the beneficiaries of the wealth that they generate, because on this pedestal of wealth that is massive, made up of the majority of the people on earth, you have a smaller portion of the society who rests comfortably on this pedestal, right? So you've got, and the way he used to explain it was real slick. Real slick. In hindsight, slick. I thought it was genius. Real slick is what it was. You got this foundation of the creators of wealth and the generators of wealth on the bottom. That's all the colored people, that's men, that's women, that's children, that's everybody who participates in one way or another in some stage in their life in the creation and generation of wealth. And then you've got these people who have all the intellectual jobs. They're a CEO. They don't have jobs where they digging shit out the ground that supposedly don't have no value until it ends up in the hands of a Jew in Israel, where it can be refined like diamonds, where when it come out the ground, it ain't got no value attached to it until some child digs it up out of a mine in Congo, and then it goes on a ship by some other colored oppressed person, and then it ends up in India so they can chip it down and separate it, where it still don't have no value because it's still in the possession of some colored people's hands who just doing the work to do. Then it goes to Israel, where now it's refined and it's chipped and it's looked under and it's investigated. It's the intellectual work of the Jew in Israel. The looking, the analyzing, the weighing. It's the intellectual work. All the blood, sweat, and tears and the loss of life has been from Africa to India, across the ocean, all these colored people who produce the value. It's every person's hands that's touched in a real way this object that said that the white world, who determines value right now, says has no value until it lands in the possession of some white person in the white world who does the intellectual work of establishing and attaching value to this product that can now be sold on the market for human consumption. And does, once the value has been attached to it, once the value by the white person in Europe has determined what the value of the product is, does that value go back down the chain of the establishment of its value? Hell no. So all you had to pay that little baby was a bowl of rice, if they was lucky, in Congo to go, because he is small enough to get into the hole in the mine where the grown-ups ain't. So they attach ropes to his fucking waist to drop him down a hole in the goddamn mountain to dig up the goddamn diamonds that the big people can't get to. And you give him a bowl of rice for a 16-hour day of work, and his baby is 8. But by the time these diamonds get to the hands of the Jewish person in goddamn Israel, and all they have to do is the intellectual work. You feel me? What, boy? Hey, don't stop being right up under my foot. It's not until the intellectual work is done that its value is determined, and the only beneficiaries of the value that has been placed upon this raw material or what have you, the only beneficiaries of the value attached to that piece of nature that has been transformed by the hands of human beings are those who only participated in the establishment of its value in their intellectual genius. Barbara Walker talked about this early in the book. That was the reason in the early stages of capitalism that everybody had to be dichotomized. That's why, quote, artists who were women, they were just crafters. The products of their art, they were just crafts. Only white men could be true artists. The Van Goghs, the Picassos. There's a certain intellectual necessity for the production of real art. But what is the basis of that? What is the basis behind you recognizing or you yourself identifying that a billionaire must equal genius? So every billionaire you think is a genius because they must be a genius to have billions of dollars, because I'm smart and I ain't got $1 billion. So they must be way smarter than me because they got $1 billion. That's what you think in your mind. That's because you have been conditioned to think that in your mind, that your hard work is not as valuable as intellectual work. You see what I'm saying? See, it's the intellectual work that has more value, right? So what happened, what Barbara Moore talked about in The Great Cosmic Mother. She said, she talked about this as one of the failures of socialism, is that it didn't rectify, it didn't resolve this tendency for white males to place themselves as the epitome, the prime example of the superiority of intellectualism that does not require them to produce a fucking thing. That's why they don't ever have to work, intellectuals. You feel me? That's why they don't ever have to go and get a job. I've been telling you, I've been bitching about that since day one. They don't ever have to go get a job. Somebody is going to see the potential in their burgeoning genius and take out loans on their house, or do this and this and this and this, or give them some great fellowship so that they don't have to do nothing, but just create and think and study for 2 years. Why? Because in the dissecting and the dichotomization of the human experience, in order to solidify the lowliness of the mother, the lowliness of the female principle, and anybody in proximity, if your proximity to the female, if your proximity to femaleness, if your proximity to the mother is greater than your proximity to the father, you too are reduced to brute substance. You are reduced to brute substance. So no matter how much you learn, no matter how much you produce, no matter how many jobs you got, no matter what you do, your proximity to the white male in his mind, his absolute arch enemy, which is black and female, your proximity to his arch enemy is going to, in society, automatically by default, bitch, reduce you to brute substance that exists for the sole purpose of exploitation. That's it. There might be one or two among you if you prove enough of an allegiance. You got to betray somebody that looked like you for us to believe that you on our side. We need just a couple of y'all scattered through the bunch to be the buffer. To be the buffer between the two. You feel me? The reason that I say that the socialist pyramid in their identification or their interpretation is flawed is because even in the socialist society, white male genius and intellectualism still reigns supreme. It does. That was why the Soviet Union, supposedly was an ally to all these colonies around the world. They did not see the colonies as equals. They did not see the colored people scattered throughout the world who were either being colonized primarily by the British Empire at the time and heavily aggressed upon by the United States of America. They did not see these as natural allies. I'm going to tell you, they were still white nationalists. Marx was a white nationalist. I don't give a fuck what you say. Not only was he a white nationalist, his ass was a patriarch. He hated women. I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. He was still a white nationalist and he still hated women. The evidence of which in this great revolutionary contest called the socialist movement, the socialist communist bloc, led by these great intellectual thinkers that set it off all over the world and sending guns and weapons and supplies and education to all the colonies, to what they call the satellites of the British Empire. And yeah, they would go down there and send some soldiers to teach them how to engage in warfare and use the weapons and give them weapons and shit like that. That shit was strategic. Because as soon as the goddamn Cold War was over, you saw the impact of Russia and all of these satellites. Now they flooded the whole world, particularly Africa, but not exclusively. But they flooded the whole world with high-end assault rifles, AK-47s, and all these assault rifles left from this period of quote revolutionary struggle and these goddamn satellite countries around the world. And guess what? Without missing a beat, under the auspice of the end of the Cold War, America without missing a beat, Europe without missing a beat, knowing now that all these colored people were well armed, all they had to do was slide right in and create proxy wars all over these places, primarily Africa, for a very strategic and specific reason. Still, with all the theft, the most minerally dense and rich continent on earth. And if we can get up in there, we know they heavily armed, so we ain't even got to have to pay a lot of money, you feel me, to get arms over there. All we got to do is send a couple of operatives over there that look like them to train them, and then we generate the conditions that guarantee rebellious proxy wars, particularly against those, quote, previously independent countries led by revolutionary thinkers from the goddamn from the socialist period prior, and overthrow them. And one by one, they all fucking fail. Every single where there was ever a progressive, goddamn independent, whatever, like goddamn domino blocks. So was Russia really an ally? Was the Soviet Union really an ally? Or was it a goddamn two-faced sleight of hands that would guarantee the outcome? What was the outcome? The easier facilitation of the continued goddamn extraction of mineral resources, from diamonds to coltan to cobalt to plutonium to oil. There ain't never been a break in that shit, whether it was goddamn socialist revolutions happening all over the continent or whether it's straight up rabbit bullshit happening on the continent right now. And guess what has remained the same too? The extraction of resources from the continent and the continued and deepening exploitation and aggression against the bodies of black-skinned women and children on that same continent. But now, instead of it being white people, obviously from Europe, aggressing against the bodies of black women and children in that motherfucker, it's black-skinned motherfuckers that are heavily armed in their brain with the consciousness that the only way we going to experience power in the world is to turn on our women and children, because we ain't going to beat nobody nowhere else. Because even though white people decided, Kwame Nkrumah talked about it, neo-colonialism, right? White people decided it can't be no direct rule in Africa no more. We obviously the enemy, and everywhere we turn, black people is popping off. You feel me? Black people popping off. They know who we is. So what we need to do is just like what happened to Ibrahim. Bitch. Back then, what was they doing? It's like, we can't rule direct no more. So what we gonna do is we gonna start using the missionaries to grab up these special black kids. We gonna tell the mama, we gonna take your son special. He got something special. We gonna take your baby to Europe, and we gonna raise your baby in Europe and teach your baby, and then send him back here. And then maybe he can make a difference in your community. But it had to be the missionaries. It had to be the Christians. It had to be the Catholics. We gonna identify those among you that we know can stand a chance, and we're gonna take them to Europe and give them the best education. And it was always male children. Always. It was always male children that they captured from about 5 on average to about 5 to 8 years old to take to some Catholic school in Europe. And upon graduating, to show that he was a good Negro in his education, in his learning, he would typically be able to go back to Africa with himself a white wife. You think I'm playing? This is what Kwame Nkrumah spent most of his time talking about, was neo-colonialism, white power, and blackface, and the different ways that it shows up all over the planet. But they have to take control of the child's brain in order for him to be a good agent. You understand? So that happened. Ibrahim, the first time I hear him speak, I'm like, where this nigga from? He sound like he from the Bronx. From Brooklyn, some shit. You feel me? They was like, oh no, he was raised, he went to school, and he was educated in France. The same France that everybody's talking about, oh, France trying to kill him, he must be doing something right. I was like, that sounds suspect. I said, yeah, he seemed on the up and up, but there's too many red flags for me. The oratorism, that's not a small thing. Y'all can make it a small thing. I saw y'all over here cracking up. It was not a small thing to me. It wasn't a small thing to me. The oratorism and that wasn't no small thing. Second thing was, I told you I had a real problem because I felt like it was a strategic way that they were trying to play on. They were trying to play on nostalgia, the nostalgia that we have for Thomas Sankara, who was a true liberator of Burkina Faso. The evidence of him being a true liberator in Burkina Faso, as he said, if we want a liberated Burkina Faso, then we as the men of Burkina Faso have to do the very first thing before even talking about our relationship to Europe, and that is to completely unchain and liberate the women in our goddamn country. That's the first thing he did. That's the first thing. First order of business before the environment, before anything else, before we stage a contest with Frank, before anything, we have to liberate our own goddamn countrywomen. And that's what the fuck he did. He didn't say it, he did it. He did it at 28 years old. Banned. The only black-skinned man in the history of the continent that has legally banned female genital mutilation. Banned child marriage. Nope. Name another black-skinned president in the history of the continent in the recent era, since the advent of Rome, that has banned female genital mutilation and child marriages. Not one. He did this in 1982. Thomas Sankara. And so this motherfucker, Ibrahim Traoré, dressed up just like every time you see, he is dressed exactly like Thomas Sankara. I said, that's suspect. I said, they playing on the motherfucking nostalgia, especially the country, the people on the land, the people of Burkina Faso. He is exploiting they sense of nostalgia. His mannerisms. Every time you see him, he's got this stoic look on his face. I said, this I got an attitude. I ain't gonna lie. Him dressed like Thomas Sankara, but he ain't about that motherfucking life. I had an attitude. Because up until the day, he ain't said a motherfucking thing about women. Ain't said nothing about the conditions of children. It's all we just all Africans. No, we ain't, babe. No, we ain't, babe. No, we ain't. No, we ain't. As a, quote, true devotee of the ideology of socialism, baby, Thomas Sankara was about that life. Everybody that had a car that was like a Rolls Royce or a Mercedes or some shit that called themselves being up in the political cabinet of Burkina Faso, he was like, oh no, y'all niggas gonna drive Pintos. And I ain't making y'all do no shit that I ain't doing. That nigga drove a Pinto. He was like, we ain't gonna be out here living better than the people that we supposed to represent. That's what he said. As the president of the country. As the first president of independent Burkina Faso. He said, we ain't gonna be up here, the representatives of our countrymen and women, living better than they fucking live. Everybody turn in your car, you got 24 hours. Yes, he did do that. 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 He said the first order of business is our women need to be radically and rapidly educated, because it was just like every place else. If you female, you can't go to school past the 5th grade. Why? Because it's easier to exploit you if your ass can't reason past the 5th grade education. That's why child marriage, you need to seize possession of a human being while they're still innocent and while they're still ignorant, educationally ignorant. He said, not on my motherfucking watch. I don't see wives. I don't see brides. I see liberators. I see goddamn soldiers. That's what I see. That's what he said. He said, so if a woman got kids, but she want to fight in the whatever, I forget the name of their liberation organization, but if she want to fight with the brothers, if she want to be up in here fighting for her own liberation too, the state is going to take care of her children. Free child. This is in 1982. Free child care for women who have children and want to join the military, want to join the liberation army of Burkina Faso, the land of upright people. If she don't want to go to school, we still gonna help support her economically. If she don't want to join the military, if she don't want to join the military, but she want to go to school and she got kids, guess what? The state is paying for her education, and we are paying for her child care so she can be rapidly and radically educated as a free and independent equal in society in Burkina Faso. That's what the fuck he did in 1982. And so people are like, oh, look at Ibrahim, he addressing the water crisis. And look at him. Oh, look, he up there. He with BRICS. You feel me? Look at him and his relationship with the Chinese president and with Putin and shit. Baby, Thomas Sankara say no motherfucker can come up in here. He was a socialist. He was like, ain't no motherfucker come up in here. The only person he let come up in there that was not from Burkina Faso, when I say he shut the borders down, baby, the only person that came up in that motherfucker that was not from Burkina Faso was when Fidel Castro and Che Guevara came over there to big him up in his presidential ceremony when he was made the official president of Burkina Faso after they staged and won they goddamn coup. That's it. If your ass ain't African, we ain't buying it from you and we ain't selling shit to you. That's what he said. The only motherfuckers we doing business with is black people in Africa. That's it. That's it. The only people shit we wearing is the shit that we produce, we make with our own hands, with our own cotton that's been robbed from us from all these years. We gonna make our own clothes with our own cotton and our own hands. And I better not catch nobody up in this motherfucking country wearing no shit that came from America or from Europe. We wear only African clothes. That's what he said. When I tell you he banned the import of foreign clothes. He was about that goddamn life. They talking about, look, France, they want to kill Ibrahim. He must be doing something right. Ciao, bye. Ciao, bye. And so Java Watson sent me an email the other day, because I've been telling y'all from day one, when I finally put my little opinion out, and I still was very gentle in my opinion. I said, I am still gonna hold out hope for the best, but he ain't said shit to win me yet. He ain't did shit to win me yet. Nothing. And I told y'all not even a month ago. I told y'all. I said the moment that I was convinced, because I ain't have no real evidence. I was like, he might really be about that life. But I trust me. My me is informed by history. My me is informed by research. My me is informed by tendencies, historical tendencies. And so even though I couldn't put my hand on this particular thing that had me automatically from the day one opposed, this is suspect shit. And then not even a month ago, I told y'all, I said, y'all, I have made up my mind about your beloved Ibrahim, because I had an attitude about making this dog tag for this girl because she wanted one, right? I said, I made up my mind. I'm going to tell you why. I saw him do a presentation. I don't even remember what the subject of the presentation was, but in the presentation, I guess like the what do you call it? The reporters it was a Q&A, and they asked him, about his family and his personal life and this and the other. So he's married, right? And he said, listen, so many implications. This man, this black-skinned man, who is the militant appearing new president of Burkina Faso, the land of the upright citizen, or the land of the upright people, who talk like his ass was born and raised in Brooklyn, you feel me? Educated in France, no accent nowhere though, and he gonna make the declaration out of his mouth that he is a devout practicing Muslim. I said, that's all I needed to know what motivates every action that he takes. Even if he don't end up being an actual agent for the French government, a plant, a neo-colonial plant, even if he don't end up, which I ain't ruled out, even if he don't end up being a neo-colonial plant for France, that he got to put up a little pump faking, a little fake fighting, you know what I'm saying, to stimulate the masses off a campaign of nostalgia, that even if he don't end up being a French agent, him making the declaration dressed like a ceremonial socialist from the 1950s and 60s, talking about he is a devout Muslim, told me everything I needed to know about whatever motivates his actions and what potential future actions he will be making. I said that less than a month ago, and this girl sent me an email. Java Watson sent me an email talking about, have you seen the news, girl? I can't believe it. And it's a goddamn article about Ibrahim. What is it? I guess declaring a ban on the LGBTQIA, any expression of LGBTQIA, lifestyle or presence in Burkina Faso. I said, I, in the email, I told her, I don't know if you saw the email, but in the email, I told her straight up, and I don't usually do this shit, but y'all need this shit blood raw these days. I told her, I hate to tell you, I told you so. I was not surprised. I did not know at the time that I had already had day one, baby. Day one. He was still high in his rock star status. Day one. I was like, this nigga suspect. I don't care what you're talking about. He's suspect. Let me count the ways. What you mean? Let me count the ways that he is suspect. And people like, that ain't no real reason. Look at this good work he's doing. What you talking about? Why he preachy sing-songy when he talk? That ain't no real reason not to like Ibrahim. Okay. You got it. Can I name the fact that he is straight up copying damn near to the thread the outfit that the only outfit that Thomas Sankara was ever seen in was the red beret and the military fatigues. Damn near verbatim. Every time you talk to him, Sankara, he's saluting the people. You feel me? This dude doing the same. Tell me that is not a goddamn military strategic exploitation of nostalgia, of collective nostalgia of a suffering people who have not experienced the moment of true egalitarian freedom that they experienced under the short governance of Thomas Sankara, longing for that ever since. And then this nigga come out of literally nothing, just popped up out the ground, turned up out the goddamn, out from under a leaf somewhere, fully grown and fully emerged, staging some coup we ain't heard nothing about until he just won. We ain't even hear nothing about the coup. How we didn't know there was a coup happening in Burkina Faso until he just won and just emerged the man. Huh? Y'all don't find none of that suspect. Okay. Well, I'll keep my opinion to myself, at least on my YouTube channel, before I make a public declaration. Because far be it for me to be wrong. I'm okay with being wrong, but I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings and get nobody panties in a bunch while they got these Negro all up in their heart cavity right now. But I was clear from the moment. That's what I mean when I'm always telling y'all have to be doing this dance with yourself. You have to be trusting your flesh. What is your flesh telling you before your brain intervenes? What you think you know, intervene. What is your flesh telling you? What is your spirit telling you? Are you even listening to your spirit? Because I guarantee you, somebody among you knows enough that I'm not the only one. If you were truly listening to your ancestral intervention in your goddamn life, which is loud right now, somebody else, grandmama and them, that told, don't fall for the okie doke, baby. He ain't it. Somebody, grandmama done told you that shit, but you ignored it. I'm tripping. No, he good. You know what I'm saying? Like he seemed like he about that life. Somebody, grandmama, somebody ancestors was like, baby, you falling for the okie doke, but you ignored it because he the man. He a good looking nigga. You feel me? He got a little swag. He just young enough. He just young enough to be attractive, like a little heartthrob. You feel me? But he just mature enough to give him validity as the leader of a country. You feel me? Just educated enough that he don't appear to lord above the people. You feel? I'm telling you, you got to know your adversary, bitch. You got to know your adversary. And there ain't no grain of sand he leaves unaddressed in your oppression. There ain't nothing he leaves unaddressed. He leaves as a variable that he has not considered when it comes to maintaining power over your life and everything you produce. And so people like, really? Because he dressed like Thomas Sankara, that's why you don't like him? Motherfucking right. If that's all I knew, if I ain't hear a single speech at all from this day to the end, that would be enough. And I tell you, I would still, ill-informed, I would still be right over 1 million other motherfuckers. And she write me this shit about how he make this ban against the LGBTQIA population in Burkina Faso, the land of the upright citizen, the egalitarian society created by Thomas Sankara that sought to liberate the most oppressed among the people. And the first thing you gonna do as a Muslim, what did you think he was gonna do? What did you think he was gonna do? Because he a Muslim. Is he ever going to make a declaration about the independence and the necessity to secure the country, the necessity to upraise the suffering women of Burkina Faso to equal citizens in the goddamn country? He's a Muslim. Is that ever a conclusion that he could come to in good conscience based on the Father God that's alive in his fucking head? No, but the first thing that he can do, the first quote thing that he can do where the people are concerned, because everybody is one off the like little water thing and the little projects and the little, the little what they call it, the radical, the rapid industrialization of Burkina Faso. He got tractors and all this shit happening. Build. Okay, cool. It's cool to build some shit. It's easy to build some shit. Ain't made a declaration yet about the suffering of the people. But he is, quote, superficially addressing some of those things that cause suffering for the people, the water and the infrastructure. Okay, cool. And the first declaration that you make about the population of the country is not a liberating gesture like Thomas Sankara, who you feigning to be, who you are playing the character of. who you are playing the character of. Because the first thing that he did, he said, man, as African men, we cannot be professing to the greater world, Europe in particular, that our demand is absolute sovereignty, control of our land and our resources, while we maintain a boot on the neck of our country women. Who we look like out in the world talking about we want to be free, we want to have control over our own labor, our own life, and our own resources, while our mothers, we got our boot on the neck of our mamas, and the rest of the world looking at us like we hypocrites and shit. No, not on my motherfucking watch. Open the gate, liberate the women, liberate the babies. That's it. First move. And so the first move your beloved make is to not live up to the declaration that Burkina Faso is the land of the upright citizen. No, that ain't what you're going to do. The first thing that you are going to do is to deny sovereignty to a part of the marginalized and victimized community in this country. That's the first thing you're going to do. I was not surprised. I'm telling you, him making that and it was strategic. I'm going to tell you that he made. It was a dog whistle too. That declaration that he made on that microphone for the globe to hear that he was a devout practicing Muslim. I see there's some shit about to come down the line. Watch my smoke. But even before that, and y'all was all bigging up this bullshit. Him at a press conference holding the hands of goddamn Putin and the Xing Shi Shu or whoever the fuck he is in China, and as some kind of contest against the West. I was like, y'all motherfuckers got short-term memory like a bitch. It ain't even been a whole goddamn year. But them same two monstrous motherfuckers, Putin and Xu Shixin or whatever the fuck his name is, over there in China, was making global, consistent public declarations of they crack down on the women in their country. It ain't even been a full year since they waged these campaigns against the women in their own country. Crackdown, threaten laws threatening the freedom of the women in their country for speaking the words out of their mouth for be child free. That ain't even been a year that these same men made it law that anyone who has not had a child by the age of 22 would be denied access to university, that any person, public or business like newspapers or personal individual, anyone caught writing about, talking about anything to do with child-free, 4B, child-free, 4B, child-free living, any of that shit, that in the first 6 months of this legislation, it will be heavy fines. And after the quote introductory period, this kind of conversation, this quote kind of propaganda will be punishable by prison time. That ain't even been a year that he made that declaration. But because y'all got fragmented, dichotomized goddamn memories, as soon as you saw Ibrahim in between this Putin and this Xi Jinping, who just 4 months ago said that any woman that divorces her husband in China, no matter how long they've been married and how many children they got, that if she entered the marriage with nothing, that bitch is leaving with nothing. He just said that. Joe President, that y'all was just bigging up because, they with Ibrahim. They were Ibrahim. This is what alerted you somehow that he about that life. Again, playing on the ignorant nostalgia of the masses, remembering some revolutionary age of the 1950s and 60s where it seemed like the Soviet Union and China, because of the economic and weaponry support that they were giving to the colonies. They were giving the support to the colonies not because they give a damn about the colonies. They give a fuck about Black people. The evidence of which is the hostility that still exists in the former Soviet Union and Soviet bloc against Black-skinned people. There's a whole thing right now where all these women are talking about they had set up this whole site that looked real, a legitimate school, university campus with dormitory housing, and they were calling on Black women from particularly what's the country? Uganda, particularly from Uganda, doing all these campaigns like flyering and all kind of shit. Getting recruits, Black young women between the ages of 18 and 25 that say, this is my dorm, like really high tech digital campaign to woo Black young women only from the continent, only from Africa, to come to university where they would be doing work study. You will be working so many hours and you will be doing classes for so many hours, and then you would be in your dormitory and this and that and this and that. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it's all over TikTok right now. These women are doing lives in closets and saying, I need somebody to come and rescue me. This shit was a setup. This shit was a lie. They out here using this university to recruit women from the continent to be goddamn sold into goddamn human trafficking and sex slavery in fucking Russia right now today. When COVID happened, the first thing you saw was all these Black skinned people, because they was locking down society and everybody was trying to go back to where they was and shit, because they didn't want to get trapped where they were. And so all these Black people, they ain't even trying to stay in Russia. They was like, damn, y'all like us anyway. Let us go on back home. Let us get this train and go on back home. And how all of these regular, everyday white Russian civilians were denying access to buses and trains exclusively to the Black people who were trapped in Russia. They were just students trying to get back to Africa because they didn't know how long the so-called lockdown thing was about to happen. And all these Black people are saying, we need somebody to come and get us. These motherfuckers really ain't trying to let us leave. They don't let us get on the plane. They hate us. They don't want us here, but they don't want us to leave. So if Russia, if the Soviet Union, if the former Soviet bloc was really, they just loved the colonized, the victims of the colonies all over, and this is why they sent guns and food and fuel and supplies, and that's why they did it. They didn't do that. They didn't do that. People be always romanticizing the relationship between the so-called satellites, the so-called colonies, and the Soviet Union, and this aggression between the Soviet Union and Europe and North America. These were the enemies. These were the great powers. And they was like, Russia was like, the Soviet Union was like, look, the thing that they got to their advantage is all of this motherfucking loot that's coming in from these colonies. All these colonies are suffering, and this is where the loot that they getting that maintains their hegemony over the planet, and we want some of that loot. So we know we need to stage a contest, but this is Europe and North America together. We ain't got enough energy for that smoke. But if we destabilize the colonies that support and generate their wealth, then we might be able to stage a goddamn contest. They give a fuck about Black people, brown and skin, red skin, and Black skin people in South and Central America. They give a damn about people in Asia. As a matter of fact, I just saw a documentary the other day about Mao Zedong being so hyped, like a little kid. They're showing him smiling and shit the first time he got to go to Russia to meet. He was supposed to be meeting Marx. He was supposed to be meeting Stalin and somebody else. It was like a meeting, and how they show a video of Mao Zedong hype to meet the men who have shaped the policy that he has superimposed on China under the auspice of liberating China under a socialist revolution. He's smiling like a kid because these his heroes and shit. Stalin refused to shake his hand, did not speak to him directly the entire meeting. He literally looked at, I couldn't believe this documentary. I'm looking at actual footage of this meeting. He looked humiliated because the white men who had shaped the consciousness that gave rise to what would become the Chinese Communist Party, staging this, quote, revolution for China and the radical industrialization of China. And their white nationalism was obvious. Their disdain for him was obvious. Meanwhile, colored people all over the world, to this day, 140 something years later, heralding I still have every book, every speech delivered by V.I. Lenin, I still have in booklet form right here in this house. Every book written by Karl Marx here in this house. We studied white socialist communist philosophers more in the African People's Socialist Party than we did any other black author, black revolutionary other than the chairman Omali Shatilla. That ain't, I'm telling you what I experienced in real time. We never read in all the thousands of hours of political education, we were never charged to read a single word penned by a black female revolutionary. And we never questioned it. Never questioned it. I still have, child, ask anybody who knew me from political life before I moved out here to California. If I was facilitating any kind of piece of work for any organization, whether it was organizing an event, a party, a program, every meeting, we were going to do a political education for the first 15 to 20 minutes of that meeting. I was going to send out the literature that was going to govern that political education. And it was always the same. It was always the same. And I still have them right now today. That was either going to be 4 of my main ones. It was going to be the disease, Fear of Responsibility by Ho Chi Minh. It was going to be Combat Liberalism by Mao Zedong. It was going to be Criticism and Self-Criticism by Mao Zedong. It was going to be On Revolutionary Medicine by Che Guevara. Every time. You understand what I'm saying? And so because just like today, your friendly neighborhood socialist progressive is still so timid to address the very race-centric contradictions within the ideology of socialism and communism, then it's a class struggle that we're involved in. That shit ain't new. My homeboy and I were talking, we both were in the party. We talked, like I said, we talked for about 4 hours the other day. And we were talking about the fact that, every time people talk about the McCarthy era, the so-called Red Scare, the McCarthy era, every time anybody talks about the McCarthy era, our default, because they have placed themselves as the perpetual victims on earth, our default, as soon as we hear the Red Scare, as soon as we hear McCarthyism, as soon as we hear the trials, we think, poor Jews. They were being so brutalized during the McCarthy era. The great majority of human beings that were incarcerated, that were exiled, that could not work, that lost livelihood, that were targeted during the Red Scare were Black, particularly Black professionals and Black actors and Black professionals in the arts. Because this was all happening around the same time, bourgeoning, around the same time as the Harlem Renaissance, you feel me? And all these Black people had attached primarily to the ideology of socialism, them seeing socialism as a realizable strategic way to win for themselves what they have been fighting for, a right to exist in the best possible way in this country. You feel me? And so a lot of Black people, a lot of Black actors and musicians and professionals and dancers, and even a lot of we call it liberation theology now, but a lot of those quote foundational preachers in liberation theology, socialism was the basis for their liberation theology. So socialism and socialist ideology in the Black community was pervasive throughout this period of time. And so even though every time you turn around, somebody talk about the McCarthy era and the Red Scare, and for some reason, the first thing people gonna talk about is the poor Jews in Hollywood. Wrong, goddammit. Wrong. You are the issue. Race is the issue. Yo Black, brown, and red ass is the issue. It's always the issue. It's always been the issue because it represents Black, red, and brown people, initially and subsequently yellow-skinned people, in addition to, make up the every single foundational pebble stone, cornerstone, headstone that represents what America is today. Race is the issue, even as, yes, class, as it has been established in the intricacies of a burgeoning and evolving capitalism, they evolve in the ways that they learn how to oppress you, how to extract wealth from you, and so on and so forth. That's the only evolutionary progress they can make, is how to deepen, more well hide, more clean up the edges, and shape and reconfigure how they can better facilitate the theft of your wealth, your labor, and your life force. That's it. That's the only progress that they can make, and the only progress that benefits, and that progress only benefits them exclusively all the time. You feel me? Race is always the issue. Any socialist attempting to tell you that it is not only primary, it is central. It's central. And to not address it, then you know who it is you're talking about. To not address it, or to stage a contest against it, your so-called progressive white friend, to stage a contest against it, you don't have to argue with them. As soon as they say, I don't agree that race is the foundational pillar, the central pillar of what we call American globalism today, it is black. It is black. The central pillar is black. The central pillar is black. The two side pillars that you would call the red and blue pillar is red skinned people and brown skinned people. Yep. Them the pillars. And to attempt to dance around it is to attempt to do what the Soviet Union was attempting to do by pulling on the heartstrings of all of these victimized colored people throughout what they call the so-called third world, looking for liberation. And the Soviet Union recognizing all the time that the contest was with Europe and North America. They got too much of the booty. We want our fair share of the theft of the loot. You feel me? And so we gonna arm all they colonies to destabilize their power, so we can get in some good licks, so that eventually, in our mind's eye, the means of production and the control of the means of production can shift in our favor, and we've used all these color folks to help facilitate that. And at the end of the day, once the means of production shifts into our favor, we will maintain the colonies. These black, brown, and red people will continue to dig up these minerals for pennies on the dollar if they lucky from their national homeland. We might do it like what China is doing right now, playing in your goddamn face. We might build some roads. You feel me? See, we gonna be a more gentle colonizer. We gonna be a much easier on you colonizer while we robbing you blind. We gonna create a little infrastructure. We gonna facilitate some repair of the roads. We might even build some railroad tracks and say that it's for you, so that you can facilitate intracontinental movement easier than Europe would allow you to have. See all this wonderful shit that we Chinese people have done for you and yours? Playing in your goddamn face. While they are in your face, don't even hide it, robbing the continent blind. Not only robbing the continent blind, the amount of crimes committed by Chinese men against the bodies of African women right now, today, under this benevolent, mutually beneficial relationship between China and these malignant ass heads of state. And women and children are always going to be the beneficiary of the aggressions levied between whoever is trying to dominate the continent in whatever shady ass deal they make with some neo-colonial puppet in positions of power over them countries in the continent, and the people who are always incessantly, uninterruptedly, that are going to suffer both at body, both in labor, because still the greatest producers of wealth on earth is not just, quote, everybody. It's not just, quote, melanated people. It's not just we all in this together. That's why I said that pyramid over there presented by the Marxists and the Leninists, that's that bullshit. You feel me? This one over here is recognizing that even within the foundation of oppression, where workers, labor is exploited, and the theft of wealth because we generate all the wealth. But guess what? The World Health Organization says that the majority of producers of wealth on earth, 83% of the producers of wealth on earth are women and children. Women and children. And what happens is, because the state is proficient in what it does, is when them women's sons become of age, they don't even have to become of age. If you want to look at Sierra Leone as a perfect example, child soldiers and shit like that. When they become of a certain age, they are won by promise of a decent wage, and all they have to do is hold a gun and terrorize their fellow countrywomen. They become the police force. They become these rogue militia and shit. And through, not just in Africa, it is all over Southeast Asia, is the same relationship, that the quote only way out that male children see is to, after they reach a certain age, their government will willingly put a gun in their hand and a couple of dollars in their pocket that they wouldn't get working in these factories of exploitation. And all they have to do is become the direct police force that keeps the primary producers of every country on the goddamn planet in line. When's the last time you seen a sweatshop that was a majority men? Right here in Mexico, back in them days when they exposed Guess Jeans. I think it was Rage Against the Machine that exposed Guess Jeans Company for all these sweatshops that were chaining women and children to like a desk like I got right here, and putting chain around their ankle and around the leg of the goddamn sewing machine right here in factories in goddamn Southern California. Every time you see some movie, every time you see some expose on Temu or goddamn Shein or whatever the fuck, and they got hidden cameras going in there, who do you see in the sweatshops? Who do you see in the sweatshops? You see some colored man who looked just like the rest of everybody, a singular colored man, maybe some colored men at the doors as security, and everybody else is female with children as young as 6 working in these goddamn sweatshops. And the reason that Marxist-Leninist theory, that the scientific explanation of how to make a revolution that's forwarded, that's headed by the proletariat in arms, because you still got a few little men who think that they're going to be the heroes that rescue us all, while simultaneously stepping on the necks of their countrywomen, reducing the genius and significance of their fellow countrywomen. Because again, in a patriarchal society, genius, hyper-intellectualism. See, the more proximity that you have to quote intellect and genius, the less you have to work. We just want to support your genius. We just want to pay you to think and to write and shit. And so genius and intellect can only be defined by other men. And it's only, and the levels of those genius and that intellect is only within its proximity to the quote matched presentation of genius and an intellect embodied inherently and unquestioningly in the bodies of mediocre white men. You understand? That's why you don't act amazed, which still blows my mind. You don't act amazed when you hear story after story after story after story after story come out about a 10-year-old, about an 8-year-old, about a 14-year-old whose IQ is 30 points, 40 points higher than Einstein, but you can't believe his ass was not a genius, that he was a well-perfected thief at best, that he disappeared his wife into oblivion while he stole her genius, while he simultaneously suppressed and stole her genius. So you don't know her name, but you know his name. And you think he a good guy because he made one speech about black people and shit. And so he the man. Meanwhile, I just learned 2 weeks ago, his ass sent a letter to whoever the president was at the time. Was it FDR? I don't remember. Roosevelt? I don't remember. But sent a letter to the president giving his cosign on the genius of Oppenheimer in his development of nuclear technology that will catapult our interest above all others in the world. This a letter Einstein wrote in 7. What did they say? 4 years later, 4 years to the day after he wrote that letter, that same cosign on nuclear advancements to protect American interests. That's what your Einstein said. You feel me? 4 years later, America drops the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Intellect and genius in the hands of patriarchs in general, and white patriarchs in particular, can only reproduce their malignancy. That's it. That's it. That's why every time we experience these technological advances, and we think that technological advances are supposed to be synonymous with like the resolving of historical human issues and conflicts and problems. But it seems that with every technological advance over the last 400 years, with every single leap forward in technology, our oppression deepens and sharpens and becomes more sophisticated. Why? Because the technological advance, the genius invention primarily of some colored person that is supposed to benefit the group, is the sole possession of the white person that owns them or controls them or denies them power. And so that ingenious invention that is created by some colored person who is trying to resolve their size of exhaustion and oppression, and so they find a way in the plotting and the thinking of how to make this thing easier, how to lighten our load, how to do this and how to do that. But because they literally owned by somebody who don't have that same interest, this same invention that was intended for the good of the greater whole now becomes a weapon in the possession of the malignant. And I've gone over this 1,000 times over the last 4 years. Example after example. The invention of the printing press in Europe by, I think his name was Gutenberg, something like that. I think it was Gutenberg. And here, out of hundreds of years of dark ages and being denied the access to read and write, the poor, the oppressed of Europe, now all of a sudden, this invention that for the first time in hundreds of years makes literature, makes art, makes something that now the regular everyday person has the potential to possess, has the potential to own, really having the potential to radically educate and enlighten those who had been trapped in the dark for several hundred years. Is that what that invention did? The very first book printed on the printing press. This was during the Renaissance. This wasn't even during the Dark Ages. The printing press was invented during the Renaissance. And the very first book ever printed on this new technology that had the potential to shift human consciousness in Europe in a radically opposing direction than that had been imposed on it by the Roman Empire and the Roman Catholic Church for several hundred years prior. The very first book printed on the printing press was the Malleus Maleficarum, which was a book written by a disgruntled excommunicated priest who had been shamed by a woman that he accused of being a witch. So he fell back for a couple of years in his rage against this woman who he said was responsible for him being humiliated and excommunicated out of the church because he made a fool of himself in his accusation of her being a witch. He go behind closed doors, write a book called Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of the Witches, which was a 1,200 page workbook, if you will, on the history of the devil and witches, how to identify witches, how to search for witches, the test that one must perform to prove a woman is a witch, how to investigate, how to torture to retrieve a confession, and the God ordained viable ways to execute said witch. Do you know? Because the Inquisition existed before the printing press. But the Inquisition, up until this moment, this actual definable pivot point in history, the printing press and its first book, the Malleus Maleficarum, that up until that point, For several hundred years, the department of the Inquisition of the Roman Church was not about witches. It was not hunting witches. The only people going before the department of the Inquisition were so-called heretics, were people who had religious or philosophical ideas that opposed or countered the churches. So the majority of the people who were charged as heretics under the Inquisition were men. What's the dude name? Galileo was one of the victims of the Inquisition because he presented this solar-centric view of our solar system. He said that the planets don't revolve around the earth, that the sun don't revolve around the earth, that our solar system is actually solar-centric, and Earth, along with the other planets, circle around the sun. His ass went to prison for that shit, having been found guilty of heresy before the Inquisition. So before the printing, as a matter of fact, not only that, as what's her name? Barbara Moore tells us in The Great Cosmic Mother, not only was witchcraft not one of the crimes being brought before the Inquisition before the printing of this book. That's what changed it. Before the printing of this book, guess what else was considered heresy? To express a public belief that witchcraft was real was considered heresy. Do you hear what I just said? To profess publicly that you believe that witchcraft was real, the belief in witchcraft was seen as the crime of heresy, punishable as the crime of heresy. Do you hear me? Guess what? When he wrote the Malleus Maleficarum, this disgruntled, what y'all call him today, because even reading the story about this dude and how he came to the conclusion this the book he needed to write, I was like, oh my God, he was an incel. He was an incel. Go read about him. Google the Malleus Maleficarum. He was an incel. He was mad because this bitch embarrassed him in public, and the community sided with her, so they ran his ass out of town. And because him being he was a monk in the church, because he was a representative of the church, and him being humiliated was a blotch on the church, humiliated the church, soiled the church's reputation. Because here we is saying we don't believe in witchcraft, we don't believe women have no power, and here you go without our say and accuse this woman of being a witch, and you get laughed the fuck out of town, and so it make us look crazy, and so your ass is excommunicated. This nigga got excommunicated, humiliated by a goddamn woman, went into his little cave, his little man cave for 2 years, and in his unquenchable rage wrote a book on all the ways he would love to see women tortured, denied everything, denied life, denied wealth, denied everything. And his book happened to be complete. His 1,200-page book, child. His 1,200-page book on all the ways that his sadistic ass imagined taking revenge against the body of this one woman and superimposing it on all women. And this book happened to be complete when the announcement was made throughout the lands that the printing press has been invented, and everybody was making a mad dash. Everybody had been starved of information, and his happened to be the first that Gutenberg was like, yo, this shit genius, bro. Like, damn, how you came up with this, bro? This shit genius, man. You know, I want to support your work. You feel me? Like, this shit gonna change everything. You know what I'm saying? Let me be the first one to make sure that these words remain forever. You know, you can get a PDF copy of the entire Malleus Maleficarum right now today on this here internet. This book that from every walk of life, the church's position and their like redemption tour, trying to quote apologize for the Inquisition and the harm caused to women, feel me? And all of that shit. Even the church acknowledges that the printing of the Malleus Maleficarum represented a radical transformation and turn in what became the Inquisition, now synonymous with the hunting of women. The hunting of women. That's what it pivoted. Why did it pivot? Because the Malleus Maleficarum and Dante's book came out not too far after that. But now giving visual images. This is no different than the first time we saw pictures on screens or heard words coming out of a box that was just black and had some stuff on it. It blows your mind when it blows your mind and broadens immediately the possibilities. You don't read. You ain't read. Your mama didn't read. Your mama's mama didn't read. Your mama's mama's didn't read because you've been denied access. You can't even read the Bible that the priest speaks to you in Latin in the church. You have been completely denied access to anything that would embolden you, that would enliven the spirit, that would wake the consciousness of the human being for 400-500 years. And all of a sudden, now you see images on pieces of paper that are being thrown rapidly, primarily by the church. This is the first propaganda campaign, modern propaganda campaign, was the Malleus Maleficarum, and then all of the subsequent like leafleting and all of this shit that was happening all over Europe. Everybody was being radically educated. People rapidly learning how to read, but everything that was being produced was solidifying in people's consciousness that the devil was the bad guy, that it wasn't the nobility that was oppressing people, that it wasn't the church that was oppressing people. People were clear. It wasn't the church. It wasn't the French. It wasn't their nobility, the aristocracy. That it was a deeper and more insidious and malevolent force that you could not see. The devil, and he is everywhere. And his chief missionaries in the world had vaginas. His chief missionaries in the world had vaginas. His chief missionaries in the world were your mothers and your sisters and your grandmothers, especially your grandmothers. Mm-hmm. This was the first modern propaganda campaign. And this invention, like every single invention subsequent to it, it wasn't the first one. The first one, the big one by Europe, was once they were introduced to gunpowder, Marco Polo and all his little exhibitions into Asia. And for 3,000 years, gunpowder had been solely used for celebratory reasons. And Marco Polo and his slovenly, sloppy ass stumbles his way to Europe and sees one of these celebrations, fireworks. And in his malignancy, the first thing he thought was, damn, this could give us an edge militarily. I need to figure out how to get that. I need to figure out how to use that. How they make that, where they get that. And so this astrologer I keep telling you guys about, who is always tying up these massive astrological occurrences and talking about the politically significant historical events that happened in conjunction to these astrological events that are making their way on our side of the earth for the first time in all these hundreds and some of them thousands of years, right? To give you the potential of to give you an idea of the extreme potentialities presented historically by the repetition of these astrological alignments. I love this dude's channel because I am a history nerd. So that's how I got interested in astrology in the first place, was him talking about the historical significance, what was happening in Asia, what was happening in Europe when these astrological events happened, right? And then you can see a clear rhythm, a clear echo of potentialities, not echoes of certainty, echoes of potentiality. But because we have always been on the bottom, we have not influenced the extreme opposite of those potentialities. We've never represented the collective, unified face of power in opposition to whatever extreme presentation of power is always put before us. You see what I'm saying? We make the contest, we stage the rebellion, but we never benefit in the end from the motion and the actions that we take, because we have not collectively consolidated a singular expression with many faces. See, our opposition has they have unified goals and objectives, even as they fake in our face that they enemies, arch enemies, chief enemies, the axis of evil and shit like that. All that shit is for play, child. When they say the world is a stage, that shit is real. All of their interests are united. Yes, Jews, Christians, Catholics, and Muslims, and Buddhists, and Hindus, and Satanists. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. The world is a stage, and they are the only actors. They are the only actors, and so they stay playing in your face, so that you never come to the correct conclusion about how to be an equal contendant in this contest that they faking in your face between these so-called polar opposites. Y'all still believe this shit about some Republican and Democratic bullshit. That's the problem. Y'all still believe this is an actual thing. Y'all still believe this is it still blows my mind. Y'all still believe this is an actual thing. That there's actually a contest between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. That either one of them give a goddamn about your life, about your health, about your freedom, about your children. Y'all still think it's some kind of, partisan. That shit is weird to me. Weird to me. Weird to me. You feel me? That when they remember I was telling y'all about that damn show. What was the name of that show? The Serpent Queen. Y'all need to watch that shit. Y'all don't want to just study history, but you want true accounts of actual history, super condensed for your short term, your short attention span. The Serpent Queen, that shit was deep. And in your face, if you care to look, that even though these two violently opposing families in France at the time, every time you see them in public, the poor and the wretched are like, yes, that's our king. Oh my God, right? Meanwhile, they fighting, the same poor and wretched people fighting the opposition. They're terrible. They're terrible. The war was between the adherents to those who had a staunch and unwavering allegiance to the Roman Catholic Empire, right? And the new bourgeoning representatives of the Protestant Reformation. Okay? This is in France. And the Serpent Queen, she got her own political interests. She got relationships to both sides. She the Queen of France. You feel me? But she's always ruling as regent because whatever reason. You feel me? Whether it's a husband, whether it's a son, whatever. She was always the power behind whoever was the face of leadership at that time. She always was the one that led the councils, not the son, not the husband. She sat at the head of the council table where these two opposing forces would come, the representatives of these opposing forces, these big families would come to the table. You feel me? She is dressed in all black. She dressed in all black. As a matter of fact, this girl, I forget her name, this Serpent Queen, this Queen of France, do you know that she is the reason right now today? She is the reason right now today, these little cultural things that we don't think anything about, but to me are important. She is the reason right now today that anywhere in this country, primarily anywhere on earth, when somebody dies, everyone dresses in black. The tradition started with this woman who refused to wear the traditional white while grieving the loss of her husband. And from the loss of her husband till she died, she wore black. Mm-hmm. That's why you do that. She was the first person in history documented to wear black in mourning. Mm-hmm. She's the reason you wear black to a funeral right now to this day. That's deep. That's deep. Side note, but about how you are informed all the time in the most insidious and subtle and completely unknown ways you are trained by your adversary, their culture, their customs, their synchronicities, their all the shit. The reason that when you have a difficult pregnancy or labor, that you have to go and have a quote C-section or a quote cesarean section. The reason why is it called a cesarean section? Yes, because it is named after Caesar. Yes. Yes. You're talking about Greece. You're not talking about Rome. You're talking about Greece. You're talking about before Rome, before the Roman Empire. You're talking about Greece. And Caesar, the story of the first Caesar, which is essentially kind of is like half true and half mythology. You feel me? But the story of Caesar is why right now today, when a doctor has to intervene because you cannot deliver your child vaginally and have to be cut open to retrieve the baby, is based on a myth. Some say it's a mythological story about the birth of Caesar. That has continued to today. Culture matters. Culture matters politically. Culture determines how you behave. Culture determines how you will speak, what you will speak into your life and into the world. So anyway, back to this girl and the reason that you no longer mourn in white. You feel me? And y'all be looking at E5 practitioners weird when they dressed in white from head to toe to help to assist in the transition of one of their loved ones, and y'all looking at the black folks like they crazy. Meanwhile, you got the tradition of dressing in black from a crazy white woman. I digress. Anyway, so she would sit at this table in her black dress, you feel me, and flanked on both sides are the representatives of these so-called violently opposed forces representing the interest of the great Catholic Church and representing the interest of the working class, the growing working class under the Reformation of the Catholic Church, the Protestant Reformation. You hear me? Do you know, I Googled yesterday, not even intended to talk about this, by the way. I Googled yesterday, what is the etymology of Protestant? It means laid open. Protestant means laid open. I digress. Anyway, because it never occurred to me that the word protest, right, which is what Luther did, you feel me? Martin Luther protested what was happening in the church. Hence, he drafted the 95 Theses, hammered it on the door of the German Catholic Church, kicking off the Protestant Reformation of the church. But it never occurred to me until yesterday when I was Googling the etymology of Protestant. I was like, oh shit, it means protest. And yes, protest and Protestant both mean laid open. Laid open. Anyway, so you got the Protestants, but the Protestants, because they are like mercantilists, I think is the appropriate name, but they're like, this is all happening too in the very, very slow beginnings of this transition of the poor from serfdom to now being able eventually to sell their labor on the market. This is all unfolding at the same time that these prior serfs and shit are you can feel the transition all throughout society, ricocheting all throughout society, but it's coming from the bottom up, not the top down. The top is responding to this growing frustration and movement among the most oppressed in their society, and they're constantly at the table, damn near every day having meetings, trying to address the most appropriate angle to quote quell this powder keg that they could feel in the environment that was the poor being excited and invigorated by the professions of this growing what they saw as a rebellious movement in opposition to the Roman Catholic Church. They didn't know for a long, long time that the Protestants were just as evil, just as diabolical, had the same material interest as the Roman Catholic Church, but their angle was different. Their angle actually was more staunchly opposed and violent towards women. Yep. Right. Their angle was to remove anything that would trigger the collective memory of quote pagan and goddess worshiping symbolism in the masses. That's Protestantism that did that. But in the earlier stages, the people saw the audacity of one of its own, a priest, a monk of the German Catholic Church. Of the German Catholic Church, staging an open rebellion against the church itself, and people were looking for signs that they too could rebel. And they were like, well, damn, this must be God. This must be God telling us that we have a right to rebel too. If one of their own is rebelling against them, then we ain't wrong in our frustration with the church. And our frustration with the church telling us that because we poor, we can't go to heaven because we cannot afford to buy our tickets into heaven. We cannot afford to pay for our absolution. This is real shit, by the way. And here this guy is saying that we don't need a pope, that we can go directly to the Lord himself. We don't need an intermediary. All you need is one to lead the flock. But I'm not the intermediary. I'm going to teach you how to pray to Jesus himself. It was the Protestants that started taking advantage politically of the people's ignorance by saying, see, all these hundreds of years, your church wouldn't let you read and write and shit. We're going to teach y'all how to read and write. We sure going to do that because we love you so much and your Lord love you so much too. We're going to teach y'all how to read and write. And so people was like, we walking with the Protestants. We walking with the Protestants. The Protestants was talking about, we want to give y'all wages. We don't want y'all tied to the land no more. We don't want y'all to have to be loyal to lords that ain't going to let you do anything but raise just enough for you to eat and live as healthy as necessary, bare minimum healthy as necessary to continue to produce while you eat enough of what you produce to just survive. You feel me? And then everything else go to the landlord. We want to actually give you job. We want to pay you money. We want to allow you the ability to go to these stores and buy yourself a nice little dress or what have you. People's like, damn, for real? Dang, that's awesome. So people were won by Protestantism. And this series, it was a very short series, maybe 2 seasons, 3 seasons. It was revealing. If you weren't caught up in the pomp and circumstance, but you was watching the thing, I was like, yo, they literally can play in your face. They literally can tell you all day business, because they do. This shit y'all watching right now, the Gilded Age, they literally telling you all day business, and you don't know. They know it's going right over your head. They do. Even what you would think is insignificant, wouldn't even pay attention to, because we have been trained to not see. Right? Every time this woman sits at the head of this table, flanked on both sides by these very powerful representations of the old guard and the new. Every scene for 2 whole seasons, every time they come to the table, her ass is in the middle, dressed in black. And her peculiar introduction to this whole scenario is that she was the niece, the orphaned niece of the present Pope, who raised her inside the Vatican. She was raised in the Vatican. Stop. She was raised in the Vatican by this Pope who was her uncle, because her parents had been murdered in an uprising of Pope people. Her parents had been murdered. The Pope was like, she can come stay at the Vatican, raised her, because we're going to have to marry her off to somebody someday that can gain us some clout. It's got to be a obviously a politically strategic alliance. You feel me? And when she came of age, France was going through whatever France was going through, particularly in their relationship with the Medici family, and how the Medici family was making a name for itself as the chief bankers of Europe at the time. And the Medicis was causing a problem for the church, because the Medici family held all the debt of the Pope, and the Pope's debt was astronomical. And so he brokers this deal to have the prince of France at the time marry his niece, and this is who became the Serpent Queen. You feel me? And because she was, quote, not attractive as a young girl, and because people dismissed her because she's just a woman and she can't be smart, and they're letting her in these spaces as a teenager. They letting her in these spaces. She's hearing these conversations that are political conversations among men, and they just think she's a fly on the wall because she's just a girl. And the whole time, even as a girl, she's learning, she's listening, she's listening to how they plan wars, how they plot strategies, how they do what relationships, what alliances, who are the players on the board at this particular time. So by the time she has children, by the time her husband dies, and she is ruling as regent over France because her son is too young to lead, she's sitting at the head of this table at this very pivotal period in human history where this chasm has been created between the faces of power. That's it. The faces of power. And of course, they're always using the masses as the primary weapon that they use to force the hands of power either direction, right? Without the people getting nothing in return. And so every time she's sitting at this table, dressed in all black, all stoic, sitting at this table, surrounded by men, every time for 2 seasons, the Catholic loyal side, the old guard, are dressed in red. The new bourgeoning, quote, new thought movement of the time, which was the Protestant rebels, are always, without fail, in every episode for 2 or 3 seasons, dressed in blue. That's not all. They sitting at this table. You think because of the way they present themselves out in the world to the people that they are arch enemies, that they are the arch enemies. These motherfuckers sitting across the table from each other, they cousins, they first cousins, every single one. Every single one of them are not distant, direct blood relatives. The 2 on one side are brothers. The 3 of the Catholic loyalists on the other side, they all first cousins to the 2. But when they go out into the world, the people don't know their blood. The people don't know their cousins now. That they go to each other's house and eat dinner and drink wine. That the mama of the so-called opposing of the old guard of the Catholic loyalists is having sex with the youngest brother, who is the figurehead, the chief face of this radical mercantile movement to support the Protestants because they believe in Jesus so much and Jesus wants us to have jobs and shit. That the mama of the old guard is having sex with the oldest son of the new guard. They are cousins them. They are people them. And as soon as they leave from out the castle where everybody think they done gone to war for us, they in there dueling and scrapping for us. I'm telling you the conversations that they had, supposedly in opposition to one another. The only opposing ideas that they had was what strategy to use at this particular time. They would say, okay, well, we need to ghost this bitch. This bitch, we need to assassinate this bitch. Can we find somebody to assassinate this bitch? And the other person would be like, yeah, assassination would be really good. This is the opposing side. Assassination would be really good right now, but think of the reverberating impact with this particular population. And do we have the manpower to address the blowback of an outright assassination? Maybe. So the opposing person levying this opposing idea is like, instead of maybe straight up assassination, what we maybe can do is make it look like one of the poor people that is Catholic is mad at the Protestants and make it look like it's something that happened down on the bottom and did not have anything to do with us up here. You feel me? Because if we do an outright assassination, then they know it's going to come from the hands of power, and this might present a problem for us in the long run. But if we can create a condition, a situation where it looks like a poor Catholic devotee stage this aggression against a poor Protestant devotee or group or whatever, then they will start to turn on each other, forgetting that this is the conversation that they having in the room. I see what you're talking about. I see how you see that can be a good idea. But why don't we try this approach better? Because this Protestant thing is posing a problem. Too many people are converting too fast. The interesting thing about it is she is sitting here facilitating this conversation between these apparent extreme opposing forces represented by the red and blue flanked on her sides all the time. This bitch front and center at the head of the table, the face of absolute power in France, dressed in black. And whatever they decide, she get the last word, yay or nay. And do you know what she tells them? Because she still performs Catholic. When they go to public events or whatever, she still carries her little, whatever shit you call that shit, right? The rosary. She still carries the rosary. She still do the prayers. But in that meeting, when they going back and forth, I think my idea better. No, I think my approach better. They ain't in opposition. They are just having a difference of strategy. That's all. And you know what she tell them? They say, well, what you think? And she said, y'all want to know my honest opinion? This is early in the series. She said, y'all want to know my honest opinion? It's like, yeah. She's like, I have a vision of a vision of the future of France that is secular. She said, yes, I was born and raised Catholic, and I present Catholic when it is necessary. She said, but I'm sitting up in this seat right here because I am participating in a future I can see clearly of a secular France where all can live and all that can thrive despite whatever their religious associations may be or whatever. Did they turn on her and say, you with that bullshit? You mean you don't believe in God? What you talking about? No. They're like, well, that's interesting. So what you think? What you think the approach should be? Child, like it wasn't nothing. Do you think, like we do, stage a contest because somebody say they don't believe in our Jesus? They didn't do that. Not one time in 3. I said, this shit is profound. I said, did anybody else watch this shit the way that I did? Did anybody watch this shit the way that I did? I said, this is so, there was no contest like that. Even her womanness. Listen, because they had respect for the face of authority. Even though she was a woman, even though they might plot little, kinks in her power, at the end of the day, they was like, this bitch is the queen. While the king, prince, is too young to facilitate this process, this bitch is the one. So we don't have to like this bitch. We have to comply. They had respect for the station, bitch, not for the woman. For the station. While this motherfucker sitting at the head of this table, is what the fuck she say. We might not agree. I got an attitude with her. Whatever I talk about her ugly behind her back. And all of that happened. But when they were sitting in that meeting, debating upon how all three of the people that they represented, of the power that they represented, was going to benefit by exploiting the ignorance of the masses that they governed, because that's what they were all discussing. They weren't at odds. They weren't in opposition, because at the end of the day, no matter how the pendulum swung, it was always going to benefit the group. It's okay. I'll take a hit this time. You can be the face of power for a little while. We'll pump fake another little fight in a few years, give the people a little time to recuperate, have some more babies, so we have some more fresh cannon fodder for the fake fight we put the fuck up in front of them for them to eagerly participate in under the guise of goddamn patriotism and loyalty to God and country and shit. Our objectives, no matter who the face of victory is in the moment, our objectives will still be met. I can be the bad guy for a minute. I can be the loser for a spell. This shit was in your face. It wasn't even subtle. It was butt naked. It was butt naked. That show is really worth, like, I'm always threatening about how I want to do like live movie reviews, like in-person live movie reviews, and then we just break that shit down collectively. Just break that shit and pull a piece. Because listen, every movie ever created, because that's the other technological advance that deepened our oppression. It's cinema. Before it, radio. Before it, the cotton gin. The cotton gin was supposed to liberate the harshness of the labor of picking cotton as invented by a person who was picking cotton and plotting and scheming on how to make this easier and better. And it should have freed up some of the labor, but in the possession, because he was owned by a white boy, in the possession, because whatever you produce, if you black, whatever you produce, if you brown, whatever you produce, if you red, in this country, on default, bitch, on GP. That's why I said at the beginning of this thing, there's no such thing as cultural appropriation. In the minds of white America, the reason they feel, quote, entitled to that what you produce is because that's what the country has told them from day one. That we are still the faceless, nameless fractions of who they are, and whatever we produce, however our genius spills out onto the group and into the world, by default is our collective right to possess. And their mind is not appropriation, it's their right to possession. And when you call it cultural appropriation, you reduce the significance of regular, everyday, bold-faced colonialism that has never ended. Y'all still colonial subjects. Y'all still colonial subjects. And when you let somebody infect how you present yourself in the world, how you express your peculiar brand of suffering in the world, and reduce it to some shit that don't make white people uncomfortable, it's colorism. It's texturism. It's featureism. No, it is a peculiar expression of regular old ass colonial domination, exploitation, and oppression. That's all. That's all. Cultural appropriation. Yeah, it's really fucked up because even though it was a black woman who created rock and roll, you feel me? And even though we know right now today that Elvis Presley stole from so many black people, he still goes down in history as the king of rock and roll. This is cultural appropriation. No, the fuck it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not cultural appropriation. It is the very embodied, strategic, long taught, imposed on the consciousness of little white babies born in America, several things. That whatever colored folks produce, you are entitled to by virtue of being born white. That's one. Two, that if you recognize at a certain age that your ass is basic and mediocre, fret not. You have a vast pool. You have a vast, vast pool of subject matter, of content for which you can pick and choose what you want to be your personification that is going to guarantee you an infusion of wealth in your otherwise basic and mediocre self. So y'all get mad when this shit inevitably generates a Elvis. It inevitably generates a Eminem. I don't give a goddamn, my God. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. And Eminem came out before I was conscious. So y'all can't blame it on that neither. There ain't no way. There ain't no way. There ain't no way that I will ever accept the identification of Eminem as one of the best rappers to ever live. No way. No way. No way. I don't care how strategically and mathematically he can emulate what we do and piece that shit together in a way that sounds cool. It's missing soul. It's missing substance. It's missing inability to identify. And so people be like, well, he was poor too. Is that what's wrong with you? Black people? Red people? Brown people who love Eminem so much? Is that what's wrong with you? That's the only thing that's wrong with you is your ass poor. And so that's why you can relate to what Eminem be talking about, because he was poor too. Because he grew up in the trailer park too. He said it out his own mouth in his own shit. I recognized early that my privilege is the reason that I have been called the best rapper alive. He said it in his own shit. He recognized that this was a niche that he was entitled to, even as poor white trash. Even as poor white trash, he recognized that ain't what he said, but in what he said, that's what he said. That my basic mediocre self as a white boy, all I need do is emulate my favorite black rappers, sit in the mirror and practice my delivery and this and this and this and this. Practice they movement, practice they rhythm and shit. And I don't even have to be excellent as a white boy. I can be a mediocre rapper as a white boy, and black people will be like, that white boy sure is good. Do you not think that listen, I sat up here yesterday listening to music, and Amy Winehouse came through my little random shit. And I used to rock with Amy. I did. Even as a black nationalist. Isn't that interesting? Even as a black nationalist, I was like, and we have the same birthday, by the way. She was born on September 14th, too. I was like, I fuck with Amy. It wasn't until I got on this walk with the goddess that I started having an attitude with Amy. I know it seems like counterintuitive. All my years as a black nationalist, I fucked with Amy. I was like, that girl good. Feel me? That girl good. And she a Virgo too. That's why she good. It wasn't until I got on this walk with the goddess that she was like, that's that bullshit, right? That's that bullshit, right? And so I had not listened to Amy Winehouse in years and she came through heavy in my rotation yesterday, and my default was to turn the shit like, right? I was like, let me let this shit play. And as much as I love music, and as much as I used to like love music the way I love music, love her music the way I love music, feel it in my spirit, you feel? I felt void. I felt void. There's a number of reasons why that I can't explain on here, but I felt void for two main reasons. One reason I can talk to you about is that I don't care. I don't care. I know this is going to make a lot of people mad, white people in particular. I don't care what you say or what you profess are the justifications for why you sing R&B, or quote, why you are a rapper, or quote, why you dance so good, or better yet, why you Japanese, or why you Korean and your favorite genre is hip hop and you become a millionaire doing hip hop and singing hip hop and rapping hip hop and dancing hip hop, and you globally famous and touring all over the place, but collectively y'all hate black people. You feel me? And that's everywhere. That's everywhere. That's everywhere. Y'all love what we produce, but you hate its creator. You love what we produce. And the reason why is because your outside observation of our relationship to the white world, our adversary, our owners, our bosses. Because you too, Japanese and Chinese and South Korean and European and whoever, Russian is a creep, who knew? An increasing Russian hip hop movement and all of this shit. All of you view our culture the same way our bosses, our former owners view that which we produce, whether that's inventions, whether that's culture, whether that's art, our exhale, our cancerous ovarian cells that you collect and assume possession. Oh, it don't matter. Whatever. Everything that we produce, you default, internalize, you have a right to possess. That's why you see in this TikTok phenomenon. Every time you turn around, some white person or some Asian person, white people and Asian people in particular, have stolen something outright verbatim. They don't just steal the product. They steal the marketing idea. They steal the presentation. And then they make a ton of money and viral followings while this person who invented the shit and dates and all of this shit tell the truth. And they have no recourse. And white people know they can get away with it. So here you have a whole new, fresh movement of white people behaving like vultures on what they see is the disintegrating flesh of a powerless people. And this powerless people is creating in a way to relieve the stress of bullshit and 40-hour work weeks and shit. And y'all just, there's a black woman, I forget her name, a Nigerian sister who was just murdered here in fucking Hollywood. She's 38 years old, the founder of this makeup company. This was just a couple of weeks ago. This woman was murdered in her goddamn condo or hotel room or whatever. And there's still no suspects and we don't know what happened. But she dies 3 weeks after her lawsuit against the two white men who stole her company while she was hospitalized. And I believe that the white woman that she had made, like she had given a high ranking position in her company, while she was taking this time off to figure out what was happening because she was hospitalized. She was seriously sick. And so this white woman, which I had a problem with, she makes this white woman like a big part of the leadership body in her company. And while she's sick in the hospital in less than a month, these two billionaires from fucking Oregon, her business is based in and run out of Nigeria. And these two random white boys from goddamn Oregon buy up her company for pennies on the dollar, and she sued 3 weeks after her lawsuit was approved by the judge. She was dead 3 weeks later. 3 weeks later. That is what you call the peak personification of the completely internalized right to possess that which black people produce. That permeates the white society. It doesn't mean they aren't white people that this does not apply to. It means there is a reason that this tendency continues to happen, and we call it everything but what it is. It is tied to an origin where white people, not 2%, like that bitch on TV said, 22% of white people in this country owned slaves. 22%, a quarter of the people who lived in this country owned human beings. And just because in the North they didn't own human beings, the North's economy was intimately dependent upon and tied to and invested in the long maintenance of the institution of slavery, because the South was producing all the raw materials, not only that the North needed for the burgeoning industrial age. What was they going to produce in the goddamn factories if it wasn't the raw materials being grown by people working for goddamn free in the South? But not only the South was producing the raw materials for the burgeoning industrial age in the North, the South was producing all the raw materials constantly being sent to Europe, scattered throughout Europe. Cotton in particular, but sugar, rum, gin, tobacco, indigo, rice. The center of the global economy at that time was the antebellum South. The center of the global economy. Why could it be the center of the global economy? Because here you done forced, listen, the population went. I just saw another documentary recently where people were talking about, well, we did end slavery, like the slave trade. The slave trade was ended in the early 1800s, right? And even though the shipping of Africans from the continent ended, the sister was saying people tend to forget or not realize the impact of rape in rape as a necessary is one of the foundational necessary mechanisms of enslavement in the South, of the economy of enslavement in the South. Rape or forced sexual generation of wealth. Forced sexual generation of wealth. Because there is also a very insidious way, that we just say that the reason, quote, white males raped black women is because of this twisted fetish of power and domination, and they just like, fucking on black women. That is an oversimplification, a reduction of, and in my opinion, a deliberate disappearing of what was a very necessary and strategic instrument for the maintenance of the production of wealth in the advent of being able to go and capture Africans and bring them over. Now they in a quandary. It used to be they could just, invest in some ships to go and grab up some people if they needed some fresh ones. But this girl was saying in this documentary, the hidden, the true hidden motivation for rape in the South, that's not to say that those other things were not factors, but to place like dominance, fetishization of black female bodies as the primary motivating force for, quote, rape in the antebellum South is a reduction of and an oversimplification of what they deemed as a necessary part of their economic plan. Rape was a strategic and central necessary component of their economic plan in this change in their access to raw materials, which was black people on the continent of Africa that they could just send out an order for, and 3 months later on a ship they would come. And she said at this period when these transatlantic slave trade was finally banned, right, ended, that at this time there was an estimated 700,000 Black people who were enslaved in the South. 700,000. She said from the end of the transatlantic slave trade to the early years just before. So you're only talking about 30 years or so. Listen to me when I'm telling you. You're only talking about 30 years or so. You're talking about the early 1800s up through just before 1865 at the beginning of the Civil War. We're only talking about 30, 40 years. That the year the slave trade ended, right? There were 700, that was an estimated, that she talked about the census that was done because they was taking census. Thank you for the donation, Alchemic Minds. And I'm dropping gold on y'all, so I would love to see more of those little donations come through. Send a sister a Zelle or something, you feel me? For those of you who are tuning in late and would like to make a contribution, Zelle is preferable, and that you can send a Zelle donation to the email address, which is evoemetemp@gmail.com, or you can send a Cashapp, which is $DaughterOfTheFates, that's FATES. Venmo is my name, Cassandra, with 2 S's, dash FLOYD, Floyd. Thank you very much. Okay, so at the year that the slave trade ended, the shipping of Africans ended, there was an estimated, based on the census of that time, 700,000 enslaved people in the South. That in that period of time, between the end of the slave trade, so those few years left of slavery, the end of the slave trade, to the beginning stages of the Civil War that would officially end slavery, the population of enslaved people in the South went from 700,000 to almost 4 million. Y'all didn't hear me. In 30 years, 40 years, from 700,000 to 4 million. She was saying that it was not uncommon for a person, a white person, to be considered lower status and save up enough money to buy one slave. And of course, they were always going to buy a female slave because they recognized, just like a cow, they recognized that even if at that moment they only had enough to buy one slave, they could breed that slave and literally increase their wealth every year. If they impregnate her every year, they can actually increase their wealth and start to bargain and borrow against the wealth that they have generated out of this woman's body. This woman in this documentary said that for any population anywhere on earth to balloon from 700,000 to almost 4 million in 4 decades gives you some inclination about the absolute necessity and prevalence of rape as a method of wealth generation, as a method of wealth generation when the white world, when the South no longer had access to continental Africans. She said this is the period in the history of the slave trade where breeding farms became the most popular and sought after. This is the period in the history of the slave trade where now rape is absolutely a necessity as a economic strategy to ensure the continued growth of wealth. You hear me? In less than half a century, 700,000 to 4 million human beings. And on the flip side of that, Civil War is won, slavery is declared over and illegal. And in the flip side, in the rapid attempt to produce and generate, quote, black bodies, black wealth, as soon as slavery is over, they went overtime in their strategic thoughtful campaigns to end Black life, to quell the population that they had participated in ballooning, because that ballooned population was a direct reflection of their wealth and prestige in society. But now we don't own them. Oh no. Yeah. So even when we talk about Jim Crow, we oversimplify. It was just because white people didn't like Black people and they was mad because Black people was free and they couldn't own them no more. No, because the Black population represented now a force with a voice and a face, and was radically galvanizing educational power, economic power, and sovereignty in the steadying up of all of these little townships and communities and shit all over the place. It's like Africans got right up off the goddamn plantation and went straight to fucking work. Went straight to, in less than a decade, almost the entire cabinet of Wilmington, North Carolina was Black. Almost the whole cabinet. In a mixed race population. Almost the whole cabinet was Black. And people who didn't even live in Wilmington, people who did not even live in Wilmington, North Carolina, was seeing what was happening in Wilmington. Not only that Black people held up most of the positions in the local government, but they say 72% of the businesses in Wilmington, which was a mixed population, 72% of the businesses was owned by Black people. And how the white people and the Black people lived there harmoniously. Everything was cool. And in the neighboring counties, and the surrounding counties, they was like, we got to pump the brakes on this shit. White and Black people living harmoniously, and Black people in positions of leadership, and white people like okay with that shit. And what this other documentary that I saw said was that looking at the potential for what happened in Wilmington to radically spread throughout the Southeast, these millionaires from several other counties and states created a plan to dismantle Wilmington from the inside out. And guess what? A Negro was involved. A Negro was involved. They don't say it in the documentary, but you have to know how to listen to history. This Negro was the founder and the chair of the only newspaper in the city. And he called himself writing an article, front page article, on the racism that was happening around the country, and writes this article about the reason that white men are afraid and scrambling throughout now this is just a decade after the end of enslavement, okay? That the real reason that white men are scrambling to address newly freed Black people who are out here thriving and shit is because they're afraid that their women will become attracted to us educated Black men, and that they will see that we are the better choice or some shit. Child, in an already incendiary, the war ain't been over 10 years. You call yourself living in a Black predominant neighborhood and quote, love Black people. And this is what you're going to post on the front of the only newspaper in Wilmington that has otherwise been living in relative peaceful harmony with the Black and white residents that live in the city. And that article was the shot heard throughout the county. All of a sudden, they were saying the article literally was like dropping a match in an entire community that had been drenched in gasoline. They literally point to this newspaper article as the incendiary that over these next couple of years represented the cataclysmic downfall and running out of the city all the Black people who lived there. They acknowledged that all the quote players that quote funded the destabilization of Wilmington were white millionaires who didn't even live in Wilmington, but didn't want what was happening in Wilmington to spread to their areas. And they even say this article represented like a shot heard around the world, like this, him printing this article, you know, and the chain of events after, because he scared all the white people and all of this shit. And when the fires, and just like in regular form, white men rolled through the city, burning, looting, robbing, and killing. And in the chaos, black people was just trying to get out, leaving all their worldly possessions, all their worldly wealth behind, because these mobs of white men from neighboring counties on horses came through, killing up everybody they could kill. People was hiding in basements and shit. It was literally apocalyptic. And all of these deaths and all of these people who could never return to Wilmington. And guess who, according to this documentary, there is no record of his existence after Wilmington, the Negro who wrote the fucking article. Everybody else they accounted for, the woman, they say her name, who ran the school, the man who was the mayor, the this and the that, and all of the, they had all these names, and all like they ended up having kids, and this, and they ended up moving over here. All these records of all these people who were the former residents of a successfully thriving Wilmington, North Carolina, and the only person for whom the complete record ended without a trace was the Negro, who jumped the shit off with this piece of propaganda talking about the reason y'all white boys mad is because if you think that if a white woman see that the Negro is as intelligent as you and all of this shit, that she will desire our company over yours. How you live in the middle of a predominantly black community writing some bullshit like that anyway? Who you writing that for? Who you writing that to? Who you talking to? That's police shit. I believe the Negro was bought out or hired by the millionaires to do exactly what he did. I digress. But that's how you have to read history. Not the way it's told to you. Read between the lines. See behind what's said. I'm done. I said I was going to be on here an hour because I got shit to do. It's 5.5 hours later. Oh, let me show. And the whole reason I got on that is about your damn whatever rituals you going to engage in for the for the blood moon on Monday. I got on it because I was like, I'm about to post a gang of shit on the on my Etsy store after I get up off this call. I'm glad you're here, Yolanda, and I saw you too, Shanta J. I'm glad y'all here because I have y'all finished products that I'm going to be showing to people up on here because I got to post pictures of it on my Etsy store before shipping it to you guys on Monday. So everything is finally finished. It's been the thorn in my side for some time, but everything is finally finished. You feel me? So let me show. So let me just say, is Shanta J, you still up on here? Shanta J, you still up on here? So this is what Shanta J ordered. I don't get many orders for the meditation wands. And so because it's not a regular part of like my I think the last time I got a order for a meditation wand was like 8 months ago, maybe. I don't get orders for the meditation wands regularly. So that's why it took so long. Like I have to be inspired. I do. I know that it's just what it is. I have to be inspired. And every time I sat down to make this thing, I was like, I ain't lied. I sat here so many days, so many times. Like, okay, today's the day. I'm going to make this wand. And I'm like, and I'll sit here and look at the stick and all of my shit laid out over the table, trying to see if something was going to stand out and grab. So when I finally finished this thing, I had to dance a jig in this bitch. You feel me? So anyway, this is a meditation wand that the homie, Shanta J, I think she's up off of here now because I've been up on here so long running my mouth. She ordered and I finally finished. So I've got to put it in the mail on Monday. But child, it's one of them pieces. I'm like, damn, maybe I need to make her another one and keep this one. It's fire. It's fire. So it's long. So I'll show it this way. So it's got the little trident of the goddess of the great primordial up on there. You feel me? It's surrounded at the top, encased by red coral, which is one of the stones of the goddess Oshun, and then that is followed up by some turquoise, which is associated with Yemaya, and the cowrie shell is always the divine yoni. You feel me? And it's also synonymous because it's the oldest currency that we know of in all of Europe, all over Northeast Africa, Northern Africa. The oldest system of currency is the cowrie shell because it looked like a vajayjay. You feel me? And it is the primary divinatory tool of the Yoruba Ifa people, is the cowrie shell. And it too is the primary divinatory tool of the practice of Ifa and other African spiritual traditions, because again, it too looked like a vajayjay. And all the ancient people saw the inherent value of the vajayjay. And so it was natural to them to make it the money. Anyway, this feather is an owl feather that I pulled off of my ceremonial owl, the bird that I processed. So she was gifted with a feather from an owl. And then I did a leather and suede bind on the bottom. It's not as evident that this too is suede. Like here's the naked stick and then here's the suede. And then I bound that just by doing a basic gold wrap on the bottom. I wish I had some kind of like black. Oh, I do. Nope, I don't. Background. Oh, here I got. I'll put that against so you can get a better view. Right? So the turquoise, the cowrie, the owl shell. And then this is dyed sinew that I used to bound the feather. So it was buffalo sinew. So there you go. That's hard. That's hard. Yep, that's hard. Okay, so that's one piece. I'll be updating the meditation wand section on the website so that I can add that little piece to it. And then, so Yolanda, this is one of yours. So it was some time ago. I was telling you guys about the newest project was to make talismans out of both the beetles and the scarab beetles and the snake skin, the rattlesnake snake skin that I told you guys I found this year, and I was going to make talismans out of them. And so this one I put on a foundation of red coral. This scarab, I love it. It's gorgeous. Let me show y'all what it looked like on. Right, gorgeous. Just gorgeous. So that's one of yours, Yolanda. And then the other one of yours, I haven't put the string on it yet, but it's done. So the other one of yours is exactly the same, but made with turquoise instead. All right. So that one too will be strung. Right. And it's beautiful, even on the backside, when you can see the underbelly of the and unfortunately, you cannot see how brilliant the color is on these things, on the scarabs, on my little crappy camera, but they're gorgeous, right? And then the brother who calls himself Galactic Seed, I have yours done, and you only ordered one of the scarabs, but I thought I would gift you by putting a little bit of the snake skin on the back, so you get like a 2-in-1 kind of thing, especially for y'all patients for dealing with the the slowness of the process. So this one, so unlike hers that were mounted on white base, clear basis, it's a clear base mount that I assembled these in. On yours, Brother Galactic Seed, I mounted on a black base, right? So a black base, right? Still with the coral beads. I'm so sad that the brilliance of the color you can't see as much on my screen. But anyway, this is what he wanted, the scare with the black bead. I mean, with the black foundation. And then I took a piece of the underbelly of the snake skin and added a level of protection with the snake skin on the back of your amulet. Talisman. Okay. So I really like the way that turned out. I thought that was a dope idea. Anyway, so that's that. And then somebody, I can't remember off the top of my head, just wanted a very basic charm, talisman with the snake skin and nothing else. This I really like. I thought it was going to be too plain or too subtle. I'm going to make myself one of these. So again, I took the clear base and then put the snake skin in it. Let me see if it'll look a little better if I turn this light on. So, oh yeah. So there you go. So I put the snake skin in it. You still can't see how brilliant this is. Like it's almost sparkling. So I put the snake skin in it, and then I mounted in the drying process, just like I didn't want, because they wanted it plain, so I didn't want it to be anything gaudy, but just like a little gold chain embellishment on the side. And that's it. So you can see about how big it would be. Gorgeous. So that one. And then this was my experimental piece. This was the first one I attempted to assemble in like a little art, like an artist cup that you pour glue or whatever in. And because it's indented, because the cups are indented, I'll show y'all what nifty little trick I did on the back. But this is the front, so it's small. I still have to drill a hole in it and string it. But this was my very first try. I have to finish the edges a little bit. This is the very first try, but because the cup was indented, my little underbottom was indented. Thank you for the donation, Universal Faith. And so this is what I did to the little divot, the little indentation that was on the back that was kind of wonky to me, was I added the universal spiral, a charm that I just cut the end off of it to the back. But you can't even see the charm from the front of the piece. So I like that one. This one I made initially for myself, but I've been debating about making it available for sale. I don't know. I'm still debating about it, but I love it. I had this piece of, I think it's Labradorite, for a long time and kept saying I was going to string it on something. I still have to string it so that it can, function as a necklace. But I did the same thing, but I put a little piece of amethyst and then another spiral. And then in the center, the scarab. Right? And then these three are for sale. Nobody has scooped them up yet. So I'm going to post them all, but these three are currently for sale for sure. So this is another snakeskin one mounted on a clear base. Then I added a snake charm to the snake skin. It's fire. I was like, damn, should I keep this one instead? So that's that. Very beautiful. This one I debated keeping for myself because the charm I like. But anyway, it's mounted on copper. It's a charm necklace. And I just put a little snakeskin as a base, and a little beetle friend inside the base. And last but certainly not least, I found, anyway, okay. So this is a little, I might keep this one, I'll be honest. This in the middle, I've had for many years, 20 years. And what it was actually an earring. This whole thing was an earring. And I cut the attachments apart from the charm and the earring base. And inside what was the earring, right? So you can see a little metal. This whole thing was an earring, and this was connected by attachments. And what's on the inside, you can see it. What is on the inside is a little female incarnation of the Buddha, who is said to be a protector of women and children. It was a female incarnation of the Buddha. And that whole thing was an earring. I was like, damn, that would look really cute on one of them charms. And one of the earrings was broken. So I was like, broken in a way that I couldn't fix it. So I was like, you know what? This is going to be one of these charms, one of these talismans. So yeah, anyway. So those are the ones that are made. So that, I'm posting those pictures right after I get up off of here, after I eat something, since I haven't eaten in 5.5 hours. So after I eat something, I'll go ahead and start the process of posting these new pieces up on the Etsy store. And then also I am going to post on the Etsy store a digital file of the Orisha cards that I've been promising y'all forever. So nothing fantastic, nothing fancy. I'm just going to give you the information so you can start working with the information. As a matter of fact, I'll probably do both. I have 2 sets. So I'll probably do both spreads because one I wrote on. You feel me? So, you know, not just the sign, but also the planets that run it, you know, so you can compare and contrast. So those I will go ahead and post to after we get off this call. And once again, I didn't crack open the spine of my book once to retrieve the notes I had intended for y'all, but I still feel like y'all got a deep ass, dope ass word today. I could have gone on and on because what you are seeing, this is the wrapping it up. What you are seeing today in America is a deadly, afraid response and reaction to the burgeoning of power that no longer seems to be in the sole possession and control of the white male elite. That's what you're witnessing. That's why the extremism, that's why the shock and awe campaigns, that's why the imposed disaster amnesia is, because the first time everywhere you turn, it's white males in general and the black incels and brown incels that adhere to their philosophies are looking everywhere, and everywhere they see women are evolving. The reason they hate women talking is because when women talk to one another, when women share things with each other, they evolve. And typically in that evolution, it is going to reveal some inherent weakness in your interpersonal relationship that is probably a reflection on your unwillingness of your male partner to evolve with you. So the chasm, the crisis, if you will, the catastrophe is not being created by women the way y'all propagating. The catastrophe is being created and generated by a desperate elite using all the good old trigger words and rage baiting and dog whistles that make everybody on earth guilty but who is actually guilty, and men refusing to evolve and instead wanting to stage an incessant rebellion against women, will stay coming to the wrong conclusions in their resistance to evolve, their resistance to evolution. And the only thing they have left to fall back on is the crash out. The crash out ain't happening in a goddamn vacuum. The crash out is happening within the context of global patriarchal capitalist exploitation and oppression being challenged. Every time you turn around is being challenged, and they further trying to consolidate that the way it presents itself in so-called leadership is madness, it's craziness, it's saying the most deliberately stupid shit to feign feeble incompetence and that type of shit. They're crashing out, and the crash out means a crackdown, which you are witnessing. And if we don't use what we know to stage a counter offensive against the crash out and creating a culture of shame and accountability to those who would betray our goddamn community, that's all you're going to see is men join the motherfucking military, join the National Guard, crash the fuck out, killing women, and then the government too is crashing out. You feel me? To bring that all back to Trump and today. So you think that today is just a series of unfortunate events because a lunatic has taken a hold of the realm of the reins of power. But nope. He's just the champion of the moment, baby. He is just the hero of the moment, doing what this particular weirdo hero needs to do. And all the white people on earth, well, in this country anyway, are making every excuse possible to continue to support Trump because they too know what the answer is, and they can't concede. They cannot concede that the new world will be ushered in the possession of women with joyful, enthusiastic, excited compliance to the execution of her will made a material force. Yep. Mm-hmm. Men don't see that if they evolve, that if they truly evolve, if they don't be learning words so they can enter into our spaces and betray us, if they truly evolve, that the breakthrough is radical for them too. But honey, you have to slay the Messiah in your head. You have to slay the Messiah in your head. Because he's gonna always get in the way. Now I'm progressive. I don't care how progressive a man think he is. I don't care how progressive he think he is. He's never off the hook for benefiting from entitlement. Not only benefiting, most of the times exploiting the benefits of Eurocentric ideology and political execution. So I guess I ain't gonna read nothing from a little book after all that studying and note taking I did. I guess I ain't gonna read nothing from a little book. Mm-hmm. I'll probably do a short live tomorrow. Oh, and then the last thing that I'm going to post on the Etsy store is I was telling you guys I was going to do discounts for the rest of this month for readings, especially since this month is such a huge month. We transitioned into a Saturn retrograde in Gemini. Saturn retrograded in Gemini, not Saturn, Uranus. Uranus retrograded in Gemini on the 1st and will be in retrograde motion until November 23rd. So it's huge, it's powerful, and it's a long time, but it's also exciting because Uranus can be the trendsetter if you aren't afraid to color outside the box, like big giant marks outside the box. not like a little scribble off the edge, like big audacious, out of nowhere innovation, cultural innovation, artistic innovation, scientific innovation. Like Uranus is in the house in Gemini. As we enter into this blood moon, that is a Pisces blood moon in the sign of in the sign of Virgo, and also the the lunar eclipse, but it's also while Virgo is in the South Node. You feel me? So it's just a lot of extraordinarily potentially progressive movements, potentially progressive depending upon how you manipulate how the pendulum swings. But if you just allow the pendulum to swing, being guided by these weirdos vying for power in your face and shit at your expense, then it's going to do what it's going to do. It's going to thrust power into one set of hands or another over another while y'all remain on the bottom doing goddamn full moon abundance rituals without picturing in your mind's eye the top 10 motherfuckers that are directly responsible for why there is an obstacle between you and your $8.1 million. For me, my number is 125 million flat from now to the time I die. Why? Because since I was born, I've been earning that 125 million. It's already mine. I've been earning it with the first breath. Because with that same first breath, these motherfuckers have been tempting to steal it. With every job I had that I can get paid the value of my labor, they've been chipping away at my 125 million. Well, I want my 125 million paid in full in the quickest and most direct route. So you just gonna pray for 125 million to just fall the fuck out of the sky while you're doing your abundance ritual? Or are you going to imagine in your mind's eye every single person that you have charged guilty over the last 3 months, May, June, July, and August, 4 months? You're gonna picture in your mind's eye now every single face that you have imagined in your mind's eye is directly tied to your struggle, to your starvation, to your poverty, to your frustration with work, and the microaggressions of white people, and the fact that every time something happened to your car, you get a giant pain in your chest from stress, like, oh, I don't have the money to fix my car, but I got to go to work, and I need my car to go to work to make the money. It ain't your fault. You aren't bad with money, boo. You're not bad with money. You don't have reckless spending habits because you splurged on a new bra, bitch. You splurged on a new pair of shoes. You splurged. You never eat out because you really can't afford it, but you went and you just really wanted a steak and you went and got that steak. And then you feel all bad after you got the steak. It was good going down. You was like, yes, oh my God, this is good. But then you immediately felt guilty because you could have thought of other things that were more important to spend that money on, and so you should have denied your desire for the food that you enjoy eating in your body to do this thing or pay this bill you shouldn't have to pay in the first place, and you're mad because you can barely afford to keep it paid. So you will pit desire against, quote, what has been imposed and inflicted on you as a necessity that you have to pay for as the evidence of your right to exist on earth. And you have to labor a certain amount of time and toil a certain amount of time to ensure that you have access to this necessity that you shouldn't have to pay for because it's generated for free, electricity. But you got to pay it. You got to pay for your place to live because you don't deserve to live on the earth for free. Where they do that at? You feel me? So picture all the names, all the conspiracies, all the work that we did. Picture them same people because it's not enough for 12 billionaires to die in 8 months, and there is no direct method for the redistribution of that which they have stolen, that which they have looted, that which they have robbed. So you just got a dead billionaire with a gang, a goddamn offspring scattered all over the place who, quote, now can legally vie for this wealth that has been left by this billionaire. That ain't what we talking about. That ain't what we talking about. Good on the first part, But the conclusion of that is now that these obstacles are removed out of my way, I welcome my wealth. I stand up and greet my wealth. I feel so good and grateful about the wealth that I have received. Thank you so much, Mother, for removing these obstacles that have stood between me and my family's wealth for so long. Thank you so much. I am standing right up here on time to receive my wealth with open arms. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, Mother, for removing the obstacles to my wealth. Thank you, Mother, for removing the obstacles for my leisure. Thank you, Mother, for removing the obstacles for me to experience true, fulfilled pleasure. Thank you, Mother, for removing all those who would objectify my ancestry, objectify my mother's bodies to generate wealth out of my mother's bodies without paying her, without supporting her, without covering her, without even giving her decent food. She was just a machine there to produce wealth for somebody else. Thank you that this shit has come full circle, and what we have created is in our possession. Thank you. What we have generated is now ours to possess and control. Thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for hearing us. All we witchy ass women and men and all the genders in between who have been chanting down these wicked institutions for the last 3 months. Appreciate you for hearing us. Appreciate you for your response. Love you for it. Sure do. Now I can laugh like a baby. I can sleep like a baby. Certain that my mother is surrounding me, keeping an ever watchful and loving eye to prevent those who would rob me of my goddamn birthright. I ain't got to worry about nothing. I can live a certain life that is based on an unquestioned trust. I can just leap forward and know my mama gonna come from somewhere and catch me, just like she did when I was 1, just like she did when I was 2. That when I'm hungry, I know that there's something around here. If it's a nip, if it's a bottle, if it's some baby, I don't even have to worry about it. All I gotta do is say, "Eh." And mama be like, "You ready to eat, baby?" "Yes, mama." And then she feeds you smiling, looking in your eyes, happy that you happy. Thank you, Mother. Thank you, Mother, for remembering, for helping me to remember what it feels like in my body to perfectly trust, to know that my happiness is certain because my mama willed it so. My mama ensured it. Thank you for allowing me to remember what that feels like in my body. Yep. Y'all did that. Honey, y'all did that. Now we gotta do the roundup part. Yay, Oshun, yay, my yay, all y'all is right now, especially with this moon coming. Hecate up on deck too, Lilith up on deck. Everybody, all the goddesses, all the so-called dark goddesses gathered around this blood moon up in here on Monday, and know y'all have diabolicized them. They all, every single one of them, have a component of their attribute that is really rallying around and centering around their need to see you abundant. They guarantee of your abundance, of your certainty. You don't ever have to worry about what you're gonna eat. You don't ever have to worry about your safety. You don't ever have to worry about none of that shit, because the archetypes, our stories, guarantee that we want you to be wealthy beyond your imagining, abundant beyond your imagining, that the ocean's the limit, the sky is the limit. Hecate, I own the key to every door. There ain't a door I can't open, bitch. I'm just trying to give you access to this underworld of fucking limitless, boundless, unimaginable wealth. All you had to do was do the work to remove the obstacles, bitch. That's it. And y'all done did that. Y'all done spent 3 months removing the obstacles. Now open your arms with your head back in wild, mad laughter under that blood moon, and picture yourself with your arms open and money just raining down on you from the moon and up from the ocean and up from the earth. And it's just coming to you from every direction because you have done the work for 3 months consistently to remove every every single knowable, perceptible, perceivable, identifiable, malignant obstacle between you and your wealth. You ain't poor because you've been robbed. You're still rich, even if you've been robbed. The key is to go and reclaim your wealth. Go get your shit. Just like the police would tell you, we will help you get your shit. But we don't tell you, well, you got to move out of your house now. You was robbed and you can't afford to live in this house no more. So I don't know what we can't help you find your wealth. We probably ain't going to find the robber, but you obviously without this wealth, you ain't going to be able to afford to live in this house no more. So you got to move because now you poor. The police don't tell the rich that when they get robbed, when they experience a smash and grab. They say, look, we're going to pull out all the stops to make sure that you don't miss a beat in this wealthy experience that you have grown accustomed to having. We're going to go out here and find your money. We don't have the assistance of the police to go out here and find our money and help us to retrieve our money. So we got our galactic witches. We got our galactic fates and furies and the justice keepers of our knowing. And they were like, look, we got you. We got your money. You feel me? Y'all got to do some work, though. You got to do some. And so we complied. And for 3 months, we were actively removing the obstacles to our deserved, birthright ordained wealth, abundance, prosperity, leisure, pleasure, joy, ecstasy, true love, true harmony, true real friendship, a world where need is a thing of the past. Babies don't need shit. They want shit. You are told, don't want. Ain't you told that even by your spiritual community? Don't want. Babies don't know nothing about no need. Why would they experience need when all they got to do is say, I want to eat, and they know as soon as they say, mama gonna come running from wherever she at and whatever she doing to make sure that my desire is immediately fulfilled. Immediately. Yep. Are y'all rocking with where I'm coming from? In your infancy, in your absolute total reliance upon your mother, your reliance upon her presence, you have no concept of fear. You have no concept of boundaries. You have no concept of rage or anger or revenge. That shit ain't even perceptible in your imagination. The only thing you have to express what are desires. Everything you express as an infant is desire. Everything you express as an infant is desire. Everything you express as an infant is desire. I want to eat. I got a poopy butt. I got too much pee in my diaper. I'm bored. Everything you express as an infant is a desire, a wish made in confidence, made in certainty. You learn that quick within the first 3 weeks. And produces an immediate result, an immediate response, immediate response. Motherfucker talk about a genie in the bottle, bitch. Your mama is the genie. Your mama is the genie in the bottle. Your mama is the genie in the bottle. And your wish is my command. What you want, baby? What you want, baby? And she'll never get tired. It's like she never gets tired. In 2-3 years that you swinging from her titties attached to her hip or hanging on by her ankle. What you want, baby? You need to eat, baby? It's time to eat. You want some nip? That you learn in your infancy, in your completely trusting and perfect relationship with your mother, that there is not a single expression of desire that you make that you are not entitled to and your mother will not joyfully comply to. That's what you learn in your first 2 years. And then the rest of your life, you're told the exact opposite. That you do not deserve, that you are not entitled to, that you don't have a right to, that you have to earn love. You have to earn food. You have to earn support. You have to earn friendships. You have to earn beingness. You have to earn, you have to prove you are worthy. You have to prove that someone should, you have to prove. And so that's why you're all sick. That's why you all crazy. That's why you all sick. Is because in our blood, in our memory, in our lifetime, we have experienced a small piece of what the goddess, of what Mother Earth guaranteed us by birth. The evidence is all around you. That all you have to do is express your desire. There's not a desire you can express that I can't meet. There's not a desire that you express that I cannot fulfill easily. If you are in harmonious relationship with me, there is not a desire that you have that I cannot immediately fulfill. And you remember this because you remember the effortlessness, the fearlessness, the bigness and the vastness of this relationship with your mama, where she happily and joyfully and ecstatically, in the most biggest expressions of love, constantly, instantly, for a long time, jumped out of her sleep in the middle of the night to fulfill your desires, expressed in you asleep, and you can't even good express your desire, and she up and she awake, running down the hall to fulfill your desire. What's your desire? To be dry and clean when I sleep. So even while you sleeping, she changing your diaper to make sure that you are your most comfortable, that your desire is completely fulfilled, that you are comfortable in your body, you comfortable in your sleep. Even as she annoyed that you done woke your ass up at 3 o'clock in the morning, she like, this is my baby. Let me make sure my baby comfortable. That's my boo. Feel me? Yeah, this is the world we have to create. But thinking a lot about children because it's all over the news all the time, and every time we hear about children in the news, it's something disgusting and diabolical and wicked beyond what should be human imagination. And it's in our face all the time, and the duplicity of it and the complicity in it and the enthusiastic participation in it, and and hearing that number, the 8.5 million children disappeared off the face of the planet last year. When I say the centering of women, and sometimes I will say the centering of women and children, because Black-skinned women, socioeconomically, the globe over, and I say Black-skinned women for a reason, for those of you who are new, Black-skinned women, the world over, the untouchables in India, the oldest indigenous people of the Philippines and Southeast Asia. The darker your skin is, the darker in proximity you are to the primordial Black Central African she, the more suffering is imposed upon your existence and that of your children. So while I center Black-skinned women, and what I know, what I am certain is the stage of rebellion that we must be in. The most radical thing you can do is support a Black woman, is stand behind a Black woman. In this period where you can see the malignancy of white males run the fuck amok everywhere on earth, the most gangster thing you can do, the most radical thing you can do, the most revolutionary gangster bossed up shit you can do is head your bets with, stage your contest alongside of, while simultaneously propping up the necessity for the central egalitarian radiating in and out leadership and direction of the Black primordial mother on this planet, because she is the mother to every last one of you, first of all. And if that don't resonate with you, the reason that your child is oppressed, whether your child is white, whether your child is Black, whether your child is brown, whether your child is red, whether your child is yellow, or whether your child is some undiscovered other somewhere on this globe, is because the mother has been successfully subdued, leaving her children bare for exploitation, leaving her children bare to literally be consumed by monsters. Children suffer because they are seen as the most powerless human beings on earth. Children are the most vulnerable. They are the most powerless. They are the most exposed. And because we women have been traumatized into absolute retreat and submission, these motherfuckers are confident that they can ship our children in shipping containers and put them in U-Hauls stacked on top of each other like logs and drive them across country lines or state lines and deliberately create institutions that are quote legal institutions that have been exposed for their directed participation in the trafficking of children into homes of so-called quote foster parents that they know are on the record as aggressors against babies, but because the foster care system is a fucking rouge, to facilitate the unopposed exploitation of children, the most vulnerable people on this goddamn continent. You create the conditions that in their sickness and in their madness and in their desperation, women will sell their children. You create the conditions that ensure the outcome is madness. You ensure the outcome is sickness. You ensure the outcome is luniacal, unbelievable behavior, and then criminalize the victim who ain't got a pot to piss in or window to throw it out of. Don't mean that they aren't dead ass wrong. But you're talking about a motherfucker who got a third grade education, who was probably the byproduct of incest or rape, the offspring of incest or rape, living in some place where all she can do is hook. So she got a child that she didn't sell on the market because she ain't got a pot to piss in the window to throw it out of. And so she has been completely desensitized to that thing that would emulate a undying, rabidly defensive maternal love for her offspring. And then she becomes the face of the proverbial bad guy, not these goddamn 1,135 billionaires who have robbed everybody on this bitch blind, including the white girl. Yep, including she been robbed blind. We all been robbed blind. It is not to bypass, it is not to reduce, it is not to make light of the very real, malignant, criminal, unimaginable behavior that poor people be engaged in under the guise of whatever brand of malignancy from the all-white father God in their head has presented itself as. Because some of this shit is unforgivable, unbelievable. But we still know the seed of it. We still know where the seed is. Bitch, patriarchy is always the blame. Always, 10,000 ways, 100,000 ways. Patriarchy is always the blame. And patriarchy has been successful as a figurehead with 1,000 tentacles, with 10,000 tentacles. Patriarchy is always the blame. I don't give a fuck. If a woman did it, patriarchy is the blame. If a colored person did it, patriarchy is the blame. Y'all want to talk about demon possession, a horror movie getting possessed by the devil? Patriarchy did it. Patriarchy's the devil. Patriarchy's the demon. Patriarchy's the monster. Patriarchy's the boogeyman. Patriarchy is always the blame. Always the blame. Always the blame. For everything, for every crime, for everything you can imagine, patriarchy is the blame. And you can say, this is the patriarchal, this is the expression, this is the peculiar expression of patriarchy that you are witnessing as colorism. You can say that. You can say that. If you want to get deeper on a bitch, you can say this is the peculiar expression of patriarchy, aka still grand old colonial exploitation and domination in its more seemingly benign presentation that you call or identify as texturism. You can say that. You can say that. But if you're talking about texturism, colorism, featureism, and all that bullshit, without laying the blame at the feet of patriarchy, laying the blame at the feet of the grand old patriarch that still takes up space in everybody's brain, and recognize that patriarchy is always the blame, and this is the chain. This is the what's the word I want to use? It's like This is the chain of progression. This is a chain of progression from origin to outcome. If patriarchy is the seed, then colorism is one of the many fruit that it is bearing in this moment. Patriarchy is still the fruit's origin, bitch. But see, the fruit is pretty. The fruit is red, it's round, it looks juicy, you feel me? It's benign. That's the point that I'm making. That's the allegory I'm trying to use. The fruit don't look like the tree. The fruit just look like a little part of the tree. Nope, the fruit is the tree. The fruit is the tree. It's not that the apple is a part from the tree. The apple is the tree, bitch. And if the tree and the apple are the same, guess what? The roots in the tree is the same. So you looking at the apple and you say this texturism. You look at the apple, you say this colorism. You look at the apple, you say this is anti-blackness. You look at the apple, see, the apple is the benign presentation. So instead of saying, so you say it's anti-blackness. Because when you say anti-blackness, automatically white people don't feel as uncomfortable as if you say this is racism. I don't even say racism because racism too is just a peculiar expression of patriarchy in its most recent personification as globally internalized white nationalism that was the spearhead of a globally accepted and participated in global one world economy called colonialism under the age of exploration. And racism is a natural byproduct of this seed that was planted 6,000 years ago called patriarchy. What's patriarchy? The sun gone rogue. What's the sun gone rogue? The S-U-N personified as the S-O-N on earth, and his hatred and envy of the power of his own mother. So he, in turn, tells himself that the only way that he can be like God is to slay God and to absorb all of her attributes, all of her power, and simultaneously disappear her from the global collective memory of everyone on earth. That's it. Keep it simple, bitch. Make it plain. But don't keep it so simple that you reduce the significance and the gravity of the crimes committed against human beings. Colorism is not the goddamn problem. It's not a problem to be solved by nobody. Colorism ain't the motherfucking problem, bitch. Patriarchy is the problem. If you want to keep it more recent, the most recent expression of patriarchy, known as regular, everyday as brute force colonial domination and oppression, is the problem. Racism ain't the problem. Colonial exploitation and oppression is the problem. If you don't want to say patriarchy, fine. I say you need to say patriarchy because you're starting at the goddamn trunk of the tree as opposed to the seed that gave rise to the roots of the tree. Patriarchy is the issue. It's always the issue. It's no different than what Rome made the declaration. Rome is the center of the world, and all roads on earth lead to Rome. There's a single point in every road from every culture and every society lead to this one point. That's what we say. Well, y'all got it. Y'all the problem. Patriarchy in its most recent personification, but all the way back to the beginning of the emergence of that shit, patriarchy is guilty. Patriarchy is the cause. Patriarchy is the blame. No matter what phase in history that patriarchy presented itself, because it might have been a Chinese imperial presentation of patriarchy, still guilty. It might have been a Japanese imperial presentation of patriarchy, still guilty. It might have been what's that nigga name? A Confucius-led imperial China that colonized the egalitarian society of the Vietnamese for 2,000 years. Still patriarchy. Still patriarchy. Still patriarchy. And so patriarchy has had its peaks and its ebbs and its flows in its presentation. It's been colored many, many times for at least for 6,000 years. Yep, Kemet. Everybody want to talk about Akhenaten. Akhenaten was the chief presentation of the patriarch. He was the apex presentation of patriarchal domination, a complete, total subjugation, final domination of the mother in the dynastic period, 1,300 years before the 1,200 years before the emergence of the Roman Empire. Akhenaten, who said that the sun is supreme over all others. The sun is supreme over the mother. And so I declare under my reign as Pharaoh that the goddess is no more. That's what he said. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what it ended up being when he transformed the great dynastic period of Kemet from a quote polytheistic religion to a monotheistic religion as a solar-centered, solar deity worshiping religion. That's what he did. And all the Romans did was replicate that. They was like, that shit was real successful, what they did over there about 1,300 years ago. Why rewrite the shit? We can do the same thing. All they did was replicate the shit, bitch. They learned it from black-skinned men. They perfected it in their own peculiar malignancy and then turned around and turned on their teacher. Just saying. Here the teacher teach them in the schools of the mysteries, you feel me? Teaching the Aristotles and the Socrateses and the what's that nigga name? The Hippocrateses and all of them. You understand? Teach them everything they know about how they too can gain control over their wildly, unruly, liberated women. You understand? How they too can become God incarnate, the representation of the great God in the sky in human form. Mm-hmm. And you ain't gotta be polytheistic anymore, man. Look at how much more we was able to get done. You feel me? When we X'd all these bitches out the way, you feel me? But we couldn't be obvious about it. We couldn't just say, just the goddesses. We just gonna get rid of the goddesses. We couldn't do that. And since the sun is the thing that we most like, you feel me, is what we most defined by, we'll just say one God. And that one God is the sun. And there is no need for none others. And so all of the goddesses under Akhenaten were wiped from the histories of Kemet. Under brute force. No one could worship the goddess any longer under Akhenaten's reign. And then 1,200 years later, Constantine was like, damn, we got this all wrong. Because Rome was pagan. And then Constantine was like, damn, why are we working so hard? Trying to put out all these fires, trying to stick our fingers in all these little holes and shit. Well, all we got to do, Akhenaten gave us the blueprint, bitch. All we got to do is go back to our old master teachers and see how they was able to finally subdue the female principle in their society and just replicate what works. And that's what they did. And here we are experiencing that. So, honey, get that shit out your head. Get that shit out your head. Everybody is going to have to face the mother. And unfortunately, you men who are the most outspoken and the most hostile and the most violent towards your countrywomen, black-skinned men who are so eager to shout from the mountaintop their disgust, their disdain for, their hatred of those people who look in a mirror just like their mama, their aunties, their sisters, their grandmas. You who are making the loudest declaration, not only are you deepening and prolonging your own suffering, but you are in real time an actual repetition of an echo in history of your initial betrayals of the mother. You've done this before. This that we're witnessing, and we think it's just the impact of social media and all of that shit, and it's the algorithm making black men and women hate each other. No. Astrology and history is not a straight line. It's circular. That's why the echoes, the repetition of potentialities of the past that can be predicted in the future based on how we impose our will on the pendulum that is swinging, not just letting that bitch swing wildly and be vied for by those we think in our mind got power. That ain't their power. That's our power that they currently possess. That's our wealth they currently possess. The power that they wield is ours. It always has been. The power that they control and manipulate is not theirs, it's ours. The problem is that we have believed through a very efficient propaganda campaign that the white man is the man. You know what I'm saying? White power, white supremacy. We will articulate these things, further deepening our conviction and putting our words on top of it. The power is the sole possession of white males. It's not their power that they are wielding. It's our power. It's our power in their possession, which informs us of something different. And if we accept that our wealth is in that we ain't poor, there is no such thing as a poor person. There's only wealthy people and abundant people on earth, because that's what the mother guaranteed by the ordination of your birth. She guaranteed wealth and abundance, a life of luxury and abundance. She gonna drop fruit off trees and all of this shit. She guaranteed abundance. So when you don't have it, you don't say, just because you've been robbed, you don't say, I ain't rich no more. You say, I've been robbed, and now I have to create a strategy. I have to plot and scheme to pinpoint who stole my loot. And your loot is everything. It's your shortened life expectancy. It's your inability to experience happiness and true ecstasy. It is the shortened life expectancy of your children in childbirth. It is the perpetual state of fear, anxiety, and worry that you are in about how to, quote, secure these things that tell you that you have to earn a right to live on the planet that you incarnated on. That's the wealth. The fact that these children of ours have been able to galvanize the, quote, genius level status by specifically denying us the opportunity to learn, to read and write for the better part of half a century. And so our default is to think that wealth is synonymous with genius and brilliance. They ain't wealthy, bitch. Not only are they not wealthy, they are not powerful. The power that they manipulate, the power that they wield was stolen. So it means it's still ours. There's no statute of limitations on theft, bitch, on global colonization, on global theft, on global brigandage, on global genocide. There ain't no statute of limitations. You feel me? And so you are not poor. We are not poor. We have to identify the true obstacles to our right to abundance, to our right to happiness and pleasure in our bodies, the right to experience what we experienced at birth that the mother guaranteed us. She said, don't forget now, this is what life's supposed to be like. You working together, living together as sisters and brothers and others in the family, your mother's children living together so that you all live abundantly, that you all thrive, that you all experience happiness. And when there is no burden, there's no weight on one. Now there's global leisure, there's global travel. You can go to and from without all of this shit set up by the state to further facilitate the theft of your resources, the hog tying you to one place and putting up all the obstacles for you to get to that place. And socialists always talking about creating a world without borders without addressing the very central nature of the mother. Y'all ain't creating shit but confusion. You feel me? Now you have to identify the obstacle. And then when you do your abundance ritual, under this most powerful and glorious blood moon that will be directly and intensely and rapidly impacting your life for the next 6 months, what is the power of, what is the impact that the moon is going to have on your life? Is it going to be a radical increase? Because also Jupiter is in the mix. The Jupiter in Cancer is also in the mix. Abundance, 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 abundance. All the planets, all the things in the mix. It's like, yes, you can have it, but you determine you determine how the pendulum swings. All we can do is make sure all the components necessary to make sure it goes your favor, and that it goes in your favor, and that somebody don't hijack the potential to force it to swing in their favor because your ass didn't know how to ensure that the potentiality that we guaranteed the outcome to be in your favor, you didn't know how to make sure the motherfucker swung and landed in your favor for change because you was out here repeating the same old shit. Look at what they doing. Look at how our public officials, ain't y'all gonna say nothing? Look at what Trump doing. Are y'all gonna spend the next week talking that bullshit? Because we got all these major events coming up this month. You got 2 eclipses this month. You got all these 2 eclipses happening with the South Node in Virgo and the North Node in Pisces, and this is a Pisces blood moon and shit. This shit hasn't happened for 1,030 something years. You feel me? Like literally all the little ducats put in a row. Like, okay, babies, okay, now y'all just gotta use your voice, you gotta use your intention, and you gotta use your little action to make sure that the potentialities presented by this thing that we have handed to you swing in your favor and not your adversary's favor. That's the thing that they have perfected in keeping you ignorant, keeping you unintelligent, preventing you from reading and writing and learning and seeing the stars, telling you don't look up. A whole movie just made a couple of years ago, and you thought it was a cute little funny haha about climate change. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. It might have at the surface been this dude's motivation for the movie, but I was like, something more sinister is going on. The whole movie, they're talking about this chant and this quote, world destroying asteroid that's coming to the earth, and how the government is literally convincing the whole planet to believe the exact opposite of what they actual eyes can see. That's how we started this whole thing out, against what the actual eyes can see. You feel me? And so and they wearing the red hat, the Republicans, the president, and they wearing the red hat and shit. And the Republicans that are in the White House are telling the people, these scientists don't know what they're talking about. They're fear mongering. And so we're not going to look up, because the girl, the scientist, and Leonardo DiCaprio was a scientist. And they saying, do y'all not see? Can y'all not see it? Because they sitting here stupefied by the commentators that are interviewing them, and they're like laughing and shit when the girl says, I don't understand what's funny. We have just identified a world-ending asteroid that we can actually see in the night sky that is hurling towards Earth, and it's unavoidable, and there's nothing that we can do. We're telling you this on national TV, and the girl and the guy are like laughing. Oh, you guys are so dramatic. Right? And she's like, this isn't funny. We're for real. We work for NASA or whoever we work. This is for real. And so we want to tell y'all to, love on your families and do what you need to do. This is unavoidable. This is the future. All you got to do is go outside and look up, and you will see the asteroid hurling toward our planet. And so the news broadcaster says, you know what? I think we should start a slogan. Don't look up. And all of a sudden, like a mass sickness, like a fucking virus that spread all over the country, everybody starts chanting. There's protests. Don't look up. Don't look up. Don't look. So the white boy that made the movie, I met him at a demonstration. And so he say that the asteroid was a metaphor for climate change. And we're at the point of no return. But knowing Hollywood, bitch, and knowing that Hollywood is the singular propaganda machine on earth, always attempting to get you to look left while they do some shady shit and communicate some shady shit on the right. And he's like, it's about climate change. And the metaphor for climate change and its inevitable destruction is the asteroid, you see? And the metaphor for don't look up is our resistance to see what's right in front of us. That's clever. But he doesn't use as the metaphor for climate change the evidence that is evidentiary, like, the clearing of rainforest, or the fact that there is no drinkable fresh water from any fresh water source in the United States of America anymore. And 100 years ago, you could drink from any source of water in the United States of America. There's not a single source of fresh water on the continent that you are safe to drink without getting sick. Not one. And 100 years ago, you, your horse, your dog could drink from any public freshwater source, lake, river, stream, just 100 years ago. He doesn't point to this as the quote metaphor for the evidence of climate change. He doesn't point to the multiplicity of oil spills in the ocean. He does not point to any of these palpable things that we could point to as a metaphor for the global collective crisis that is climate change. No, he looks to the universe. He looks to the stars. He looks up through a telescope for the evidence of the inevitable catastrophe that is climate change. I said they lying. And for the mantra for the whole movie to be, don't look up, don't look up. Sounds like what I used to hear when I was growing up in the church about astrology. To me, sound like. You ain't got no business looking up at them damn stars. That's witchy shit. Don't look up. Don't be drawing those stars on your blue jeans. I had my daddy tell me that once. Don't be drawing no 5-point star on your blue jeans. It's just a star. I'm 9, 10. What was I, 5th grade? I don't know what the fuck he talking about. I'm drawing a star like in the sky, a star. He's like, that's a witchy symbol. Don't be drawing those stars on your blue jeans. And then this is why we're gonna talk about don't look up, don't look up, don't look up. You understand? But wasn't it some comedic? What was it? A comedic saying? So I'll slaughter it. But there's some comedic saying, I think, that says something to the effect of to understand yourself, look to the stars. For something like to understand yourself, look to the stars. For what you see in the heavens is a reflection of you, or something to that effect. To understand yourself, look to the stars. Then this white boy gonna make a goddamn movie in the height of pandemic. By the way, talking about don't look up, don't look up, don't look up. And isn't it ironic that at the end of the movie, the only people that survive this world-ending cataclysm, the only people that survive this cataclysm was a little spaceship of old, like gray-haired, wrinkly-bodied, wealthy billionaires. They was all old. They was all old except 2. They took 2 with them that were not old, that looked like they were maybe mid-20s. And the 2 that they took with them was a black male and a white woman. In this movie that's about climate change and not looking up at the stars, while the billionaires build a spaceship packed down with supplies that's supposed to allow them to thrive for many, 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 many years to come. And they take the oldest, wrinkliest, like old, like 80s plus old. But you know what? 80-year-old man can still plant seeds. Feel me? The whole ship and all the old people getting out the ship on this new Earth-like planet, stretching after their long voyage. Oh my gosh. And then after all the old people get out the ship, you see a goddamn big ass, strapping, muscular black man, aka formerly known as a buck, get off the goddamn ship in a loincloth. And the young, Farrah Fawcett-esque, ideal, blonde hair, blue-eyed white girl in her bikini get off. When I tell you they be playing in your face, they be playing in your face. Every time, all the time, that's the strategy, is to play in your face. And so everybody was rallying around this. This is such a prolific and profound movie that makes the crisis of climate change relatable to the masses. Meanwhile, they playing in your face. Meanwhile, they playing in your face. Mm-hmm. Oh, it just gets worse. I didn't even tell you the actual end. That was just a part of the end when the billionaire, the old ass, wrinkly ass billionaires make their epic escape to another planet and hold hostage a young, what they call it, a young, fertile white girl in a dark skinned, muscular, loincloth wearing Negro. That ain't the absolute end. That ain't the credits rolling. So now you got to see the movie. Woo. Mm-hmm. Why the black man? Because they need proximity to blackness to thrive. Proximity to blackness invigorates them, but they don't need too much blackness, and they don't need the ability of blackness to rapidly reproduce itself. Black men surrounded by all these white people, the aged white women, the aged white men, the young white girl, there is an assumption in the collective understanding that we can have a black buck here and we will eventually breed him out of existence. That's an impossibility if they took a black woman up there. We can breed him out of existence. But what did Jeff Goldblum say in Jurassic Park? He said, I don't care what genius science creates. Mother Nature will always find a way. That's what he said. Mother Nature trumps you bitches. That's what he was saying. I don't care how smart y'all think y'all is. I don't care what y'all think, whatever kind of safety net you think you done put up to do this malignant shit y'all doing right here, trying to play God on this island right here. What the hell was y'all thinking? He a scientist. He's like, what the hell was y'all thinking doing this shit? Well, the way we was going to control, the population was to only breed females. He said, and that made sense to y'all to only breed females? Do y'all not know the history of parthenogenesis among every goddamn species on Earth? Just the conclusion that you smart people then came up with is that y'all was only going to breed females to make sure that the population did not expand past this cute little island. He said, y'all really believe that, huh? He's like, if you don't remember nothing else, Mother Nature always finds a way. She run this shit. She's smarter than all y'all. And so y'all done fucked up. He knew as soon as he got to the island and was asking about how they did this. And they found the little DNA in the belly of a solidified mosquito that was up in some ancient amber, you feel me? And the little mosquito had some dinosaur blood up in his belly while he was up in the amber, you feel me? And they was like, yeah. Fortunately, the DNA was the DNA of a female. And so we was just going to, bypass reproducing any males. And in less than a year on the island, Mother Nature was like, something off with this situation. There ain't nothing but no females up on this island. And so she diversified her own genetic material and started laying eggs all over the goddamn place, all among all the species on the whole goddamn little island. Oh, yeah, the trees too. All of a sudden, it was like all of them was communicating via DNA telecommunication. You feel me? They DNA phone lines communicating across all the species. Bitch, there ain't no men on here. There ain't no males up on this bitch. What we gonna do? What we gonna do about that? How we gonna have babies if there ain't no males up on this bitch? And it's like seemingly at one time, all the species on the whole goddamn little island was like, we need babies. And there ain't no males, so we need to create some males so that we can have some babies. And so we got to create the first male so that we can now easily have some little babies. I'm just saying. Anyway. My day is spent. Please consider donating to the temple. My day is spent. Oh my God, this day I knew I was just going to be out here making this money. Book your readings. The discount, I'm going to post it. Discount for the readings for the rest of this month. For the rest of September, it's $10 off the 30-minute reading. So the 30-minute reading is usually $90. It's $10 off the 30-minute reading and $20 off a 1-hour reading. And the 1-hour reading is usually $153. So it's $20 off the 1-hour reading for the month of September. It's $10 off the 30-minute reading. That's for the rest of September. And I'm probably going to do some like percentage discount or something on the Etsy store, maybe. But I need money. My birthday is in 8 days and my account is actually in the red. And so, it's been slow for all of us. So I'm not telling nobody to put themselves out, but just consider booking your reading, supporting the Etsy store. I'm going to post a bunch of dope shit for you guys that's new and like way outside the realm of my normal that I post on my Etsy store. So I'm going to be posting that too. I'm going to be posting the Orisha deck on my Etsy store. I'm thinking about, so many people have asked me about it in readings. I'm thinking about posting this little pamphlet on how to set up your ancestral shrine and how to take care of your ancestral shrine. I have a ton of little pamphlets that I can right away post on my Etsy store. I've even seen people selling like copies of books, like PDF files of books on their Etsy store. I was like, damn, I didn't even know you could do that. I got like 1,000 PDF books right here on my hard drive, like literally 1,000 books on my hard drive. And this girl, that was like her entire Etsy store, was selling PDF books on her Etsy. I was like, I ain't been paying attention. I've been just selling jewelry the whole time. I've been on Etsy, and child, they done up the ante up in this bitch, and I just been sleeping. It's just been going past me. So I was like, okay, you know what I'm saying? They've been selling audio files. I'm placing some audio files on the Etsy store. I'm thinking about initiating. I got Bandcamp, Spotify, and all that shit, like creators, Bandcamp, Spotify, all that stuff. But I'm going to start with Etsy because there are MP3 audio files of the glorious conspiracy to right all wrongs. The new conspiracy that I'm writing for you guys before Monday. I was actually considering opening. I've never used it, but I have a music program on my computer. And I was thinking about going ahead and trying my hand at producing my own little blood moon meditation, and then putting it as an MP3 on the Etsy store and attach like a PDF of the meditation written out. So even as you're listening to it, you can read along or speak it out loud or whatever. So I'm going to try my hand at that. I'm going to post several MP3 files. That one I am going to make the commitment to do. Just don't be laughing at me. Don't be cracking no jokes. You feel me? Just be like, that shit was awesome. Feel me? Just big me up, because it's going to be the first time I'm trying my hand at. I haven't done any kind of like music editing, anything in 15, 17 years, something like that. So this is me and my little scary self trying my hand at making my own song, just because I am kicking the doors in on 50 in 8 days. And I want it to be a grandiose welcome into the new half century of my life. And yeah, so please consider making contributions to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. That is serious. That is pressing. Also, go to the Etsy store. Give me about 2 hours, because I'm just going to grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and then go hard on posting all this stuff on the Etsy store. So give it till about the 7:28. So give it till about 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Give it about till 11. You feel me? To check the Etsy store. And it's just DaughterOfTheFates, FATES.etsy.com. I give it till about 11. So I have, because it's a lot that I have to post. And then go check out the page. And because it's the most recent thing, it should be the thing. All those things that I list new should be the first things that you see. So you have to crawl through 500 goddamn items to purchase on my store. And you'll see all the goodies I have posted up there for you guys. So make sure to take advantage of that. And please book your readings. It is 10, especially we've already been in the thick of this coming blood moon, like the crescendo of this blood moon come September 1st, when Uranus stationed retrograde in Gemini. That's the biggest news. In addition to massively big news, that's the biggest news, is this Uranus in Gemini in terms of its potential to swing shit in our favor, to audaciously and radically and confidently, lightheartedly, enthusiastically shift shit in our favor. And with Uranus, the thing that I've been hearing over and over and over again with Uranus transitioning or shifting, stationing in retrograde in Gemini, is that the more artistically audacious and adventurous, like everybody's been saying the same thing, that if you're really willing to take a risk to do some shit that's never been done, no matter how much it seems, but all in the realm of art, even if you are not an artist, that's what everybody's been going hard on. Even if you are not an artist, this period can really win you something big if you are willing to stand out artistically, to take massive risk artistically, to do something so radical and far off from left field that it shocks everyone when they see it. Like, that's, everybody's been focusing, even all the other movements that are happening in this month that embolden, that deepen, that strengthen, because Jupiter is going to grow at times 10. Whatever you do is going to be massified times 1,000, times 100, right? Pluto in Aquarius is going to literally, if you channel it, literally dismantle all the obstacles to whatever it is you putting this energy into. What are you putting energy into? Is it battle rapping on your social media about all the terrible things that's happening in the world, and you don't believe what I don't believe, so you crazy and this ain't it, and do? Is that what you growing? Times 10, times 100, times 1,000 over the next month? Or are you growing some renegade, radical, off the chain, off the chart, wild, unimaginable, artistic invention that defines the whole new age? Oh shit, this bitch done created something. We got a whole new Harlem Renaissance at this bitch. We got a whole new, whatever new name they gonna call the thing that you do. So everybody had, all them same astrologers had a lot of doom and gloom to present as the potentialities, and quote, what they say are the most likely potentialities of this same energy. I'm not telling y'all none of that shit. There's enough motherfucking astrologers infected with the consciousness and the goddamn madness of the state out here using the science of our ancestors to propagate doom and gloom and oh my god, because these men in positions of power do not know how to act right, and so I ain't telling you none of the bad news that these motherfuckers is propagating, because the whole point is to recognize the multiplicity of potentialities generated with each and every one of these signs. Yes, you can look at the historical echoes and what the tendencies have been, but the tendencies have been because somebody else has garnered an absolute control of fucking power that includes our ability to look up and see the stars the way our ancestors did and recognize that their power is not absolute. That the problem has been we have not factored in to the potentialities that these goddamn signs and these astrological anomalies create as the equal and opposite potential for us to stage a contest that shifts the pendulum in our motherfucking favor, where nobody can benefit at our expense ever again. But it is based on what we say, what we do, how we behave, how we look at these stars, and even as we recognize the potentialities that's based on historical echoes of repetition. That's why I mentioned, that was why I went into that whole diatribe about the history, at least over the last since the advent of the Roman Empire, and how every single solitary invention has only deepened and sharpened our oppression. And the common denominator is whoever owned and controlled, had controlled the reins of power, will determine whether technology is harmful to the whole or whether it is beneficial to the whole. AI is not the issue. AI is not the boogeyman. AI is not the big bad wolf. The thing that we must all be afraid of, because this AI is going to take our jobs. AI is not the problem. The current possessors and controllers of this new and burgeoning technology is the problem. Whoever owns and controls, maintains a stranglehold on new and burgeoning technology will determine if the technology will be harmful to the whole or beneficial to the whole. That's it. That's it. I talked to y'all about the Malleus Maleficarum and how that book alone, based off the invention of the printing press, was what set the church's sights on the mass robbery and subsequent murder of masses of women for 700 years before spilling out on the rest of us for another 200 goddamn years. The goddamn printing press is a clear point, a single point on the entire web where you can see the impact of the single decision that the inventor of the printing press made, that the first book he was going to print with this dynamic new technology and invention that had a multiplicity of possibilities and potentialities, that instead of choosing one of those possibilities and potentialities that could radically shift the previously downtrodden, oppressed of Europe and catapult them collectively into a new age of genuine enlightenment and rapid intellectualism and training, could have created a whole new now. That singular moment where he made the decision to print a 1,200 page book of a diabolical, monstrous incel who, in his perpetual, unending hatred of a single woman that he said embarrassed him in public, that he wrote this book like the lunatic that he was, living like a goddamn hermit in a cave somewhere, emerged at the perfect opportunity in human history to give it to another malignant motherfucker who's like, this shit brilliant, son. You did that. And used this thing that could have changed the world for the absolute unimaginable better, and instead printed as the most incendiary, wicked instrument of the most gruesome crimes against human beings we have ever seen, we have ever documented. And that singular book, distributed among people who for the previous 500 years had been not allowed to read or write, now all of a sudden images are pouring off pages with words they can't understand, but the images speak clearly. And now the whole of Europe is gripped in a horror story that is based solely on the fear of the ever-present, ever-watchful, demonic entity known as Satan himself, looking to destroy men. And he's so wicked and diabolical in his doings that he will use the people you love the most, the women you love the most, the people closest to you, to have you betray yourself. So if you see any signs, even in your sisters, in your mothers, in your aunties, if you want to save your own soul, you must turn in those women who show signs of being the missionaries directed by the devil himself. And for 700 years, men, women, and children betrayed themselves by betraying others. By betraying others. This propaganda campaign, which is the evidence that whoever possesses the reins of power, their malignancy is going to determine how that invention that could change everything for the better or change everything for the worse. Look at who is maintained. Look who has a collective grip on power at that period, and every invention that happens within it will always end up having a malignant and diabolical impact on the whole, based on the malignancy of that person or those people who control the whole thing at the time. And so this fear that you have of AI, it is because you recognize that it is billionaires. It is the pimple-faced, mediocre, malignant fuckboys that are known as billionaires who couldn't get no pussy in high school because their malignancy, their mediocrity, their nerdiness, their social awkwardness, their lip-dictedness, everything about them screamed, run the other way. Because they weren't even nerds. Because they weren't geniuses. They didn't even have enough decency to be nerdy geniuses, brilliant geniuses. Nope. Mediocre in every possible way. Every single one of them that you see. Awkward, weirdos, not attractive. Bitch, how you got billions of dollars and you can't get nothing done to your face that make you look remotely attractive, like remotely normal? How all of you look like you were bred in test tubes. Name a one. Even the colored one. So it ain't just a white affliction. Even the colored Indian goddamn billionaire who is one of Trump's homies. What's wrong with your face? Bitch, you got all the money in the world. What's wrong with your face? Why you look like that? Because Indian men be good looking ass motherfuckers. I'm talking about Indians from India. Them dark skinned, good looking ass niggas. Them Indians be looking good. Indian men be sexy motherfuckers. Some of them, you feel me? Enough for them to say, to make a generalization that Indian men be fine. Indian men be fine. So what happened to your ass? What's wrong with you? And you ain't but what, 30 something? What's wrong with you? What happened to you? And you got billions, so you ain't got no excuse, bitch. I know one of these Beckys that you fucking on, know a surgeon. What's wrong with you? What's your excuse? Bezos, what's your girlfriend, your wife just got all this work done. Why you didn't go with her? What's wrong with your eyes? Why your eyes cockeyed like that? Why you look like that? You got all the money and you about to be the richest motherfucker on earth. Why your face look like that? What's wrong with your head? Like if you gonna pick on somebody's looks, pick on them bitches. How the wealthiest people on the planet, not just in America. America got the ugliest ones, but it ain't just an affliction of America. There are plenty of billionaires, colored billionaires around the world that's ugly as the day is long. Why y'all ugly? Is this a requirement to be a billionaire? Why y'all ugly? Listen, the gallery want to know because I'm confused. I'm confused. Like, is mediocrity a part of the sleight of hand shit y'all be playing on us? Is that what y'all playing at? Like, I'm confused. Why y'all? What's this nigga name? Elon Musk. What is wrong with your face, bitch? What is wrong with your face? Has anybody else noticed? What is wrong with your face? And not just now. He ugly now, but he older now. But you look at fucking pictures of him when he was 20-something years old. He already had a full-ass receding hairline, so we know he got plugs. And his hairline was like an old man hairline at 24. What's wrong with your head? At least you had enough common sense to get some plugs. Why you didn't let them go ahead and do your whole face? Work on your whole face while they was doing your plugs. Don't they do that now where they can do multiple body parts, plastic surgery and shit at the same time in one? Why you didn't do that while you was getting your plugs surgically done, bitch? Why you ain't fix your face? Why you didn't fix your face? Trump is like the archetype for the ugly billionaire. What in the... You done heard 1,000,001 jokes about your head. Why you ain't fixed your hair, bitch? You can't afford a stylist? Everybody got a stylist who just follow you around, making sure you look perfect and pristine. When you go on, why? Why, child? I know you know. So why? Why? You still got this ugly ass head of hair on your head? Why you ain't let nobody fix your head, bitch? All your wives, beautiful women who have enough common sense and enough, self-awareness to get a little of this and a little of that here and there and every now and again. Not too much to be looking crazy, but every last one of them been like, yup, let me get my shit right. I got enough money. Let me go get my shit right. Let me get a little lift here and just a little, find out a little crow's feet, whatever. But you mediocre men, you revel in your mediocrity. I don't understand that shit. You be putting your mediocrity on goddamn full ass display and shit. That's weird to me. Is this some strategy I have not yet reasoned out in my mind that y'all be doing? Because I haven't reasoned that one. And y'all know I be thinking deep on some shit. I haven't reasoned that one. I haven't understood that one yet. I ain't, because the first thing I'm doing when I possess my money, when my money is back in my possession, the first thing I'm doing is get my teeth fixed. It's the number one thing on my list is to get my teeth fixed, to have a glistening, perfect, pristine, you feel me, grill. I'm getting my teeth fixed. You feel me? I'll be honest. I debated back and forth. I've only had one surgery in my life. I was a kid. I was 18, but I had breast reduction surgery. I was like, I'm never doing surgery again. I was happy with the results, still happy with the results. But I was like, I'm never getting surgery again. Whatever I need, I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to get up in here and figure it out myself. Go to medical school. I'm going to figure it out myself. I'll be honest. I'm 50. I'm like, you know what? I might have to give up on this figuring it out myself shit. I'm about to go give my ass a whole little like tummy tuck type of thing. You feel me? A little liposuction. I'm going to get this tummy that has been with me since I had my child. I'm about to go get my tummy. Let my money flow up in here right now. Tonight, let my money flow up in here. Bitch, come Monday, I'm booking an appointment. One to get my teeth fixed and one to get my belly lifted. And I'll be honest, because I can talk to y'all like this. I'm 50. I'm grown. I do me, and I don't lie to y'all. You feel me? I am not a proponent necessarily of plastic surgery. I look beautiful. I'm convinced I'm beautiful. Can't nobody tell me anything other than I am beautiful. I am convinced of that. But I too recognize and it's not for me considering the idea of getting abdominoplasty is functionality. Okay, I've had a big belly that I have done everything. I've been in gyms, which I hate. I've done the hiking and all of that shit, which is awesome. And I've lost a little and gained a little when I'm regularly outside doing things or whatever. But my belly has been with me since I gave birth at 20 years old. And I have been significantly smaller than I am. This is not the biggest, but close to the biggest that I've ever been. And I have been considerably smaller than I am. The one thing that has remained is this belly. You feel me? And it is, and so when I say I have debated seriously about whether or not I would do abdominoplasty, and the only reason is especially now that I've gotten older. When I was in my 20s and when I was in my 30s, even up to my 40s, it was a non-issue. It wasn't even something that I would entertain, getting an abdominoplasty. But now my body is changing. I'm not 30 something no more. I'm not 40 something no more. And now what was just, and every now and again I look in the mirror and see my little pooch and get annoyed. Now it's painful. Now I can feel the difference of the weight of my abdomen on my back and on my knees. I can feel it. You feel me? And so I was like, you know what? Go ahead and rein my money in. Go ahead and rein a little money in so I can go ahead and get my teeth fixed. And while I'm down there in Tijuana, get my teeth fixed, maybe I have somebody gone up in here. It might not even be an abdominoplasty. They got a lot of gangster shit out here now where they doing, non-surgical tummy tucks that, unfolds over a certain period of time. It's not like you just go in and get surgery and it's done, but over like a 6-week period or 8-week period, this alternating extremely hot and extremely cold, biofreeze, this and this and whatever. And then they use what do they call it? Myofascial, extreme myofascial release, and all of the things. And you can get some decent ass significant reduction in the circumference of your abdomen non-surgically. Cool. Rain in my coins, and I'll go check that out, because that would be preferable to surgical intervention, because I'm an acupuncturist. So I've been real sketchy about the idea of abdominoplasty, because again, you fuck up all your meridians when you get surgery on your abdomen. Or even with my breast surgery, I had to have, after I got my breast surgery done, of course, this was many years later when I was in medical school, but after I got my surgery done, and I'm learning in medical school that the incision, which was old school, I got mine done in, it was still the 90s. I got mine done in 93. So back then it wasn't outpatient surgery. It was considered major surgery. And I was in the hospital for like 4 days after my breast reduction surgery. And it was full on like 8 hour. I was under the knife for 8 hours. And it is what they call a keyhole incision, where they cut you from armpit to armpit, straight across your bust line. And then they make like a little keyhole incision around your nipple, completely remove it, take out what they're going to take out, surgically reattach your nipple, and sew you from armpit to armpit. And then they also did, to create a contour for the new breast, they did, mild liposuction under your armpits, right? And at the time, it's not that way now. But fortunately, my mom's insurance through her job paid the majority of it. That was $23,000. That was a $23,000 surgery in 1993. And fortunately, because it was considered medically necessary, I was hugely top heavy at 18. Hugely, insanely top heavy at 18. I think my bra size was like I don't even remember. But I had to get custom made bras. But y'all know the drill. Anybody that's had it, you get the muscular indentations, where the separation of your muscles, because the weight of your bust is like literally like moving your muscle fibers away from each other and shit. Chad was a mess. And so I got the surgery in 93. And so it wasn't until, and before I got the surgery, no problems whatsoever. No health problems whatsoever. After I got the surgery, I had a whole cascade of issues, primarily digestive issues. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I'm, quote, lactose intolerant. I was getting chronic annual, sometimes 2 or 3 times a year, strep throat. All the time. I was getting strep throat. I just had a whole cascade of crazy ass, weird health issues that, nobody, not me, nobody knew that they would be the impact of a breast reduction surgery. That don't even compute to the average person. And it wasn't until 23 years later, when I'm in medical school, a little longer than that, because I'm in my grad program in Chinese medicine school, and we're in a meridian pathology class, and how some pathologies don't show up in the organs, they show up in the meridians. Or if an organ pathology shows up in the organs or in the proximity of the organs, but there's nothing in the intake that would explain why it's showing up in the organs, look to the meridians, because it might be a pathology in the meridians that is displaying itself in the organ. Deep shit, right? And so one of the things that she talked about was because the meridians are not perceptible like by eye, they exist, and science has proven in cadavers that the meridian system exists. But to cut a person open and you can see the arteries and you can see the veins and you can see the lymphatic vessels, you cannot see the meridians. But in cadavers, they've done these studies where they have taken ink in cadavers. So there's no pulse. There's no biological, biological processes functioning in a corpse. And in corpses, they have taken ink and made incisions of this ink into what have been identified in Chinese medicine is the, what do they call it? there's a specific word they use. They call it the they call it the that's gonna annoy me. It's something simple, but I'm not. They call it they call it the entry point and the exit point. So basically it's where the channel starts and where the channel ends. Where the channel starts is the entry point, and where the channel ends is the exit point, right? So perceptively, the entry point is like a point where the meridian starts but is open to the outside world, and the exit point is the movement of the chi, of the yang, of the energy through the meridian, is where it is again connected through the exit of the same meridian, right? And so what they did was they took this blue ink and took like a syringe, a needle, a syringe, and inserted this blue ink into the entry point of the different meridians of a cadaver, not a human, of a cadaver, to see what would happen. Surgically open up the cadaver, and they could see the blue ink traveling up the goddamn meridians of non-living human beings. That shit is radical. That shit radical. Okay? So the meridians are real, even though they are not perceptible to the human eye. Okay? So anyway, the reason I got on that is because it wasn't until I was in medical school in this meridian pathology class where she is talking about one of the greatest causes of severe long-term damage. One of the greatest side effects, if you will. One of the greatest side effects of damage to the meridian is what we call chronic diseases for which we don't know what caused them in this person. All of a sudden you healthy, all of a sudden you sick. They don't have the information that helps to inform them that it may be damage to the meridian that has caused what presents as this, quote, diagnosable disease, right? And so she says the primary way that people experience serious meridian damage is through surgical severing of the meridian. Do you hear me? Surgical severing of the meridian. So it doesn't occur to anybody that you just cut right through a meridian and that this is going to have long-term, hard to diagnose impacts on this person. So me having had a cast iron stomach before the surgery for the next many years until I ended up going vegetarian for several years and then vegan, that these all of a sudden out of nowhere, I've been drinking milk my whole life. All of a sudden now I can't drink no milk, can't eat no dairy without having stabbing cramps all throughout my abdomen, all kind of crazy shit that was happening. And I get in medical school and she says surgical meridian severing is the common cause for hard to diagnose organ dysfunction, right? And the treatment for that is actually Japanese acupuncture. It's a Japanese acupuncture treatment. It's called the Japanese scar treatment. And so we were learning in this meridian pathology class how to use Japanese scar treatment therapy to energetically reconnect severed meridians. Hear what I just said? To energetically, using acupuncture, reconnect those long surgically severed meridians, right? And of course, the two primary surgeries that have the most impactful, long-standing damage is cesarean incisions, which go from hip to hip, or women who get tummy tucks. It's the same kind of incision where they go from hip bone to hip bone. There's a long smiley face incision across your abdomen. You feel me? And breast reduction surgery, which goes typically from armpit to armpit all the way across the upper abdomen. And the reason why is because there are more meridians on the abdomen collectively than any place else in the body. There are multiple meridians on your hands, your feet, your legs, your toes, and all of that shit on your head. But the place you have the most meridians is your abdomen. You have the ren, you have the spleen, you have the stomach, you have the kidney, you have the liver, you have the gallbladder. You feel me? They go from the feet to the trunk, from the trunk to the hands, from the hands to the head. That's all the meridians. That's their general pathway. It's from the feet to the trunk, from the trunk to the hands, from the hands to the head and face. And so when you're doing an incision from hip bone to hip bone, or from armpit to armpit, you've literally severed 9 major meridians, the majority of which all center around digestion and reproduction. All of which primarily center around digestion, all phases of digestion and reproduction. And then you just suffer with the shit, and you go to the doctor and you take this pharmaceutical. Meanwhile, you do not know that even though the surgery did what you needed it to do for you, the long-term impact was that it literally severed through 9 of the 12 meridians in your body. 9 of the 12. And the Japanese, and so I was the guinea pig when we were doing this meridian class, and she was talking about the surgical. I was like, oh shit, this is me. And especially when she started talking about them goddamn digestive issues after C-sections or after breast reductions, I was like, oh my God, this is me. This is me. 20 years, can't explain what the fuck has been happening with my body. Didn't know, never even occurred to me in my wildest imagination that it was the breast reduction surgery that was the problem. Never made the correlation. Ain't that something? The Japanese scar treatment is supposed to be facilitated 3 days consecutively, and that when these needles are administered, that there is no other needles that are administered. So if you're going to do a Japanese scar treatment, there is no other acupuncture. No, you can't tell me nothing else. That's it. That's the focus. All of the, quote, primordial or source chi is supposed to be called to the needles, to the scar treatment, to focus the energy just on energetically surgically reconnecting those severed meridians. It only takes 3 times to execute the treatment. It's like, depending upon the gravity of the scar, I'm like, depending upon, because you can do it anywhere. I've done it on people who've had knee surgery. They have evident scars from knee surgery, so small. Or like, I did a woman for a couple of months, because she had to have one of her feet surgically reattached from a ski accident. So I was treating her regularly. I started with the Japanese scar treatment, then I was treating all the deeper structural shit up in her ankles where she had bolts and metal and all of that shit, right? So, but ideally, and it worked with me from that day to this. That was I started my grad school program in 2010. I started my grad school program in 2010. Meridian pathology was in the second semester, so the first year. And I was the guinea pig for that class, because everything that we learned, we did to each other. We experimented in class with each other before going to the student clinic where we were treating patients. And so I was the guinea pig for the class, and I had these I have big, scars from my breast reduction surgery. And I was explaining like what my past issues have been, like with my digestive issues and all this other kind of stuff. And So I was the guinea pig in the class, properly draped, and it ended up being easily, child, I don't know, 100 needles, because they're teeny weeny needle. They're like teeny weeny. They're not like regular acupuncture needles. These are Japanese acupuncture needles. So they're teeny tiny. They're barely perceptible, teeny tiny needles. And then you literally in zipper pattern. So alternating like that, juxtaposing and alternating all along the scar. You're needling right into the border of the scar, but deep and under it in a zipper pattern. You feel me? All the way from the beginning to the end of the scar. And you do this for 3 days consecutively with no other treatment protocol attached to this protocol. They did that shit to me 3 days in a row in class. From that day to this, which was 2010 to today, I have never experienced any of the digestive issues that I had been chronically suffering from 18 years old when I got the surgery until I went to medical school. Not one. Not one. Acid regurgitation, excessive belching, alternating constipation and diarrhea, absolute stomach cramps and stabbing anytime I would eat any dairy, all gone. 3 treatments. That was in 2010. I love Japanese scar treatment. It is the jam. I've used it a million times. Everybody I've ever done it on is like, this shit is absolute fucking magic. This old woman, 72 years old, came to see me because she had a long-standing dental abscess, and the dentist was running her around on some kind of crazy shit he was talking about needing to do, and she was like, I'm gonna try to do this shit myself. She's 72. By the time she came to me, the dental abscess was so bad that it had perforated her cheek. There was an open wound on her cheek, infected, open wound on her cheek from a dental infection. And it was probably, I've had some awesome, I'm still a med student. And whether it's what y'all show y'all love so much, Grey's Anatomy, any, show that's talking about doctors in their residency in the hospital, and they always fight for the grossest or the coolest patient. I still love that. We did that shit in medical school. Yes, in acupuncture medical school, we always wanted the grossest, most gnarly, wild ass patient. Yep, we fought for that shit. Flip coins for that shit. Yep, all the things. That shit is real. That shit is real. And so even in practice, I'm always like secretly excited when I see something like gnarly, when I see something like crazy over the top. I'm like, this is awesome, right? Like the little kid in me is like, right? This was one of the maybe 5 most intense situations with a patient that I've ever had. I could not believe the gravity of this thing happening to this woman, because it wasn't just this thing, which was an open, actively infected wound. She came with like a, applied bandage, and then I bought the stuff to like reattach her, to reapply her bandages after I did the treatment. But that's what I was using. The treatment, the treatment is called the Japanese scar treatment, but in Chinese medicine, it's still the same treatment, but in Chinese medicine, they call it surround the dragon. Surround the dragon. The surround the dragon treatment, the Japanese acupuncture, the Japanese scar treatment, right? And so that's what I was using on her, and I was seeing her every other day. But we saw major breakthroughs in the first 2 treatments. But that was what I was using, was the surround the dragon. And I've seen some awesome shit. In clinic, a man came in, and he was an elder. He was diabetic, and he had severe edema in his ankles, pitting severe. I've never seen anything like in person. I've never seen any to this day. I've never seen anything like it. The edema was so big. The pitting nature of the edema was so deep man, that when we took his socks off, first of all, he looked like he had elephantitis. His ankles were literally like this. I'm not exaggerating. His goddamn ankles were like this. And so when we took the socks off of him, that he would cut slits in the top of the socks to give his ankles room to breathe because the pitting was so bad. And so we would, it would usually be 2 or 3 students with a supervisor. We would go in, we would talk to the patient, do the intake, and then we would go and sit at the table and discuss what we thought his diagnosis was. The supervisor would either confirm or reject what we believed was the diagnosis. And then after we agreed on the diagnosis, we would have to decide on the most appropriate and impactful course of action. Feel me? And so... And typically it was pretty boring in clinic. And so, but one of our clinic supervisors, oddly enough, none of the Asian supervisors, but the one white guy, he was like, look, I don't care what it is. If you can justify the treatment, I don't care how radical it is. If you can justify it, we'll let you do it. So everybody was always fighting to clinic with Dr. Wrench because, this is a stereotypical old head Southern white boy. You feel me? He was ex-military. He was an ex-Vietnam vet. He was a goddamn ex-sheriff turned, Qigong practicing dude that was like, damn, this Qigong shit is nice. I'm always in pain and shit. And so somebody recommended that he do Qigong as a goddamn sheriff, ex-Vietnam vet. And he was like, this shit nice. I like this shit. Let me find out more about this little Chinese meridian shit. Next thing you know, he goes to medical school after retiring from the goddamn sheriff's department to become a PhD acupuncturist. But the renegade, Southern, like Matthew McConaughey accent, Southern, you know what I'm saying? Ex-Vietnam vet / ex goddamn sheriff turned acupuncturist. So that was his approach, was like really like, oh yeah, let's do all the renegade shit, right? And it was awesome for clinic because he was like, because there's a lot of stuff that that is not legal, that is actual proven, scientifically proven, peer reviewed, studied methods of acupuncture that are not legal in the United States, that are not included in our scope of practice in the United States. The Chinese be out there doing some renegade shit, bitch. You feel me? The Chinese be doing that old school gangster shit. So we learned all of that shit. He would even let us practice on patients in the clinic. But the understanding was that once you get licensed to practice, they are practices that are not acknowledged and therefore not legal to practice in the United States, unless you own some, what they call that, underground revolutionary medicine type shit, where you get a bitch to sign a contract and say that whatever happens in this room, I will keep to myself. And if I break this contract, I know that goons are coming to get me or some shit, like some smoky robe, dodgy, like renegade underground medicine type shit. You feel me? Anyway, so this guy with the edema that looked like elephantitis. Oh, yes, they do. Alchemic Minds says health insurance is straight making a killing off putting Band-Aids on shit. Yup. Yolanda say I need Dragon fixed. There's a lot of really exciting, awesome, even awesome to witness. Exciting. Like, if you don't believe in magic and you go to China and you see the practice of Chinese medicine in China, your ass will believe in magic. Some of that shit is so goddamn I had a fucking awesome time in medical school. I would do that whole 9 years all the way back over again. It was that much fun. It was that much fun. It was amazing. I saw so much amazing shit you cannot unsee. Anyway, one of the things was, this is not illegal, by the way, what I'm about to tell you, what we did to this man with the elephantitis. You feel me? So he is sitting on the table. He cannot even lay down comfortably. So he's sitting upright on the table with his feet hanging off the edge of the table. We, 2 students, are treating each ankle. So each one of us has an ankle. We're sitting on these little stools, treating him on this ankle. The treatment protocol that we agreed on for his condition was to alleviate his immediate discomfort, which was the tension, because his skin was spreading much more than it was supposed to compensate for this edema. So to relieve the immediate discomfort, and then to do channel therapy, and then round out treatment with herbs, with herb formulas. So we decided that in order to immediately relieve the pressure from the edema, that we needed to do bloodletting. We needed to do bloodletting. And then after the bleeding stops, then he should be comfortable enough to lay him down to do meridian therapy, right? So yes, bloodletting is still practiced, is legally practiced in the United States. So bloodletting is still practiced. I had never seen it done until this day, where I got to do it. And so what you do is you take your little cupping, your little glass cups for cupping, but you take the smallest ones, the little bitty ones like that, right? That you can do like, temple cupping for migraines and shit, the smallest cups. You take and apply these little cups all over the swollen, affected area, right? And so we're thinking we are going to see normal colored blood pool at the bottom, because usually bloodletting doesn't last very long. It's usually just a teeny little bit of blood that'll settle at the bottom of the cup, and then the bleeding will stop. And as soon as the bleeding stops, that's how you know that the protocol is complete, because the bleeding will stop on its own, right? And so we put these cups on. Typically is regular, everyday colored blood. You cut your hand, whatever, regular, kind of dark, but regular colored blood. Baby, this was the most amazing and awesome and gross thing I ever seen. It was awesome. These cups were filling up with this blood that almost looked like tar. It almost looked like tar. I'm not lying. It was so dark. It almost looked brownish black. This blood, slow seeping, all thick, out of all these cups that we had suctioned on his ankle. So the first thing that you have to do is you have to take a lancet. A lancet is the little tiny blade that diabetics use to check their blood sugar. They got to puncture a little hole in their finger and then take the little blood. It's the little teeny tiny knife blade that you use is a lancet. So you take a lancet and you make incisions on acupuncture points. Okay. So bloodletting is started by making these tiny little incisions on actual acupuncture points, and then taking the fire cupping and putting the cup over the incision that you've made, so that the suction can draw out this stagnant blood to release the free flow of fresh blood. That's the idea. Okay. This blood came out like tar. We're sitting there oohing and eyeing like it's the most amazing shit we've ever seen. Okay? The man's looking down at us doing it. He's like, wow, this is amazing. And we're like, yes, right? This is awesome. So we're like little kids. So finally, we take a little tray. We collect all the cups, but obviously we have to hold the cups upright, place them upright in the tray so we can take them to the sink where we clean and sterilize the cups. Okay. So all the cups are in there with blood pulled in the bottom of all of them, with this jet black ass blood pulled in the bottom of all of them. I'm the one charged to go and clean the cups with all the blood. So this is the part I'm like, oh, why I gotta do it? You feel me? Because the fun was already over in my mind. The fun was already over. It was watching the treatment be done. So I'm in there, I'm like, this is bullshit. I got to go wash these cups. Nobody wanted to wash the cups. whatever the treatment was. The worst part of the day was washing the cups. So I got to go wash the cups. Baby. This shit is so clear in my mind. It's like it happened to me yesterday. I take the first cup and I go to, quote, pour the blood down the drain in the sink, thinking it's going to come out like blood. From the time we did that treatment to the time that it took me to collect the cups and walk them cups to that sink, that blood had congealed. When I turned that goddamn cup upside down to, quote, pour the blood down the drain, in one solid clump, it bloop, hit the goddamn sink like a glob of jello and slithered down the goddamn drain. I said, what the fuck? Oh my God. That shit was the craziest. It took no time. And I know me and I know all my classmates love grody, gross ass shit. So I stopped after the first jello plop down the goddamn drain. I go call all my classmates out the student clinic. Everybody, there's like 12 of us. I was like, yo, you got any patients? You got to come see this shit. You got to come see it. I do it again. I take another cup and I pour that shit in a solid mass, bloop, and hit the bottom of the goddamn sink. You can hear all of it. Oh my God, yo, that's crazy. Let me do one. Yo, I haven't thought about that shit. Oh my God. That was one of the most awesome experiences in student clinic. That shit was awesome. That shit was so awesome. It was amazing. I have another great story. I could do this shit all night. Talk about medicine shit. Talk about student clinic. That shit I could talk about like on a roll. I was treating this man who was a music teacher. He came in because he had back pain. He was geriatric. He was over 65. And he had been complaining about chronic middle back pain. And he was like, it's not like dull, achy pain where it's just kind of radiating all over. It's very specific. It's like this one little spot that's just always hurting. I'm always aware of it. And it's always sharp. Like somebody just took like a little nail or like something sharp and just put it in this one little spot and it just left it there. Right? He is very specific in describing this pain. And we were like, okay, cool. We do an assessment. We gonna do some little back points and some little massage and a little cupping, ease up the area. Child, I said, can you disrobe and lay face down on the table? He lays face down on the table and I go immediately to palpate and investigate the area with my fingertips. And I go to this place and where he has said the pain is, and I am sitting there like, oh my God. His wife is there. So he married. And I'm like, oh my God. I said, right here? He's like, exactly right there. How you did that? I said, oh my God. I said, oh my God. I said, you know what? Let me go get the supervisor and let me go get one other student before we begin, okay? He's like, okay. She take a seat. She's like, okay. I said, y'all ain't gonna believe what is happening in this curtain with this patient up in here. This is my last year of school. So I'm able to now do treatments by myself, unsupervised. I said, y'all ain't gonna believe. I didn't want to do nothing until somebody else could see it. You feel me? I said, y'all ain't gonna believe what I have in my room with this, quote, back pain. I said, y'all gonna want to see this. So I called the supervisor and I called another student. 2 other students followed. I said, so sir, just to be clear, this is where it hurts, right here. He was like, oh, yeah, just right there. How you did that? He was so stupefied. He was like, how, like his magic. How you know? Without even, baby, literally right where the actual acupuncture point was the biggest, giantest, most obvious, consolidated blackhead I had ever seen in my whole existence. I ain't never seen a blackhead that big. Never. Never. And that blackhead happened to be burrowed right on the actual top of the acupuncture point we said we was going to treat before we saw his back. I said, this where it hurt? Just put my hand right on the top of the blackhead. He said, oh yeah. I said, sir, this might be a little bit uncomfortable. I said, but you have a little blackhead right where I put my finger that is on top of the acupuncture point that we need to treat. So I'm going to have to excise this blackhead before I can even apply the needles. Is that okay with you? He said, yeah, that's fine. I told him it was a little one. So we had in the student clinic these little instruments that look like bigger versions of the little cute little makeup instruments that you can buy, ladies, to pop your own pimples without using your fingers. You know what I'm talking about? It look like a little hook, and it's like a little pimple exciser, so that you don't have to use your oily, grummy fingers to pop your pimples. You can use a little. This instrument that we use in acupuncture looks like that. It's not for that, but it looks like that. And so I was like, that's what we're gonna use to excise this goddamn blackhead at this man's back. Y'all, I knew just by looking at it, it was going to be big, because the head on it was solid and literally kind of like protruding outside the skin, still rigidly anchored in the skin. But you know how the top gets so hard, it's like literally outside the top of the skin. And I used this instrument to force what I thought I knew was going to be a big blackhead, but big was relative. Not anything crazy, just big, but just like not anything crazy. Child, I excised this pimple from this man's back, and it looked 2 times the size of a grain of rice. It just kept coming and I said, is this thing ever going to end? It just kept coming and coming and coming and coming and in one solid mass. I ain't have to perpetually mash. I ain't have to do a bunch of digging out. None of that shit. It just kept. The more I pressed, the more it came up. The more I pressed in one solid, long, giant, big in circumference. Not no little bitty circumference jasmine rice, like good old fashioned, untreated, big old fat brown rice times 2 at least in length. You can the other students that are watching me, you can hear them like gasping, like catching their breath, but trying not to be obvious as to not freak this dude out. They're like, and the thing that blew my mind, man, was he married. How do you get a blackhead that old and that deep and that big and your ass is married? How that happen? I was always confused by that. How that happen? How you got somebody that live with you 24 hours a day and y'all do not groom each other? I don't understand. Maybe that's just a black thing. But baby, I ain't gonna let you have no blackhead on your back and not get you. I got you. Not just husband and wife. My sister and myself were the permanent pimple poppers on my mama and my daddy back. Our whole life. I think I got a pimple on my back. Baby, come get it. And my mama would lay on the floor. And we would pop pimples on my mama back. You understand what I'm saying? I thought this was just a regular thing that Black people do to take care of each other. Is to make sure I ain't fucked up on my back or these places I can't get to. How you married to somebody? Y'all sleep together. Your boo turned over and said, "Baby, my back hurt," and give him a massage. And to see a big old ass, giant ass, ancient ass zit in your back, and don't occur to you to like, baby, let me get this for you, because this might be why your back hurt. When I was popping this pimple on this man's back, he said, "Is it weird for me to say I feel like this sudden relief of pressure?" I said, "No, it's not unusual, sir." In my mind, I'm like, motherfucker, right. I just delivered a boulder at your Oh my God. I just delivered a boulder at your goddamn back. Oh God. That shit did me. This sweet old man, he was a sweetheart. He really, really was. He was a sweetheart. And I'm sitting. Oh my God. He was like, "Have you put the needles in that?" I said, "No, sir. I'm still trying to excise the rest of this blackhead on your back." He was like, "Is it weird for me to say I feel like a sudden relief of pressure?" I said, "No, sir. It sure isn't. That's not uncommon." Meanwhile, I'm screaming in my head. Meanwhile, my classmates is fighting back the damn urge to cackle out loud. Two of them had to walk out the damn room. Baby, I used to say all the time, if they had hidden cameras up in that student clinic, they'd have been like, "This shit can't be real life. These about to be who our future doctors are." They cutting up all the fucking time. They doing all the jokesters, all the pranking, all the bullshit. We probably wouldn't have got our degrees if they'd have had hidden cameras up. We was up in there clowning. We was up in there cutting the fuck up. All the time. All the time. But that shit was hilarious. When I tell you, he came back about a week later. He was like, "I don't know what y'all did, but that pain had been on me for some time, for a long time. And we just couldn't figure it out. We couldn't figure it out. My doctor did MRIs and couldn't find nothing. This big old giant second head attached to his back. You done got an MRI because the pain has been debilitating. Your wife done been looking at, rubbing your back, showering with you, seeing this monstrosity stare her back in the face for 10 years. And it never occurred to nobody that your ass was pregnant in your back and that this might be the cause of your pain." Baby, I'm telling you, I'm not even exaggerating for the laughs. I'm telling you verbatim what the hell happened in real time. From the beginning of my life to, I told you I spent all my childhood popping pimples on my mama back, on my daddy back, in my mama ears, everywhere, all the things. And in my whole existence, I never seen nothing like I saw in that goddamn room on that goddamn day. This motherfucker talk about, "You ain't even put the needles yet? I feel a sudden, like, release of pressure." I said, "I wonder why." Because your ass wasn't meant to give birth. Oh my God. Yes. Then, a really cool one. This wasn't gross. It was just cool. I was taking my Ayurveda class, and unfortunately at the school, because it was a different school, the school, they wouldn't let us do like labs. They wouldn't let us do, it was a dope program, but everything they wanted to be like theoretical. It was so bizarre that in 4 years of my undergraduate, there were no labs. We're taking biochem, we're taking chemistry, we're taking botany, we're taking all of this shit. And the only way that we were getting lab experience was because our professors would take us off site. They would take us off campus to give us access to what they internalized to as the very vital and necessary lab experience to integrate the intellectual class learning that we did. This is what it looks like. What I taught y'all for an hour, this is what it looked like in real time application. But because the school was set up the way that it was, they had to take us off site for that to be able to happen. And so my Ayurveda teacher ran a part-time school, like a mentorship program from her home. And then over the summer months, the 3 summer months of the year, she and her husband had an Ayurvedic clinic, Panchakarma clinic in Mexico that they would run for the 3 months of the summer. And so she would frequently take us off campus to learn how to facilitate the treatments for Ayurveda. And there was one, it's called Bhashti. So there are different types of Bhashti, depending upon the body part. It's called, whatever it is. Nabi Bhashti is when you do the Bhashti on the belly button. You have different Bhashtis. And essentially, in the application of Bhashti, whenever you identify like the source of dysfunction, the Bhashti is like this moat that you build around the spot. So you take flour and ghee and you make like a dough. You make essentially what's like a Play-Doh out of this flour and ghee, and you build a moat around the area that's going to be the source of the treatment of it's water and flour that you make the moat out of the dough. And then warmed ghee is what you use to apply the treatment. Ghee, for those who don't know, is clarified butter. It's what we call Indian butter. It's clarified butter. Okay. So she asked for a volunteer among the students. And we were like, okay, well, what are some of the things that it's good for treating? Everything. You name a problem, you can use Bhashti to treat that problem. And so since nobody would volunteer, she looked at one of my classmates who was an RN. She was an older lady, and she wore glasses. She said, Bhashti can be used on your eyes. And over time, it can be used to correct several different types of issues with the eyes. She's like, really? She said, yeah. She said, do you want to be the guinea pig? She's like, on my eyes? She's like, yeah. So we got, I still wish I had the pictures. The computer that I had the pictures on are just gone forever. Oh, it was so cool. So she taught us how to make the dough, we clarified our own butter. So she taught us how to create the ghee, and then we let it cool to room temperature, the ghee. Okay. In the meantime, we took the dough that we had built to build a moat around her eye. So we take the dough and build a moat that's about 1.5 inches tall out from her eyes. So we build this Play-Doh moat around her eyes, making sure that it's packed tight so that the ghee doesn't drip out anywhere past the moat. And so her eye, we all looking down on her. This is the picture that I have. I wish I could find it. This picture that I have is me looking straight down in the camera at her open eye in this moat. Okay. Then the whole thing is to take and slowly pour the ghee into the moat until the ghee is almost up to the rim of the moat. Okay. Then after we pour the ghee into the moat, our professor says, now what I want you to do is slowly open your eyes. She said, what? She said, open my eyes. She said, take a deep breath. Trust me, slowly open your eye. And her eye opened in this fucking pit full of clarified, liquefied butter. And my phone is looking down to take pictures, and her eyeball looking up at me through a sea of butter. And then our professor said, now slowly take your eyeball and move it around in all the directions. She said, move it around? She said, yes, move it around in all directions. And so we're taking video footage of her eyeball moving around in the goddamn key. It was awesome. Ooh, it was so awesome. It was so awesome. So when she gets up, after we remove the ghee, after we remove the mold, we take a warm rag, clean off her face, you feel me? And she sits up and she says, now, put one hand over the eye that we treated and look at the room. She's like, okay. She said, now take the opposite hand and close and cover the eye we didn't treat. Do you see a difference? She said, oh my God. I cannot believe what I'm saying. What the She was flipping out. This old gray-haired RN. She said there was an immediate clarifying of her vision. She said not only that, she had constant like nagging kind of pressure, ocular pressure. She said the pressure was completely gone. Who knew? All you had to do was pour some butter in your eyeball. Anyway. Boy, why are you fighting my feet? Anyway, that's all the storytelling I have for tonight, which was a lot. I did an 8-hour workday. So please consider tipping your local and global priestess. Please consider making your offering, preferably Zelle, to evoemetemp at gmail.com. You can use that for Zelle or you can use that for PayPal. If you want to send a Cashapp, $ Daughter of the Fates, FATES. If you would prefer Venmo, Cassandra, CASSANDRA-Floyd, FLOYD. If you would like to contribute in other ways, like booking your blood moon reading between now and the end of day Tuesday, which is 24 hours after the peak of the blood moon, at a discount of 10% off the 30-minute reading, or $10 off the 30-minute reading and $20 off a 60-minute reading, then use that email address, evoemetemp at gmail.com to book your reading. And also you can go to DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com to make a radical awesome purchase that I will be posting up on the Etsy store, which will include so much more than the typical jewelry, the awesome jewelry that I make. Some digital gimmies that y'all need to have in your possession. If you don't have an ancestral shrine, you need to get your life right and create your portal in your home, which is your ancestral altar. You feel me? Some other things, I'm gonna be giving you some instructions that you can receive off the Etsy store, which is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. There you go. I have not eaten since breakfast. If somebody wants to Zelle me money to buy myself something to eat so I don't have to cook after an 8-hour workday, I would thank you for it and be most appreciative for you satiating and responding to my need to consume food. That's all I got for you. That's all I got for you. Hopefully, you learned something in these 8 hours that I went off. I showed you the creations for the day that are going up on the Etsy store as soon as I get off the phone with y'all. You feel me? So this is a magical meditation wand. And Shanta J should feel really blessed because even though it took forever for me to finish it for her, she happens to have it be finished within the energy, the vortex energy of this radical blood moon eclipse that we are going into. So this has been doubly blessed. Yes, and I can't ship it till Monday anyway. So I'm a blood moon charge your wand, girl. Show am. As a matter of fact, Yolanda, if you're still up on here about the blood charge, your jury and galactic seed, brother, if you up on here too, I'm about to bless y'all. I'm about to bless y'all. Because I took so long getting your orders filled. I'm about to bless y'all. I am about to blood moon baptize y'all ornaments before I put them in the mail to you. You're welcome. You're welcome. This little wine here turned out pretty nice. I did that. I sure did. Plus, this is a blessing. This owl, I processed myself. I plucked this feather right off my shrine. So did. You feel me? What y'all think? Let me put that little black background on it so y'all can see it good. But I finally finished it. Finally finished. Yeah, you can see it better now with the black background. With the little owl feather and the little trident from our great mother divine. Look. It be work messing with my brain because the movement is opposite the direction that I see. That's why I'm always fumbling. Yeah, but there it is. Ooh, that turned out pretty. I love the trident on the top. I was like, oh, because I was gonna use initially like a pine cone. I had this really, really beautiful pine cone, and I love pine cones on wands. I've got 2 different wands that I made for myself, and both of them got pine cones on the top. I love pine cones on the top of staffs. That's old ancient juju there. But I was like, I feel like something a little bit more renegade that's still beautiful. It represents the softness and the beautifulness of the mothers, but also they renegade gangster side too. And I think I accomplished the mission. I'm so proud of this. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Anyway, so that I'm gonna be posting up on the joint here momentarily. And any day now, I hadn't told y'all, but any day now, I'm gonna have new additions to my family, child. Cause I told you I am the foster parent to my homeboy's cat, the dude that I was housing after the fires for a little while. He found a place but couldn't take his cat with him right away, and so I told him I would be his cat's little foster parent and shit. And I love Nine. He's so handsome. He's so fine. But I think he done knocked up my cat. I think he's the one that knocked up my cat. I'm almost 1,000% certain of it. And so, girly squirrely, my little tempest. When I tell you any day now, I mean, she big. She big. Her belly so big. Little baby, all she do is lounge around because her belly's so big. It's so big she don't want to carry it around no more. Any day now, she about to have some babies. Any day now, she about to have some babies, child. So that is the scarab and snakeskin. So you can't really detect the snakeskin on this video, but I put as the foundation the rattlesnake skin that I told you about, and then the scarab. So that is just a pretty little like copper backed charm turned talisman. This is still my favorite one. This is like, I wish you could see the snake skin, even though it was out in the desert and the sun had been shining on it. Can't tell how long. The skin, once I put the resin on it, still has this like you can't see it in this, on this video, but it has this iridescent-y, like glistening shimmer to the snake skin. So, and then my light setup is just not the most advantageous, but anyway, it's beautiful. And then they wanted like a plain talisman. It was meant for a male, so they just wanted a plain talisman, nothing too flashy. And so I just did a basic mount, and then just added a little very small like gold chain around the perimeter, so it doesn't look like feminine or masculine. It looks very kind of androgynous. And but the snake skin, I wish I could see. I wish there was a way for me to capture, because even in the pictures that I took of it, it just does not capture like this very sparkly, iridescent like shimmer inside the scales of the skin. It's beautiful. And then this one was the 2-sided. This is a special order. So I was saying in the beginning that, that I would provide these snakeskin talismans that will come with a meditation, right? And then the scarab talismans, which too will come with a meditation and how to work the talisman. And then this brother wanted the scarab, but he was like, yeah, initially he wanted the scarab and the snake, and then he was like, nah, let me just get the scarab because of what it costs. He was like, I can't get it right now. Let me just get the scarab. And I was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and bless him. So I did the scarab that he required, and then to power up his already powerful talisman, I took the underbelly of the serpent skin and placed it as a dual talisman, essentially. So it's the same talisman. And now he gets the dual benefits of both the snake skin and the scarab. Then I'm just showing because there's a lot of new people who weren't on here when I first showed these at the top of the show, right? So here is another snake skin talisman, but I've had this pair of earrings for 20 years easy. And I just always held on to them because they were so beautiful. They were my favorite earrings, but one of them had broken in a way that was irreparable. Like the metal attachments had popped off. And so I just held on to them because they were so beautiful. I was like, I got to figure out a way how to use them again in the future, and just kept hanging on to them. And it came back up in my consciousness while I was making these snakeskin talismans. And I really love this earring because it is, right? It is the Hindu based female incarnation of the Buddha, the protectress of women and children. It's the female incarnation of the Buddha. And so that I used as a talisman. It's so beautiful. But I am actually going to sell it to someone. And then these two belong to one of the sisters who's up in the call. These two belong to this sister. So one scarab mounted in red coral and one scarab mounted in turquoise. And they are mounted on a clear base. And then I love this one. This is a rattlesnake skin talisman, and I added an actual snake charm to the talisman. And last but not least, I'm debating about whether, because I made this for me, but I was like, you know what? If somebody wanted, I might let them buy it. But anyway, it's black labradorite. And it is mounted by a scarab, and it is topped with a yoni facing piece of amethyst up at the top. And then my favorite symbol on earth, the proverbial vortex that is the center of the universe, that is your mother's divine portal. You see, I have it everywhere. It's the first brand I ever did on myself with that same symbol. So it's my favorite symbol. I'm probably going to keep it. But anyway, that's how that turned out on just a flat rock. And there you go. And I still have a bunch more. I think I've got maybe probably about 15 cut pieces left of the rattlesnake skin that I was blessed with in the month of January of this year. On my first hike in a year, hiked the trail I'd never hiked before, and I saw the released skin of a rattlesnake that was maybe about 5 feet long. And so I just cut it up into pieces, and I'm gonna try to finish applying those over the next few days to talismans, and then writing up the work, how to work with them. And yeah, if I can get enough made by Monday, I'll just go ahead and I'll put the snakeskin out there anyway. So if you purchase the snakeskin, it's gonna be powered up, not just off the stuff I was already gonna do, but it just happens to correspond with this entry into this lunar event that is promising us the sun, moon, and the stars and everything that we was born to experience. If we just call it into reality with all the artistic confidence that we can muster. That was the thing I wanted to go back to, is Uranus as the great galactic innovator, the great galactic innovator who specifically innovates artistically and scientifically. Scientific innovations and artistic innovations, but like revolutionary gangster innovations, like way outside the norm innovations, like in your face. I know this uncomfortable, but once you get past the discomfort, this shit gonna blow your mind. Innovations like that. And then that energy, that audacious energy, is coupled with, so Uranus in Gemini, retrograde in Gemini, is like, come on. What kind of madness can you come up with? Now, I'm a Virgo, so I searched the Uranus retrograde in Gemini for my sign, and my birthday is in 8 days, bitch. I was like, well, what can I specifically take away from Uranus retrograde in Gemini as a Virgo? They was like, oh, you bitch. Yes, all the previous stuff, artistic innovation, wild, audacious innovation, risk taking in your artistic expression. Yes, all those things. But bitch, you might need to factor in some sexual audacity too. You might need to factor in some sexual audacity. I said, word? They said, word. Over and over and over again. When I pulled up Uranus retrograde in Geminis for Virgos, they're like, bitch, sexuality, sexual expression, artistic sexual expression, sexual renegade, artistic audacity. Do the words how you want to. You need to factor in some sexual audacity. You need to take some risks artistically, sexually. I said, oh shit. Do I need to walk around the street with my titties out? Like, what you trying to say? I don't know what you need me to do. Okay. So I got to be contemplating in these days leading up to this blood moon. But Uranus again stations retrograde on September 1st and will be retrograde until November 23rd. So she said you got a little time. Don't let the time fly. Don't let the time pass you by. Yeah, because everybody is in the air or a fire sign. So this shit gonna go by like a blink of an eye. What can you do with great cocky audacity and shit to use art to make the many uncomfortable, and after they get through the discomfort, radically elevated in their thinking and they understanding and they reasoning. So hopefully that is a takeaway that resonates with you too. But everybody's supposed to be the artist right now. Everybody's supposed to be the scientist right now. Everybody's supposed to be the renegade right now. Now you ain't gonna get up on me doing all that squirming. You gonna be chill mode, or you gonna get on about your business. So hopefully that resonated with someone. Hopefully, child. Hopefully, I can't believe I've been on here 8 hours. So hopefully that can do for you what you needed to do. I am not going to do a live tomorrow after 8 hours of doing this, and I need to make money in a big and urgent way. So tomorrow is going to be the smash and grabs. It's going to be the myriad of ways, face to face, I'm going to be able to go and grab money. You feel me? So I'm not going to do a live tomorrow, but what I am going to do is make the commitment to go ahead and post all this stuff on Etsy after I find something to eat. I'm going to post all this stuff up on Etsy. I'm going to, and then I'm going to finish the new conspiracy. This is how we started this whole 8 hour conversation. I'll finish the new conspiracy. I already started. I'll finish the conspiracy tonight. At bare minimum, I will post the PDF of the conspiracy. Depending upon my level of courageous artistic audacity, I might open up. And it's funny that I just said Audacity. The name of the music program that I have is called Audacity. So I may open up this Audacity program to try to make by myself for the first time my first musically oriented live blood moon meditation. We shall see. Worst case scenario, though, I will definitely send the PDF of the blood moon meditation so that at bare minimum, you can play some music in the background and listen to yourself read it. Okay? That's all I got for you. Finally. Have a wonderful evening. Make beautiful love. Have extraordinary orgasms. Eat great and lovely food. Drink beautiful, red, luscious wine. Walk down the street and make your partner put his hand on your booty in public. Make people uncomfortable with your PDAs, your public displays of affection. Do all the things. Everything that you do, especially if you melanated, everything that you do is an act of rebellion. Your happiness is an act of rebellion. Your joy is an act of rebellion. Your public displays of affection is an act of rebellion. So if people are responding uncomfortably, that's what they responded to. They ain't responding to why people want to show they love in public. That ain't what they responded to. They are responding to your inherent rebellious nature. That's what they responded to. How dare they show love to each other in public? We do not want to see that. We want to see them unhappy. We want to see them by themselves and miserable. We want to see them sad. We want to see their eyes on the ground, not their head up in the air, walking with their chin all the way to the sky. We don't want to see that. We want to see them downtrodden. Everything you do is an act of rebellion. So revel in it. Revel in these acts of rebellion. Be big. If you usually just hold hands in public and people mad, now hold motherfucker by their waist, bring them real tight, kiss on their neck, do all that shit, and see it not as you being gross and ooh, you need to get a room. Like, nah, bitch, I'm being a rebel right now. If you're uncomfortable, that's exactly what I intended to do. I want you to be uncomfortable in my displays of love and affection for my boo, for my babies, or whoever it is. Because I know you mad when somebody expresses love to me. And so I want you to be more mad. You mad when some person looks at me with adoration and I'm just a black woman. So yes, that's what we gonna do. We gonna lean into your discomfort. That's what we gonna do. Oh no, we not retreating. We don't quote avoiding spaces where white people be. We want to roam the world too. We want to roam the earth freely too. And if you are uncomfortable, this is some introspection and some exercises you're gonna have to do with yourself. But now we about to move up out in this bitch with the soul motivation is in our audacious artistic expression of Uranus retrograde in Gemini audacity and courageousness and even ridiculousness. Yep. We about to turn up the dial on you bitches. Y'all think y'all uncomfortable. We about to turn up the dial on y'all, and we gonna do it artistically. And we gonna do it scientifically. And we gonna do it with swag. Not just swag. We gonna wear our garbs of grand swaggadosia. We about to shine on y'all bitches. Y'all think y'all mad. We about to shine on y'all bitches. Y'all think y'all mad. Y'all ain't mad yet. Y'all ain't mad enough. We gonna laugh out loud. We gonna cackle. Why black women so loud when they go out in public? Yep, all of that. All the things that even us respectable ass black people used to do. Why they gotta be so white? Y'all right next to each other. Why y'all talking so loud? Why y'all? I take all that back. All my little ways in my ignorant unknowing. Do all those things times 10. Laugh out loud, cackle out loud, talk on your phone like you talking to somebody a mile down the street. Everything that makes them every expression of your joy, turn up the dial on it. Every expression of your happiness, turn up the dial on it. every expression of your creativity that is now yours to possess. You are the sole sovereign of that which you produce. Now I'm gonna need you to turn up the dial on that, about 30 points. Turn up the dial on every aspect of your beingness. Even if your titty sag like mine, take your hand up in there and plop them bitches up so you can shine your cleavage up on them. Yep, I'm showing all my cleavage today. Yep, sure am. Why your dress so low? Can't you pull that up a little? Nah, but you know what? You're right though. I think I need to fix it. Hold on, let me. Okay, that's better. Every seemingly inconsequential way, turn up the dial. Turn up the dial. Turn up the dial. That's your assignment for the rest of this month, where all the dark goddesses are on the foot deck. All of them are in the house. All of them, and all the asteroids are dark goddesses of radical destruction, retribution. What's the one name? And her whole stilo is her only mission in life is to punish to the end of life those who have committed murder. That's the only thing she lived for. I ain't up in here for no other reason than to slay those who have murdered others. That's all I'm up in here for. I ain't in here but a minute, but I'm up in here on that kind of shit. There's another asteroid. There's 4 asteroids right now, and all of them are goddess asteroids, all on some. We didn't kick the doors in on this bitch to support our mother goddesses, or Yah, aka Pluto. Who is Uranus as the goddess? Because Uranus is Prometheus, but we keep saying, who is Prometheus as the goddess? I gotta work this out. But Uranus, Gemini, we know that story's been malignified. You feel me? This is all goddess energy, but not just them. The minor planets. What is it? Make, Eris, the goddess of discord. The goddess of discord. And she don't be boxing no bitches. She just be exposing the true you. And this is how discord is sown. She just enter in the little factor, and all of a sudden you tell on yourself. You expose yourself. You shine the light on your own shit, and you are exposed in a way that can't be covered back up. That's who Eris is. She say, I know y'all. I ain't even got to do no shit. I ain't got to do no wicked, insidious shit to y'all. All I have to do is sow the tiny little seed that forces you to expose your own nasty, malignant, weirdo ass ways. That's all I got to do. She up on deck. She's like, what you want me to do? What you want? Oshun, we right up in her. Oshun, aka the goddess Astrology, who promises to usher in a new golden age once the lesson of men is learned. That's Mama Virgo. Astrology is Virgo. Astrology is Oshun. Here we is. It's hot. It's hot. Yemaya, this blood moon in Pisces, the owner and keeper of dreams, the keeper of the secrets of the deep, Yemaya, aka Pisces. She's like, pay attention to your dreams. I got gold coming for you if you pay attention. I just told y'all. I might not have told y'all about the dream that I had. I didn't tell y'all about the fucking dream that I had. And I need to. Just 2 days ago. I had a dream. And I'm going to comply with the dream, so some of y'all ain't going to be happy. I'll share that on another day. But Yemaya is up in here, and she's like, you see the vastness and the boundlessness that is the ocean. You see the boundlessness, the imperceptible bounty, boundless, unimaginable bounty of the water of the earth that is all connected. The rivers and the streams and the lakes all connected to the great primordial ocean. This is the limitlessness that I want to provide you with if y'all participate in moving your obstacles the fuck up out the way. Your wealth is already yours. Your wealth is already here. Just move your adversary the fuck up out the way. Just move him out the way. So I can go ahead and unleash this waterfall of abundance upon the many. Let's go ahead and get this working, right? So my y'all's up in here, and then the whole age for the next for the next 19 years is all y'all's domain. It's her house until 2044. It's her shit. It's her say. It's her stage till 2044. So even as all of these other goddesses are coming to play a peculiar role in the execution of the play written by Oya in this moment, and we can big them all up, you have to always keep in the forefront that she got something in store for us if we call the weight of the universe into our command and into our favor for a fucking change, and stop being the victims of goddamn malignant sons gone rogue, faking like they wealthy, faking like they got power because we have relinquished it out of a chronic state of fear. Nope. They don't have no power. What we perceive as their power is ours. Now we just have to force them to unhand our shit. What we perceive as, quote, they wealth, quote, they value, what they worth. Nope. They ain't theirs. There ain't no statute of limitation on global genocide. Just because you robbed, just because you staged the goddamn B&E on our shit, don't mean that we poor and you rich. It means we have to rectify this act of aggression that had you rob us so that we can reclaim that which is rightfully ours. That's all. We still rich. We still abundant. We still have access to boundless in our imagination, abundance and security and safety and perfect trust that all things will unfold how they are supposed to once we subdue the rogue ass sun. Dismantle the obstacles to what is rightfully ours, what was guaranteed to us before we could even speak. That's all. So let that factor into your blood moon ritual and meditations. If you doing your little things and all the little things, whatever them things is, putting your stuff out on front porch to catch up some of that moonlight, to clear out and charge up all your little magical instruments and shit, and you're going to put them outside, think about that. When you putting them outside, you thinking about my obstacles are removed, and in the removal of my obstacles, all that they held back from me is flooding on me in real time under the light of this goddamn moon. It's mine. It's already mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. Right now it's mine. Right now. You feel me? I changed. Y'all can't see it. I'll show it to you. But I had a little kind of like Eye of Providence up on here for the longest time. But I was like, damn, I really need to go back to my my vision board. I made this vision board 3 years ago, I think. It took forever. It took forever to make this vision board. It took a good 3 months of regular working on this vision board, right? And you see here at the bottom of the vision board is a picture of me, and behind me is a whole giant like cascade of money, just like a rainbow around me. And next to it, I have $125 million. That's my number, $125 million. Feel me? And I was like, I need to be surrounded by the energy of this beautiful vision, and everything else on the vision board is culminating to this realization of this moment where I can perceive in real time that my goal has been met, that I now have in my possession that which was promised to me, because I say so, that which was promised to me at the moment of my birth and consecration. I can be able to clearly state that on this day, at this time, it came to my attention through my accountant, who will be taking care of my money, that I officially have $125 million, whether it's collectively in my account or whether it's scattered out through my investments and this and that and this and that. But you done made your goal, girl. You did that. And everything that I want to happen into my life is going to contribute to that. It's not something as an aside to. Everything is going to contribute to this $125 million that is already mine. And I am claiming it not only for myself and my particular genius, but I am also claiming it on behalf of all the mothers of both my lines and all of the sons that contributed to my being from both my lines. I'm claiming my 100, and that's a low number once I start talking about all my ancestors. But that's the number I'm okay with. $125 million that I am claiming on behalf of all my ancestors, all my antecedents, all that came before me, and could not live the life that the goddess is allowing me to live, that she is affording me the opportunity to live, to have the experience and the peculiar destiny that I have. She's allowing me to witness unfold in real time. This is what I'm claiming on behalf of all mine, of me and all mine. You feel me? And then these are all the ways that's going to happen. It's going to happen in me playing. I don't fucking hard ass work. You understand? Trying to encourage people to see the value of what I'm saying. So please make sure that you make a donation, because this was an 8-hour day of work. Make sure you show the value of what you have received from me and the donations and offerings. I ain't sugarcoat no shit and sing to you in some griot oration about the Lord Jesus Christ and all of that bullshit that ain't offering you nothing, that ain't promising you nothing. You feel me? Display what you think my time and teaching is worth in the offerings that you make. This is not begging. This is energetic reciprocity is what it is. And so all of this is the methods of play that are going to contribute to the outcome, which is that is already mine being realized, being fully realized. So whether it is, my the centering of my own personal health, me traveling, you feel me, and dancing. So I have dancing and traveling and relaxing in the second little chakra space. The top right corner is my artistic expression with many of my cheered on Black goddess musician / performers. You feel me? All over the place. Janelle Monáe and what was her name? Shug Avery from The Color Purple. She up on there. And Carmen, what's her name? Carmen, she played Carmen back in the day. You feel me? Nicki Minaj on there because that girl is a character, and regardless of her shenanigans, the girl is gifted, and I respect that. Beyonce up there, she her problems, but I'm talking about her Virgo obvious flair and audacity. That's why she up on there. Dinah Washington is up on there. What's her name? Diana Ross, she up on there. Nina Simone, the goddess supreme, is up on there. You feel me? Tina Turner up on there. You feel me? Some musical notes and carrying on. Everybody up there who needed to be up there at the moment that I made the thing. I got my little Italy up there because I plan to go to Italy. I got my little Spain up there because I plan to go to Spain. I got my little Fiji over there. The Maldives just below that. And me is a little cartoon backpacking across these countries. Yep, I'm going to do that. Mm-hmm. The top is my wealth and my money and the enlightenment of my third eye. You feel me? My love relationships, and all of that shit that's up in there. My witchy shit in the top corner up there. You feel me? My little magical practicing medicine shit, the herbs and all the light bulbs of illumination over there. You feel me? And I want my practice to be global. That's why I got a big old earth in that corner. And then my deep behind the doors, underground, renegade, sister, goddess, renegade, gangster, witchy shit. Charged by the lioness. Down there at the bottom. And then behind the images, before I even put the images on there, every last one of these chakra corners has a whole repetition of mantras. So the words are written behind there, and the pictures correspond with the nature of the meditation that's underneath each panel. That shit took a long time. It took a long time, but it was fun. It was a labor of love. You understand? So I put it out so I can see it every day. Because, what's mine is mine. It's already mine. What's mine is mine. It's already mine. That's that $125 million. That is the buildings that I have already identified and I am certain will be in my possession for the temple. Yup. For the temple, my home, and our extended temple buildings that are needed for the execution of the programs of the temple on the one hand, and and the abundant housing of people who decide that they want to leave where the fuck they at and get wonderful, excellent, beautiful housing in one of the 4 buildings that the temple will own right here in this city, that are awesome, beautiful architectured buildings that have been sitting empty because they have been possessed by the goddamn Church of Scientology. The Church of Scientology own almost every goddamn empty building in this goddamn city, and just sit there and hold the buildings hostage. They gonna have to come up out the motherfucking buildings. They an obstacle. The Church of Scientology is an obstacle. Y'all wouldn't believe how much they own in this city. They an obstacle to what we need. We need this uterus-shaped building right down the street, priced at approximately $45 million. That's ours. That's been sitting there empty for a decade. That's ours. The Pacifica building, that's ours. That's where we're going to house people who really want to come and administer in the facilitation of the temple. Lead the programs, begin the process of building the medical school and the school for evolutionary advanced youth. You feel me? Y'all gonna need a place to live. Y'all gonna need an awesome, wonderful, spacious, centrally located, epic view from every single corner of the. Y'all gonna need an epic place to live if you want to leave where you at. Even if you just want to do like little, what y'all call them? Little mini contracts. Say, I ain't gonna move permanently, but I'll do a 3-month contract. I'll do a 6-month contract. I'll do a 9-month contract. I'll do a 1-year contract. House me while I do the contract. Pay me, and then I'll do work that I need to do, and then I'm going back over there where I'm at. And I'm gonna take this money that we done made and take my ass back to where I came from. I'm okay with that. As a matter of fact, I like that model a lot. They do it on cruise liners and it works well. I like that idea. No long-term commitments. Come here and do a 3-month stint. Get your coins, make your impact, execute whatever it is you take on participating in executing, whatever your lane is, whatever your passion is. Don't do anything in the temple that feels like work. Only contribute your skills to that which you are passionate about. Nothing that feels like work. I don't want work to exist. I want you to joyously, with gainful employment, create the institutions of the new. That's it. If at any juncture what you do in your role in the temple is no longer ecstatic and fun and like, yes, I can't wait, like I got some ideas for this, I don't want you to do it. Find another place up in the temple that is more suited to you working in a way that is ecstatic and harmonious and like, yes, that shit right. This is what it was. I thought it was that, but no, it's this over here. Do that. Don't infect what we're trying to build with the feeling of like restriction that immediately comes when you hate your job. Immediately comes when you don't like your boss. Immediately comes when this was a passion project in the beginning, but now it's just like, maybe I made a mistake. Be honest and say, look, I think I need to be placed somewhere else. I think me working with the babies might be a better idea. Just do that. That's really the environment. I want us to be able to think so far from what we've come from, to not reproduce this bullshit. No aspect of it, no corner of it, no piece of it. You feel me? That building is ours. Pacifica, that's ours. The Cinerama, the dome, the geodesic dome, right down, that's ours. The desert hot springs oasis that I was trying to get y'all to come out here and celebrate with me, that's mine. That's mine. That's my house. That's my house. That's the headquarters of the temple. That's mine. That's mine. The 2 houses on it, we will facilitate retreats, do some tabernacle services on the other 125 acres of land. But that house, that's mine. That's mine. Hopefully my daughter will feel inclined, once it's mine, to move her and her babies back up out here so the 5 of us can live up in that house. But that's mine. That's mine. That's mine. And that house is 5 times smaller than the geodesic dome. The geodesic dome is 45 million. I don't know about the Pacifica building, but the ranch, the 125 acre ranch and desert hot springs, but hot springs on the property and cold springs on the property and all of that shit. And the main house is 5 bedrooms, and the 2 other houses are 3 bedroom on the downside and 4 bedroom on the upside, and a whole house that has been turned into an indoor gym and an indoor swimming pool. That whole property, 125 acres, $8 million on the market right now. 8 million. That's mine. That's mine. That's mine. That's mine. Paid in full. Yep. No lingering mortgages for 100 years. All of them paid in full. As a matter, and that ain't even outside the realm of possibility when you start looking at all these mediocre mystics of the past whose whole entire lives were paid for by someone else. Houses gifted, paid in full to. As a matter of fact, Bhagwan, the guy, the dude that was the Osho cult that was up in Oregon, where they bought a piece of land that was 5 times the size of Manhattan in the mountains in Oregon. That was gifted to him, paid in full. And when these 2 famous white people who were in the movie industry, a producer and a star actress wife, met him in Oregon, they was like, we like you so much. Can you spend some time in Hollywood? We will put you up because we have these houses in Beverly Hills. And he came and spoke at one of the houses, and the crowd was so moved by what Osho had to say that this girl and her husband bought him a $5 million house paid in full with no mortgage. So what I'm talking about ain't even like next level crazy, your imagination too wild. That ain't even remotely outside the realm of possibility up in this bitch right here. When I say this is ours, that building that geodesic dome that's been sitting up on this motherfucker for damn near 12 years, empty, this beautiful, incredible, majestic building that it is, that's mine. That's mine. That belongs to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I know who it is, Patrick. I just call him Bhagwan, Osho. But yes, that motherfucker right there. Mediocre, by the way. And he colored. And he was mediocre. And yes, I have books of Bhagwan because that damn documentary, Wild Wild Country, that was my shit. That was my shit. But Bhagwan wasn't the man, baby. Osho, what was his name? Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh Osho. He wasn't the one. He was the face of genius, bitch. Sheila was the genius. But she didn't need no accolades. She didn't need to take the front seat. Child, Osho had a little funny, had a little ha-ha, had a little charisma. Honey, the real genius of that project, which was the Rajneeshis in Oregon and what they built, was Sheila. She was the one. She believed in him, and that's all she needed was belief to execute a motherfucking unbelievable miracle up in the mountains in Oregon. And them white people was like, and these colored people too? Oh, we got to do something to fuck about this. No, we ain't have no brown skinned ass people up here creating a whole new city based around a whole new religion. And that shit is centered around some gray haired, gray faced colored man who dark as a nigga. Oh no, we can't have that. And all these white people following behind him too? Nope. This is a bad look. We can't afford for no shit like this to spread. Nuh-uh. Unfortunately, we in the age of perpetual revelations. So all that shit that has been deliberately and thoughtfully hidden from you because God forbid you get any ideas about how to liberate yourself or ensure sovereignty for yourself, which is what they did. Because they wasn't up in there just doing hippie dances and free love and shit. Them motherfuckers was well armed. They was well armed. Not only well armed, they had a whole goddamn army of lawyers, professionals, architects. They say you can come and get it, but you're going to work for this one. It ain't going to be you just going to drop some bomb on a bunch of poor, unsuspecting black folks and then erase them out of history and go on with business as usual. You can come for us, bitch, but you just know We dress like hippies. We in our weird little orange outfits, but bitch, we packing AR-15s and shit. So make your decision wisely about how you attempt to approach. I love that documentary. It's crazy as fuck, but I love that documentary, especially the first episode when they are building this city out of nothing. That shit was so. When they are building a whole city out of land that was so barren that they said when they got there were no birds. That the place was so barren that there were no birds. In a piece of land 5 times the size of Manhattan. And within a year, these motherfuckers done built enough housing on the land to house 5,000 people. In a year, bitch. In a year. To house 5,000 people. They built their own airport with their own private planes. They built a whole new independent currency. They had their own stores, their own shops. They made their own clothes for which they put in the stores. They grew their own food on this once barren land where there was no animals. Within the year of what y'all are acting like is brand new, and this is in the 70s. In goddamn 70s, they took rocky, barren land, and within a year, shit was popping up out the ground like daisies. Carrots and potatoes, everything organic. They did. All the animals came back. They said all the animals came back. Rabbits and wolves. They changed the entire ecology of a place that had not been inhabited by humans for 50 years and where they had not seen animals in about the same period of time. And the state was like, we got to do something about this shit. We can't have nobody out here. We can have some little fringe, little culty shit that don't really do no shit, ain't really about no shit. But these motherfuckers just built a whole independent city where they don't have to leave out that city to get anything. They was making their own alcohol. They didn't have to leave the city to get shit. So crazy as Osho was, the people that believed in his craziness, that followed him in his craziness, them motherfuckers did that shit. Belief was all they needed to literally change the entire ecology of mountainous, rocky, barren land. If you don't watch the whole documentary, that first episode, you need to watch that shit. That shit is inspiring as hell. And Sheila, I'm trying to meet this motherfucker before she die. I ain't lying. I want to meet Sheila. I want to meet, what's her name? Oh my God. Vandana Shiva. I want to meet Vandana Shiva. Oh man, I want to meet this woman. I want to have an event with her here. I mean that. And from what I understand, she comes stateside pretty regular. I want to host an event, but she big. She globally big. I want to host an event that features Vandana Shiva. Big time, urgently, in a big way. She is a giant among ants, this woman. She is a giant among ants. I want to meet this woman so bad. So bad. Anyway, now I'm shut up. All right. Thank you guys for entertaining me while I get a bunch of shit that had nothing to do with what I was going to talk to you about off my chest. I may, if I feel a certain way, because now it's 9 hours, I may do a live tomorrow, but y'all gonna have to keep me disciplined. I know Java Watson, you be trying. I saw your little fish hooks back along the way, but I was on the roll. My bad. But if I can see where the acquisition of resources is unfolding in a way that is advantageous, or it might be on location that I do a little mini live or whatever. But anyway, we'll see. Don't count on it, but if I feel so inclined, it is going to be in the ebb of this blood moon, so I may feel inclined. If not, then book your readings for the next 4 days in particular, because the discount is huge. and you should take $20 off the 60-minute reading and $10 off the 30-minute reading. And I'm thinking about microdosing all weekend. I just got some fresh mushrooms, so I might microdose all weekend just to take full advantage of not only the movement but even the way and what comes through when I read for others. So just depends on how many. It depends on how many people book between now and Monday, which will determine. I don't know. I still may microdose anyway. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I may microdose anyway. But anyway, just know that if you book between now and late Tuesday, you will be getting a me that is on a loop of microdose through the blood moon. Probably through my birthday, truth be told. Okay, so anyway, thanks, Pat. So I hope to see you guys on Saturday. I know y'all got a lot going on that day. So, but anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and go. Y'all take care. Have a great night. Be really deliberate in where your headspace is, what your time is being spent, what you're spending your time doing. No dumb scrolling. At the moment that you feel yourself dumb scrolling, like just take a deep breath, reconfigure, readjust, and default to your meditations or listen to the song. For those of you who have the MP3 already, did you see your staff, Shanta J? I'm just seeing you. I was wondering if you was on here earlier. This is yours. It's going in the mail on Monday. This you. Let me put the thing back up. This you. I finally finished. This you, Shanta J. Dang. This you. So that's the top of it. It's cased in red coral and turquoise. And then on the bottom, it's wrapped in suede and leather. And then it's got one of the owl feathers from the owl I processed that's up here on my shrine. So I plucked a feather from my owl to bless it up. And then I don't know if you missed me say it, make the announcement that since I literally just finished it last night. This thing took forever. I know it don't look like a lot, but it took forever. And it happened to correspond my completing it finally with the completion of the other special order pieces, the talismans, the serpent skin, and the scarab talismans that I also completed. And it happens to correspond with the bourgeoning of this here blood moon coming up on Monday, early Monday, late night Sunday, early Monday. And I can't send y'all stuff off till Monday anyway. So I made the announcement that all these pieces that I have finished, I'm gonna bless up in this blood moon. I'm gonna put these out in this blood moon for y'all so that they can be extra juiced and blessed up before I put them in the mail for you. So there you go. You welcome. That's you, boo. That's you. So anyway, so that's it. I'm done. So again, just to reiterate, I think everybody's the same on here so far. evoemetemp @gmail.com to book a reading. It's $10 off a 30-minute reading. It is $20 off a 1-hour reading. That is from now until the end of the month because we just got a bunch of this is eclipse month. So we got the eclipse on Monday, and then we have another eclipse on the 21st that corresponds with the fall equinox. So massively huge. And that is I think that's in Virgo. That eclipse, that solar eclipse is in Virgo. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's in Virgo. So it's just big movements as we shift into this next phase. Plus, on the 1st, we started this Uranus retrograde in Gemini. Huge shit. Get your readings and check. It's already 9:00 now. It's ambitious. I'm still gonna dump these pictures on the Etsy tonight. I may not get everything on there that I want, but the things that I urgently need to get on there. So circle back at about midnight. I gotta eat. I've been sitting here for 9.5 hours, so I gotta eat. You feel me? Got to get something to drink, and then get to the mission. So circle back around 11:30, 12 o'clock. Worst case scenario, tomorrow it'll definitely all be up. Okay, cool. Love you guys. Thank you guys. This was fun. I know it's been a minute, so I'm glad I'm back up in here. I will see you guys. If not tomorrow, then definitely Monday. I will be doing something up on here live Monday for the blood moon. All right, peace. Oh, and make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Share this post or share a shorter of your favorite ones. Because 9 hours is a lot of people going to be like, why you send me this 9-hour shit? You know what I'm saying? Take clips and cuts. There was some good shit that dropped up in this joint. So if you don't send the whole thing, take some little clips. Take the little scissors at the bottom of the screen. Take a 1 minute, clip of what you like and send it to someone else. Okay? Bye. Oh. Let's see here.